What is up, everybody? We are live with the Call of Duty Next Black Ops 7 Zombies and Warzone reveal. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 coming November 14th. Super excited about this, everybody.
Legion on station. Weapons free. Legion inbound.
What's going on? We're here live at COD Next Black Ops 7. Welcome to COD Next 25.
This is crazy. We're living in the future. I've been so hyped for this for so long.
Yeah, that looks like a ton of fun.
Things to do here. Showtime. Yeah.
Welcome to Call of Duty Next. 250 of your favorite creators and press have arrived to reveal live Black Ops 7 gameplay and more. Today,
Look at that
we'll dive
room.
into 6 all-new
Holy
beta
shit.
maps and show you what's coming to Black Ops 7 multiplayer. Starting with Blackheart. The Forge. Toshin. Exposure. Imprint.
Ooh.
Cortex. We'll peel back the curtain on Zombies with our first live look at the new round-based Zombies map, Ashes of the Damned. We'll drop in to a first look at a new Warzone Resurgence map.
Yeah.
And we've got big updates for Call of Duty Mobile. And plenty
COD Mobile.
surprises in store. We're moments away from kicking off into live gameplay, but first, some exciting info for our viewers at home. Be sure to stay tuned in throughout the day for a chance to unlock in-game rewards for Black Ops 7.
I also have a bunch of beta codes
and YouTube
to give away,
Take a
so
look at the chat on either of these streams for more details. Everything you're seeing in multiplayer gameplay today will be playable in the open beta, with early access starting on October 2nd. Plus, don't forget to jump into the beta on day 2 of early access to experience a small taste of Zombies. Pre-order Black Ops 7 or subscribe to select Game Pass plans and get early access to the beta. Don't forget to preload starting tomorrow. I'm Miles Ross, here now with Stephanie Snowden, Senior Director of Studio Communications, and we are thrilled to be joined by some of the team from Treyarch. Max Grons, Yael Miller, guys, welcome to the Omni Room.
Happy to be here.
We are about to see Black Ops 7 gameplay here today. But before we begin, Matt, you got to walk us through what was your approach to designing multiplayer for Black Ops 7?
Well, that would take many hours to really talk through.
Long answer, but
I'll keep it brief. So it really started with that 2035 setting, right? The amazing 2035 setting really allowed the team to get their...
Yo, Rain, how's it going, dog?
10 years after the events of Black Ops 2,
Right.
which means we can really tap into that gold mine that is Black Ops 2, the content. You're going to see a lot of your classic favorites, of course, a ton of brand new content.
Good.
At COD Next and at launch, but really being able to just dig into that future setting, a lot of fun.
now, Yale, we introduced Omni Movement in Black Ops 6, and that was a massive innovation. But you guys of Treyarch have really continued to refine core movement. What can players expect?
Yo, Skull, how's it going, dog?
I think, as Matt said, we really started by looking at what would that 2035 operator do.
I thought you needed 4K GO for Unbreakable Greed was 9K.
So things like
I'm assuming that's a
wall
silk or
different ways to attack maps. And then also just looking at everything and really refining and building out the most fluid movement we've ever done. And we really feel that leans into everything that makes Black Ops 7 great.
I cannot wait. And guys, it's now time to jump straight into
Hollow
gameplay.
Knight,
We're
thank you.
wasting No time whatsoever. Thank you so much again, fellas, for your time.
I'm also looking forward to Black Ops 7 Skull.
Live gameplay of Black Ops 7 here at COD Next. Take it away, casters.
Stephanie, dev team, wow, we could not be more thrilled to get things going.
All right, so this is what today's going to entail: multiplayer, zombies, Warzone, and then they're doing a big mobile update, which I was not aware of.
Warzone mobile still to come, but Dream Crazy, we're not waiting, we're not delaying, we're jumping into map number 1.
Definitely. I mean, I cannot wait, Shift, as we have so much content here today. Map number 1 coming in on Blackheart, where the guild is extracting resources, and we see a lot of revolving walls.
Yeah.
That is the one thing with Black Ops.
Oh, that's kind of cool. The way the background, they're updating the background to match the map that they're playing.
Exterior fights with the wall jumping with the walls.
You want to talk about walls, Ellen? Take a look at the walls of the venue. Everything lit up, projections are hot, and we're
That's so
going
cool.
into
Hey, Scump.
with the king. If you don't know, I was going to say you're about to know, but Scump, not the greatest of opening starts. Now, let's talk about weapons and all the UI elements just to kind of start. Blackheart, a map that you're going to be seeing a lot of quick, frenetic action, but the thing that we want to keep an eye out for is what weapons, what field upgrades, what are the things that these...
I hope ranked also
Yep,
is
and
good.
He has a sub in his hand, right?
I don't know, Rain. Why don't
16 new multiplayer weapons, 30 in total.
why don't I plan for like maybe a month from now, tops? Tops.
As you can see, Scum, he
I'll do a
is
grind.
out of his mind, but this is an exciting one to see as the duality of the perks. We're going to see a lot, probably tech mask, right? Just kind of just utilizing the stopping stuns.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, I think, to see, you know, for those that are avid fans of the Call of Duty franchise, you hear the devs talking about how this is a spiritual successor to Black Ops 2, but it's in a reinvented, new, nostalgic way that ties into the old while still building on the new. I think, you know, for those that really enjoyed Omni movement from Black Ops 6, you're going to be able to still feel that thrill, that surge of adrenaline kind of bouncing through the map, but the big thing is this jumping mechanic. And as we start to go from player to player, creator to creator, you're going to see some players have really honed in to what exactly they can do off that wall jumping. And of course, here at Call of Duty Next, our official CPU and GPU partner of Black Ops 7 is AMD. So make sure you check them out if you're looking to improve and optimize your PC at home.
I love that you point that out because yes, that's the base thing, right? We increased the base speed and now
There we go.
we're looking at not having tack sprint. So we saw some of these players, right? They're not using that.
Yeah, TTK is pretty quick.
A little bit more clunkiness coming in the UI here, but dexterity being a very big factor when it comes to moving faster.
Yeah, loadouts, perk buildouts. It does feel like this year.
I appreciate that, Rain. I appreciate that.
What you're going to do. I know that there's been a lot of conversation surrounding some of the elements in movement, talking about obviously the Omni movement still carrying over from one title to another, the wall jumping, but also keep in mind just the
Campaign camo's kind of cool, Skull.
More about that throughout the day, and we'll get a couple of in-hand looks to kind of see what that looks like, the tack sprint versus not really having that in this game. But I will tell you, when we had a chance to play just a couple of maps yesterday, the game feels really smooth and really consistent.
I really like this UI.
We were seeing from last year.
The M8A1, a gun that we have seen consistent. I was getting murked with this one as it is at Symphony's using it quite well, a two-burst weapon, but this being very, very powerful. We'll see a lot of players probably using this, and as you can see, of course,
I should make another channel where I troll people.
Official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty. So
Hey, shout out to Corsair. I just used their RAM and
I will say the Peacekeeper,
and
another
power
weapon
supply
that I'm
and-
curious to see in terms of that kind of more main style AR.
Are you that person that Mr. Beast tipped you a bunch of money? Amelia, I am not, but if you want to go tell Mr. Beast to tip me a bunch of money, that'd be amazing.
Content creators, whether they have competitive experience or just a lot of in-game experience, watching them use that Peacekeeper has been really, really enlightening. I think it's really got a level of balance built in with the draft that you're talking about. The SMG versus AR feels very neutral right now. So, well, if you're looking for an honest take, don't go much further than Legion stream. He'll give you every emotion, reaction, and feeling he's got.
oh gosh, yeah, I mean reaction time, right? You have to be fast when it comes to some of these I love the perks, right? The hybrid perks, some of the specialties.
Oh, you can wall jump as much as you want?
Using that, but look at Aiden. Do you know
Oh, Aiden.
Blackheart, that's what we were talking
From
about.
Call of Shame to
jump over
an absolute shame.
Take, flanks, right? So that's an area that you have to be careful with.
Exactly the case. EWC champion.
Hey, Rain, I honestly don't expect donations, dog. I do this because I love it. I mean, I'd love to be a full-time content creator, and that's the goal one day, but like,
That you're going to be facing in the beta. So go ahead. ahead and head over to Scuff, gear up for Call of Duty, the official controller for Call of Duty. Get those back buttons going, make sure you can bounce freely, get those stead slides out of the way, and make sure that you're moving like the best of them.
Wow, the movement looks
The best.
sweet.
The rest, Aiden utilizing that wall jump feature. Oh gosh, bounce. And even utilize that to even kind of like jump pink over situations. But look at how quick.
I know things about Warzone that I can't talk about yet. Once we get there.
Catering to pub and comp players, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna see a blend of everything.
And we're going to talk a lot about the map design. And
It does
from
epic.
the designers themselves later in the show, but I think one of the things that
Rain, new COD every year.
recognized nearly immediately is the reinstitution of a lot more of that traditional kind of 3-lane style map. This one in particular is exactly that. It feels, you know, in a way that you can get from lane to lane very quickly.
Black Ops 4, yeah, this is Black Ops 7 now.
Decent POIs where you find a lot of the engagements that you're going to get. And like you mentioned, it's not small, it's not large, it's just that perfect little middle ground of building in that balance of finding good engagements while at the same time still being able to feel like you can finesse your life and extend possible score streaks like we're seeing here for Anna.
In Call of Duty history, the maps is the most important thing, and I think for these players, they're looking at that. Like, do we see 3 lanes? Like, you know, do we see kind of like height advantages, disadvantages, and well, even just to kind of the central drill area, there's a lot of fights that do take place that are close range in here. And yeah, something like the Peacekeeper, having that weapon that you can take medium to long range fights, but also close range. Peacekeeper's a good one, and the Dravik has been a sub that we've been seeing quite often.
Ah, FIFA kill.
This is quite the lobby right here. Legion, Swag on the other side, getting FIFA down, but you know that FIFA is going to bring some energy. And yeah, he's trying to bounce from wall to wall.
That's gonna take some finesse to get used to.
I really want you guys at home to lock into it. 3 jumps is about as much as you're going to be able to pull off, but it does decay over time. That first jump feels like you're on a pogo stick. The second one feels like you're just on a little bit of a grab boot type situation, but the third one
I do enjoy COD Zombies, assuming that I'm playing with people that I have fun playing with. That's a key.
To kind of finish off on her lobby here. And I will say, I think as you've seen so far, our show is really dynamic. And this year, it takes place in quite the exciting venue. And to tell us more, we've got Lottie down on the floor.
Yeah, right? Cam skin's pretty sick, eh, Mitch?
Creators joining us live in Las Vegas in this massive projection-based room. Now, of course, they're going to be streaming their individual POVs on Black Ops 7, so you can go to their streams, catch their POVs, see what they're up to on the game. But now we had so many epic creators that we wanted to bring to Las Vegas. We needed a second projection-based room.
Second projection-based room. Holy shit.
Right now, what's it like on your end of the pond?
Lottie, this is an international fiesta in this room. Let me tell you, the LATAM crew, they are sniping heads. I got Portuguese being yelled at here by 9X. The Brazilians are going crazy. But I gotta say, this venue, this thing is nuts. After the show, we're gonna be renting this out for the Code Bowl because everyone knows the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl number 6 presented by USAA is airing right after this show.
You know what, Chris? I love Code Bowl, and I've got to say, you guys at home, you're lucky because you get to watch the US, UK, and Canadian military esports teams duke it out with your favorite creators.
Let's go, Canada.
And of course, to get their hands on that coveted Code Bowl trophy. And also giving away Call of Duty Black Ops 7 beta codes and Black Ops 6 in-game rewards, revealing the Endowments new pack in Black Ops 7, all while helping veterans find high-quality jobs. Now, I have to ask you, Puckett, and put you on the spot. What team are you rooting for this year?
I mean, it's Black Ops 7. We're in the future. It's a no-brainer. I'm going Space Force. They already launched 1 trophy. Let's get another one. Let's get 2 satellites up there. What do we think?
All right. I'm liking what I'm hearing here, Puckett. We'll have to see. Cross your fingers for the space team. But we're going to head back into some more Black Ops 7 action. Enjoy, folks.
Lottie, Chris, thank you so much as we jump back into Blackheart and back on board with T-Dog.
T-Dog!
I talked to him a little bit yesterday after they did their tech chest, and he's just like, brother, I don't know what it is about this game, but I feel like I'm him.
Yeah, like it's so smooth, right? And I mean, you can see him displaying that. But one thing that I think we really need to highlight is the overclock feature, right? We get this extra overclock feature, which basically allows you to upgrade your equipment. So, like, you have a stim shot, right? You can overclock that and essentially make it last longer, or
overclock.
You know, anything that comes your way. So it's pretty cool that we have that feature in buffed equipment.
We'll point your attention to it as we go, because yeah, the field upgrade is really interesting this year. We're bringing back things like active camo. Of course, trophy systems are still in place, which I know a lot of players that are looking to play more of that competitive style are going to really enjoy the fact that the overclock gives you more deletion of incoming utility.
For some reason, oh, but you weren't watching my live stream for whatever reason. Weird.
It's just a lot of extra flair that I think that is building upon, again, some of the core successes that we saw for Black Ops 6. And how about this? One of the score streaks, the Gravekeeper in play, or Gravemaker, pardon you. You can see through walls with this thing and actually still shoot through them. So cold-blooded might be important for some of our perk masteries.
Damn.
Oh yeah, the perk masteries and all the combinations that you can utilize, but that is so amazing to see that in action for the first time really here at Call of Duty Next. Big Cartier kind of just going around this drill yet again. This is devastating. You don't want to fall off that ledge, but Alan, I'd love that you point that out. Only 3 boosts essentially-ish that you can utilize, but still going on with that stim and slaying out.
Wow, stim shots going hard.
Clean.
Ooh, can we keep it going?
Ooh.
Let me see another one of those Gravemakers come on board. Let's stick here, Ops team, because we're seeing some gameplay right now. And I'll tell you, we're going to see some pop-off moments with the movement. And there again, just a little jump, and then you find yourself near a wall. You can essentially boost yourself a little bit higher. Really awesome to see that level of elevation be added into the mix.
That's not his dog, but you don't want to pet that dog. Oh my gosh. So with that too, kind of like some of the hybrid perks, right? Support, offensive, you can gain bonus streaks. So maybe in pubs you want to do that.
Indeed the case. So that completes our first instance of Blackheart. Up next, a deep dive on all things new Black Ops 7 map regarding. But we'll be right back. More Call of Duty coming up after the break.
After the break. This is looking pretty sick. If I get Hollow Knight on PC, I can get mods?
Official
Huh.
CPU and GPU partner of Black Ops 7. Share the wins. Elgato, the official streaming partner of Call of Duty. Herman Miller. Check out the latest Embody gaming colorways at hermanmiller.com/gaming. Xfinity customers get early access to the Black Ops 7 open beta. Visit xfinity.com/rewards to claim your code today. You're invited to the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge. Open the Little Caesars app, accept and complete the challenge. You might win a copy of the new Call of Duty Black Ops 7.
Same with PS5 or Xbox?
Entered for a chance to win the grand prize.
Oh, I guess I'm buying Little Caesars leading up to Call of Duty again.
With George Kittle in a 1-hour epic Call of Duty battle. Complete the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge today. Welcome back. We are very excited to talk more Black Ops 7 multiplayer. We are joined by more of the Treyarch team. Miles Leslie, Associate Creative Director, and Brittany Perello, Senior Producer. Guys, welcome to the Omni Room.
We made it. Let's go.
And we just had our very first look at one of our multiplayer maps in action. That was Blackheart. But Brittany, that's just a taste. So what can we expect on launch maps?
Yeah, we've got maps. We've got 18 maps at launch. 16 are 6v6 maps. Out of that, 13 are brand new. And we've got 3 Black Ops 2 returning favorites. We've also got 2 skirmish maps for our 20v20 mode that take place in Avalon. Nice. It's really in a variety of sizes, leaning more medium, but we'll have some of those fast frenetic drops in there too.
Awesome. What a map portfolio for launch. Now let's take a closer look at these launch maps.
Yeah, we got Colossus here. So this is a BO2 callback. It's falling into the ocean. This map is super fun, looks amazing. Next is Den, Japanese castle that's been taken over by 2035 technology. Also a lot of fun with some wall jumps on the roofs there on the side.
And of course we've got Express, one of our favorites.
Yeah.
Watch out for that train. We're now in Japan, so it's looking really cool. Hijacked, another one now set in the Tokyo Bay.
So cool.
Fast, frenetic, classic.
And Homestead is David Mason's childhood home, which is awesome. We could bring it back a really cool way. Really fun map under the Aurora Borealis in Alaska. It looks amazing.
Do I play Five Nights? I've actually never played Five Nights at Freddy's.
Really fun. Paranoia. This map's amazing. You talk about Black Ops. We're leaning into the mind bending. We're in David Mason's mind, and you need to escape the nightmare here, which is a lot of fun. Looks great. Plays super frenetic and fun.
And we got Raid. It's
Yes.
beautiful.
Correct. Really never.
Tokyo Hills, our iconic competitive favorite map, is back.
So excited.
This one's a lot of fun retrieval. You're in the Alaskan wilderness, and actually if you run through the snow, you leave behind footprints. So it's pretty cool to try to track some players through that.
That's right, and Scar's next, and this is another Alaskan town, but we've kind of smashed it where this town's been taken over by technology. Collateral damage. Flagship is an awesome, another callback. USS Obama from BO2 now being decommissioned. Fight through it, sparks are falling on you.
You got every game
Robots
except
around
DBD
you.
and
It's a lot
Secret of the
fun.
Mimic.
Yeah,
I take it you like the games
too,
then?
But with beta this week, you know, we need to take a look at what we're playing. We need the tips from you guys. So let's take a look at the maps coming to beta.
Yeah, we've got 6 multiplayer maps available in the beta, all that you're going to be seeing today, watching the best of the best play.
Yeah, it's really exciting. The first up is Cortex. So, human testing site. People in tubes are going to fight around, use it as cover. Very frenetic, very fun. Lots of cool Overwatches, my side versus your side gameplay there. Blackheart, which you've seen, of course, this Avalon offshore oil rig, ties to the campaign. It's got a rotating center and some really unique wall jump opportunities.
Careful with the wall
We've got
jump.
the Forge here, we've R&D facility, cutting edge technology on display, and you've got some cool dynamic cover in the middle here.
These maps look
Exposure set in
neat.
Australia, we've got some really vibrant colors, some cool wall jump opportunities up in that rotating container. It gets
Hey,
some cool
Jacob,
positions.
I am giving away Black Ops 6 beta codes.
Printing facility making technology of
If you want to head over to Twitter or even head over to my Discord, the link should be in my bio on YouTube here. You can enter to win.
Really cool jumping in the center and really
And then you for sure could try. And then the open beta is this coming weekend, so you'll get an opportunity there as well, Jacob.
All the landmarks, and I've played a few, and they are very, very fun indeed. Beautiful stuff. Let's talk about how they play, though. I mean, how did you guys come to, the approach for designing these maps?
Yeah, so we've got our classic 3-lane design style for Treyarch, clear definition, good path clarity, and really controlling those lines of sight. You can also see all of those spaces crafted for wall jump. You can get to traverse places faster without mantling, getting some really cool power positions, and there's a few must jumps that we use sparingly, but
A must jump, you say?
a must jump. But we really wanted to make it look like anything that feels like you can jump on it, you can. So have some fun.
Totally intuitive.
Yeah, and I've worked on every single Black Ops, and when you talk about the classic feel, like Brittany talked about, these maps have it across the board. Of course, they're bringing something new with Black Ops 7, but for me, an old timer,
Bet Rain.
there's a lot to love there.
come
And
on,
they
you're an
stand
OG.
right next to the classic maps as well. So Raid, forget Raid. You got some new maps now. No, I'm just kidding. We love Raid, we love Raid. But we got some new ones now.
I also know, you said it before, but the landmarks, like, I know Brittany's a shot caller, so I know those call outs.
Joel, so far it looks like attachments are tamed down.
Visually, we have a ton of variety in terms of settings, in terms of looks. How did you guys think about that?
Yeah, for us at the portfolio level, we wanted to make sure we had that variety. That's what Black Ops is. You're globe-trotting, you're going everywhere. We're in Avalon, we're in Alaska, we're going to Japan, deep into it. We're going into the mind. Only the things Black Ops can do, we're delivering that. Lots of unique gameplay, as you saw, lots of unique visuals, and all the landmarks.
And we got more gameplay to get to. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it. Shift back with Dream Crazy again. And as you see behind us, everyone's locked in. We couldn't even bother to try to talk to anybody. They're all locked into their streams, ready to go. And we're going to take a look at our second map here coming up, the Forge. As you heard, research and design base. But the real interesting thing about it is that dynamic center. The walls rotating around and pivoting, making that a very interesting battleground as we raise up into the Forge.
The Forge, and also, too, 2 wings connected by covered hallways. It's just a lot of variety built on the harbor in Japan. And yeah, love to see a bright and colorful map hold shift. But those walls, again, for every single map, it's not too much, right? But just a little, like, center point where it just can change the, the situation.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Well, we'll take a look at it. This is another one of those maps, and Brittany had talked about this. Taking the ability of wall jumping to stop yourself from mantling and getting to those higher grounds faster. I will say this is one of the maps that I got a chance to play yesterday, and I did feel the benefit of bouncing off of things to avoid that mantling mechanic and that animation to try to get you into the fight a little bit faster. That mixed with dexterity, your ability to try to zero in and center up a little bit faster too, really does make that elevation and that high ground battle a little bit more, I would say, feasible for those that find themselves on the low ground battling against it.
I love that you say that, because it really just tests the player to, like, you know, kind of, you know, do you want to cover, you know, cover versus mobility type of mindset, right?
Yeah.
Moving around this map, though, you know, you can see here pros just utilizing, again, that M8A1. And for AR players, for these height advantages, for those power positions, it's really useful to climb up in those high ground, you know, and take the high ground and slap it down on the map.
I think the other thing that's really interesting, and I did see kind of looking over the shoulder TP yesterday when he was doing his test, you see a couple of spots where you have like this natural built-in heady, as we call it, where you get like that competitive edge where you're just barely over a piece of that center kind of obstacle terrain. But your ability to bounce kind of eliminates the power position of the low ground, kind of medium ground headies, because you can just bounce up over, get a better look at the player behind that cover, and actually take an advantageous gunfight. So it's, again, just really interesting to see some of our more experienced players try to utilize that mechanic to make fights that feel, you know, inadvantageous a little bit more neutral.
That's an interesting idea, except I feel like when you go to do the bounce, whoever's on the heady is just going to wreck you.
The Scout Pulse got a little information there, but hey, shout out to Elgato, share the wins, the official
Rain
for Call of Duty Next. Thank you so much for supplying us with all of your gear.
And this is one map I will say you kind of see a couple of players will, you know, re-identify the usage of doors, which is something that we kind of put a lot of focus into. The more automatic style, something we saw a lot of more in like Black.
Hey, Reno, I appreciate you watching my stream also.
You don't just get those single doors that you have to pop and burst open. Now you've got these more automatic style doors that you can shoot, create a longer line of sight than you may normally expect by looking at the different central point of interests. And that's another one of those things that, again, you continue to build on what's been there and where the game continues to mold and morph as we move forward.
The doors, that was quite, you know, annoying bashing through it. So yes, it automatically kind of opening up for you as you walk upon them. But here on the forge, you're going up top, you see Deus Amir kind of controlling this lobby observation area, but being very comfortable, full streak out, and also just kind of flying around the map with these specialists. We love to see him. He's utilizing the Enforcer specialist, just allowing extra health regen and also movement speed.
Another thing that, you know, kind of I wanted to turn your attention to as an audience member, those that are, you know, more familiar and kind of got Omni movement underneath their belt a little bit faster, you'll notice that there is a bit of that buttery slide movement that I was about to say. Like, we're used to seeing it from just a static jump into slide. You can get that same momentum little boost off of a wall jump. So, you know, that's another opportunity to kind of build on the movement that's already existed. And if you're looking to dominate every game, make sure you check out Origin, the official gaming PC and gaming laptop for Call of Duty. Whether you're at home or on the road, check out Origin to keep yourself in there, gaming, grinding, gunning.
You know, he's not even using his streaks. He just wants to, at this point, maybe get a nuke. Deus Amir, you know, he's a competitor, plays in World Series of Warzone. Look at him now, just continuing on, going. And you can see, too, every kill he gets on the right-hand side, quick regen, tech, sprint speed, movement speed. Getting those indicators letting him know he still has his perks.
Yeah, it's just another one of those things, too, that the indication of, like, the UI, it continues to grow. I noticed this yesterday. You know, you start to see, like, the who is targeting you, who did damage to you. A little bit of a boost now because you also see what you've been affected by, whether it's a UAV or a recon pulse. It's just really cool. There's no shortage of information on the game. So whether you're somebody who is experienced with Call of Duty or looking to jump back into it or play it for the first time, you're never really amiss from knowing what's happening on the map.
Oh, got caught with the wrong gun out.
SMG players across the world, Giddy, but not quite there. And he'll jump back over to the M8, try to get that burst weapon online.
That's where maybe how do you take him down, someone who has Enforcer? Maybe that, and I love that you mentioned that Call of Duty is so good for like countering, you know, streaks, perks, countering equipment, and we love to see that. So maybe utilizing, if you're the enemy team, right, like maybe recon, right? You can see when you spawn up, you can see, you know, the direction of where players are coming from.
Yep.
Utilizing other perks, classes to counter a player like this that you just literally flying around the map.
Well, we got a little bit of a comeback effort here from Amir's team. Up and over. over. Another look at how you can utilize the movement to break cameras and give yourself an advantage in a gunfight you might not expect. And Amir's happy to exclaim about that feeling. Difficult battle again in that modular middle center. As we take a look at Drop, another partner of Call of Duty Next. Customize your typing, the official keycaps for Call of Duty. If you're looking to customize your keyboard, look no further than Drop.
All right. Affected by tracker, ADS, auto ping. So you can kind of see, again, a little bit more of that recon being able to stop Amir here. But, of course, domination, a typical mode that we've seen in Call of Duty for so long.
Yo, Rain, welcome back.
Here on the Forge, as this is a really fun map. Just again, kind of utilizing rotating cover, wing-to-wing transitions is what we see Amir doing. A lot of that cover versus mobility.
Yeah.
He's really utilizing mobility.
100%. Yeah, this is an interesting map, I think, again, just to kind of highlight and showcase. Whoa!
Whoa,
What's happening over here? Whoa, we can't, no.
Hey.
Whoa!
This is not tactical play here.
No, okay, there it is.
Hey, I appreciate that, dog. Thank you so much.
Still a part of Call of Duty. I know that was one of those things that we saw a lot of comedy in as it was incepted the last couple of years. And Amir is happy to say, shut your mouth. I'm at the top of the leaderboard. The game's looking incredible. Players are loving it. But let's take a look to see exactly how much the players are liking as we throw things down to Lottie from a From the Seat player check-in brought to you by Herman Miller.
Thank you so much, Shift. Hello, Zin. I know I'm totally interfering with your gameplay here on Black Ops 7. I have to ask you, though, early days, all right, coming into COD Next, I have to ask, what is your favorite map so far?
Favorite map?
You're going to sub on the TV? I appreciate that, dog.
The Japanese vibe. I haven't been to Japan yet, so it's the closest thing I got. And so far, it's very, very vibrant. All the maps are very vibrant, which I think is very good. They're a ton of fun. But Toshin, I think, is my favorite right now.
All right, love to hear that. Now, we have a room filled with epic creators, of course, one being yourself. But if you had to 1v1 everyone in this room, are you coming out on top?
Who would I play, or
would you come out on top if you 1v1 everyone in this room?
Yeah, it's a guarantee. Hex might be difficult. But
Method, you cocky SOB.
All right, and who would your hardest competition be in this room?
Hardest competition in this room? Probably Hitch. Right.
Really? He's got the gunny like that?
Probably Hitch.
That's not a friendship thing.
Sorry?
That's not a friendship thing, huh?
No, not at all.
Okay, not at all. And how?
Really good.
He's just really good. I'd love to hear that. How are you finding Black Ops 7 so far? Are you loving it?
I appreciate that, Rain. Thank you so much.
What we're allowed to say, but they showed us a lot of cool stuff that I think everyone should be really excited for. Like for me, maps is the most important, and so far I'm loving what I'm seeing. The M8's a ton of fun to use, right? Very nostalgic, and I feel like it's actually very well balanced. SMGs are fun. I love the wall bounce too. It adds for some, playing against Shotzi might be a little difficult, but it's fun.
Zin, thank you so much. You're such a good sport. Back to the game, back to the lab. Thank you very much, Zin. That has been your From the Seat player check-in brought to you by Herman Miller.
Lottie, thanks so much. Zinni doing maybe a little bit of, a little green wall service right there. But it does look like they're enjoying the game. And I will say, again, talking to players of all sorts and kinds, they are really, really loving it. And by the way, every single player here at COD Next are currently sitting, or should I say lounging, in Herman Miller chairs. Herman Miller is proud to be the official chair partner of Call of Duty Next. And Ellen, you got more about the sweepstakes.
I mean, yes, you at home can enter for a chance to win custom Herman Miller chairs by entering the sweepstakes on the official Call of Duty X account and using the hashtags on your screen. Go get yourself into one of them. They are comfortable, but we're going to go to a short break. But when we return, more Black Ops 7 action.
You've got one or two more TVs. Yeah, dog, I appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much.
Change your game. Scuff Gaming, the official controller partner of Call of Duty.
Yo, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Skull Candy with the follow.
Customize your typing. Drop, the official keycap partner of Call of Duty.
Hey, Rain, that's what I need right now, my dog. 1,000 subscribers. Monster.
Of Call of Duty.
Sponsor me, please, Monster.
I'm here with
Pablo, Senior Game Designer here at Treyarch. So we're going to be talking about weapons today. I don't know where we even start. What have you got in store this year for us with Black Ops 7?
The big focus for us this year is just weapon variety. Most of them are brand new to the franchise, which is really exciting. And we've been able to pack a ton of unique gameplay into our launch portfolio because of that. I think like one great example would be a new shotgun. It's called the M10 Breacher.
I should make a reaction channel.
But it's got a twist.
I've thought about it. I've also thought about starting like an indie games channel, or not an indie games channel, but like an everything games channel where I literally just play anything and everything.
Black Ops 2 weapons returning. Peacekeeper and M8A1, I think, are two great examples of our weapon goals. The Peacekeeper blurs the lines between AR and SMG, and the M8A1 obviously has its 4-round burst. Still extremely lethal, I will say. And now with Gunsmith, you can kind of build it in different ways too, which is really exciting.
It sounds like there is a lot of variety.
I should stream a video reaction later. I would need to create a big list of content.
Is a big focus for us, and the 2035 setting has really helped us kind of push the gameplay in a lot of creative and unique ways. And obviously the weapons look amazing as well. You know, the aesthetic is really this cool marriage of sleek and tech, but still grounded. You know, the way we balance weapons.
Grox MC? What is Grox MC?
Of each weapon to further extremes and still find creative ways to balance that, keep them in check.
Can we talk about Gunsmith? Are there any big changes there?
We've seen a lot of feedback from players that they want more build variety, and we're targeting that in a few different ways. At the core, though, we're making sure that you can modify some of the key stats that people really care about across multiple attachment slots. Or if you are more interested in just a good balanced build, there's going to be different ways of achieving that.
That's the game now. What can we expect post-launch?
We want to keep this momentum going into post-launch. So on the weapons front, more iconic, classic Black Ops 2 weapons returning, but a lot of attention into bringing more brand new weapons to the franchise as well. On the attachment side, we're really excited for the return of attachment rewards and weekly challenges. And most of those are going to be for a specific weapon. They're gonna totally change the way you play with that weapon, sometimes in absolutely wild ways that no one I think will expect. But then we're also making sure to bring global attachments each season that are going to be able to go on most, if not all, weapons in the game.
Pablo, there seems to be a lot to get through once we got our hands on BO7.
Hey, I appreciate that, dude.
Yeah, let's dive in.
Can't wait, but for now, it's back to Next.
Thank you, Miles. That was Pablo Ortiz talking weapons. As we just saw, there are so many ways to customize your playstyle in Black Ops 7. We're back with Matt and Yale, but guys, hold on. We've talked weapons, but let's take a look for ourselves.
Pablo already walked us through some of these weapons, but Yale, we're in the armory now. What are you most looking forward to playing with in the beta?
There's so many great guns, but for me, probably the Dravik 45.
That's mine. That's my pick.
We had a bunch of pros out, and they all played, and they definitely gravitated towards that one.
Yeah.
And it kind of validated one of my favorite weapons. The M10 Breacher is awesome if you're rolling shotguns. Also just the weapon prestige system, all the attachment stuff that we're doing, prestige attachments, just so many ways to customize. It's great.
Yeah, and speaking what's coming to beta, Matt, let's talk about Overclock. This is a massive innovation coming to multiplayer in Black Ops 7. How's it all going to work?
So Overclocks we're very excited about. And it really
You know, I need you to get into my Discord, Rain, so that you could recommend properly.
The more agency. So with Overclocks, every piece of content throughout lethals, tacticals, field upgrades, and score streaks, you will eventually unlock 2 Overclocks. Those are modifications to those things, which you can then apply one of those overclocks of your choosing. It adds a ton of depth to your loadout, and that's what we're really trying to do in Black Ops 7.
Yeah, like bonuses, getting those bonuses.
Bonuses,
on
yeah, stat bonuses, functionality changes, some really fun stuff there.
Some of them are crazy and awesome, and I cannot wait to use them.
I can't wait either. Yale, have you got any favorites?
Probably point turret. The fact that you can stick it on walls with one of the overclocks, it just makes it slightly more tactical to use. And then the Rhino's awesome. Like, it is a beast and
even the
super
stimmy.
powerful.
Yeah, like even things, you know, maybe undersung, you get to that extra
little ways to
extra
tweak
buff.
It's just nice that it's everywhere. Experience really matters, and you unlock.
It feels like every single thing I'm playing with in this game has almost got its own progression system. It's so impressive, and yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to play with camo.
I believe I
smoke
should. Let me
grenades,
just double verify here.
all the streaks. It's so fun.
Matt, do you have?
Yes, it's at the very top of the bio in my YouTube.
Single favorite. Yale just mentioned the stem. You mentioned the stem. It is fun because you get to go back to kind of some familiar stuff. If I had to pick one, it's got to be the dog.
Of course.
And when he's on my team, he is a very good boy.
If he's not on your team,
he's a bad boy.
he's actually
What?
I have a little
Where's
bit
he
of
going?
a surprise for you.
But you never said you were on the
Because
streaks.
we have a visitor.
Spawn's flipped, and he's back.
Fortunately, he's on our team, so he's being a very good boy right now.
Which overclock does he? Oh, okay. He's got this. He's got the sentry mode overclock, so he's gonna hunker down a little bit.
And we did confirm.
Yep. You can't
to
pet the dog.
reenact
And
the MP trailer.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and tell you. To be able to pet the dog, you have to have the sentry mode overclock.
Oh, bonus, bonus.
You've unlocked that one, and you've applied it.
That's great.
Yeah.
What is it? Are they capturing B?
Down by the railroad tracks?
They're capturing B down by the railroad.
Go get him!
Go get him, boy!
Go get him! Go get him!
Go get him, boy! Go keep my spree going.
Oh my gosh,
we love him.
He's been
We
the
love him.
star of the
We love
show at Next, but I will say he runs quickly, and so
He does,
be
yeah.
prepared for that
And
if you have one coming after you.
DAWG.
Yes.
Just
Dog.
Don't get it wrong.
Dog.
Yeah,
It's a dog.
Something we're also really excited about is the Specialist wild card.
That's
Now,
right.
this is not going to be in beta, but it is in at launch. Tell us about it.
So it's the first time a Black Ops game has ever had Specialist. It is a wild card because it is a Black Ops game. We love our wild cards.
Yeah, we do.
So if you give up your score streaks, which some of us, I know we've talked, Stephanie, you have some difficulties attaining score streaks sometimes.
Don't you?
You said it. Your words, not mine. But
There's
if you are one of
perks
those,
for that, okay?
Yeah, there are perks for that. So if you take the wild card, you will be able to pick 3 additional perks. So for a total of 6, you earn those 3 additional ones at 200, 400, and 600 score. And then if you are good enough, which we all are, at 1200 score, at 1200 score, you will earn all of the perks in the game, except for tac sprint. We got some feedback. We've heard a lot of feedback already. We're quick to adjust, so you will earn every perk in the game minus tac sprint if
That's
you get
out. Yeah. Awesome.
at 1200 score.
Damn. Real super soldier vibes.
Gonna be very
Wow.
fun.
I can't wait, cannot wait. Well, also last week,
I also want all the
Get
perks.
all the intel on some of the innovations coming to player customization. Let's take a look. I'm here with Alvin, lead game designer at Treyarch here on Black Ops 7. So welcome to the show.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
I'm excited to get my hands on the game. I'm very excited to see how I can customize my playstyle, which feels like more than ever in Black Ops 7. But the number one change I'm most interested in is the overclock system. Can you explain the philosophy behind that?
It's all about adding more interesting choices and
Excuse
meaningful
me.
choices that adjust gameplay. So overclocks are upgrades that you can unlock over time as you use a piece of equipment or a field upgrade or a score streak. Eventually you'll unlock 2 and then you can choose one of them to equip. So it gives you options, maybe based on a mode you want to use this, but based on a different mode you want to use that. One of my favorite examples is the new dog score streak has an overclock that adds a sentry feature, which turns it into this really powerful turret.
Another change that's been made. So Black Ops 6, we had the combat specialties, which was equipping 3 perks of the same type. Gives me
Rain, are you in my mobile stream or are you in my horizontal stream?
We wanted to expand on that system in Black Ops 7. You know, players seem to like the system, but maybe felt it was a little bit too limiting. And so with hybrid combat specialties in Black Ops 7, you can experiment with playstyles, and you can mix and match. So as an example, say you like offensive and stealth perks. Now you can equip any mixture of those. Boom, you're gonna get a cool new hybrid bonus tied to those things.
Staying on perks, there is a big addition to the game for the first time in Black Ops history, the Specialist Wildcard. What is the Specialist Wildcard?
We were just talking about perks. We got a lot of cool new perks. Why not let players play with all of them? And what this lets you do is earn extra perks instead of your score streak. So you equip this to your loadout, you add more perks, and then you earn those on score. And then eventually, if you earn enough score, you can get all the perks.
Thank you so much. There is so many choices to be made now as a player. My playstyle, truly, I'm going to go deep in that beta. I cannot wait, mate.
Really exciting. See you in the beta.
Thanks, Alvin. Back to the guys at Next.
Shift back with Dream Crazy. So awesome to hear what's new for loadouts, whether you're looking at it from a level of perks, weapons, specialists, utility. Everyone feels like there's a level of customizing it to your playstyle.
Yeah, there's so much to look at, Shift. I just can't wait to get my hands on it, but just kind of just having that ability to use the overclock feature to extend
The holo does look
streaks.
sick.
And of course, looking at all of this on these beautiful maps.
Yo! Thank you so much.
But those ARs, they've been dominant here today.
VH Revs. Rain, I have donations available on Twitch only at the moment. I don't have enough watch hours on YouTube yet. I'm about halfway there.
Yesterday on this mode particularly, and just, you know, I gotta get into my little CDL roots right here. I think this map is gonna be viable. It feels super awesome. The points are dynamic. They feel like they're really balanced in terms of location, position, how you spawn around them, how spawns.
Bits are the currency of Twitch. That's how people donate on Twitch.
And on Toshin too, we saw a little bit of VS Recon there, a little sniper play coming into action, which is a very, very, you know, feasible weapon here. But around the alleyway, Aiden does get sniped by one. And well, I love this map on Toshin. There's a lot of mixed spacing that we see here too.
Yeah, and I think it's just, again, how you utilize some of these high ground positions, watching over hard points. This is hard P1 right here. You do have those windows that are on the other side. It feels like a power position, but the thing about it is you can bounce off that destroyed train, still get a look into that location, and try to at least battle up against it. So it doesn't feel as dominant as other high ground positions had in the past. I think there's also just a really good balance and design of talking high ground to high ground. It just, everything feels very level and neutral when it comes down to how power positions would normally feel versus how the omni movement can be combined with the wall jumping.
Yes, in the park and like market areas, you see those windows which do promote a lot of you know, upper level fights, and then, you know, lower level.
So each bit nets me 1 US penny.
Getting set up into those power positions, we see Aiden kind of cleaning up the rest of this hill time. He does fall to a nade, but nonetheless, Scout Pulse, I want to point that out. You know, you could basically use that as an advanced UAV if you overclock it twice.
Yeah, that's the other fun thing about it, you know, just kind of hearing the inside information about it, but seeing it in application is different. You know, the overclock system is going to allow for players to really customize their experience, not just in how they build their loadout, but how it affects your team and just the lobby in general. As you're seeing, the UAV reveals are coming through right now for Aiden with a Rhino in play. So in terms of a possible comeback, this is looking pretty decent, going from 1 to 2 pretty smoothly and having an idea of where the spawns are going to be. Aiden's just locking down the OBJ.
Well, Herman Miller Gaming is proud to be the official chair partner of Call of Duty Next. Shout out to Herman Miller.
It's just how they break it down, right? That's that way. It's it doesn't need to fluctuate with inflation and whatnot.
But yeah, you know, I think the other thing that we talked about a lot, you know, with the players yesterday, the creators yesterday, with how different the maps look aesthetically, there is still this innate ability to very visibly see your opponents. You know, I was talking to Brittany quite a bit.
The game looks good.
About the map design philosophy and kind of experiencing
The movement is really interesting to me.
atmosphere while still trying to make it feel immersive. And she was very specific in talking about, we want to be able to really see the different sight lines that a player can have. We don't want to really clutter things with too much high ground, too many windows, too much stuff that's on the ground around you. Enough to make it feel dynamic and that you have options in terms of what you play through, but not too much to where you feel like you can't see your opponents, as Aiden is tracking everything right now.
But those, I love that you point that out, because the derailment structures, right? As Aiden was shooting at an opponent, you could see those broken structures really do work as vantage points for cover. So Brittany, yeah, it's a great job at just kind of like mixing the two, and with the vertical sight, the vantage points all around these alleyways. There's just so many ways you can cover too, as well as those open mixed areas.
Yeah, I think that the other thing is, you know, a lot of these maps, when we look at 3-lane based maps, which again, there is an inspiration towards a lot of this. And as we get equipped for precision, Hamilton is entering the Call of Duty franchise space, the special edition khaki field automatic. I will say we had some time to talk to the Hamilton representatives, and wow, it's cool. I actually have the watch on right now that was used in Interstellar, the Murph watch. Very clean, very comfortable, so make sure you check out Hamilton for that limited edition if you're looking to up your wrist game. But getting back to the point, you know, again, you've got these central POIs, especially in a map like Hardpoint. You see those interest points immediately, but how you connect between the lanes feels really smooth, really fluid, and again, doesn't feel like you're held back by trying to take these tight routes to get from place to place, which I love.
And it feels like each map is like that, right? We saw Deus Samir doing that on the Forge, right? Every single map, the map transition from lane to lane is so beautiful. And even if you are using something like the VS Recon, depending on what types of specialties and perks that you have attached to it, you can move very fast. And MZ, a reputable sniper by far for so long in the community, she's working it really well with these one-shot, one kills.
Looking clean, now off the spawn. Are we gonna see a quad feed? Come on, MZ, give it to us. Almost a chance for some collateral action. Whoa, and then almost to the pistol. She can't believe it. Almost absolutely tore apart.
I'm a dogs guy.
Yes, we do, MZ. We take those.
Definitely some nice shots there. Almost through the wall, but
What about you, Rain?
we saw a little bit that earlier.
Here we go. Little camo action.
Ooh. Kind of hearing the hearing the strategies on that one. She knows exactly what she's doing here, but they are dominating right now. Another one goes down. Gosh, this is a sniper we have to try when we're home.
You know, I gotta just reveal my position here on it. I know the community talks about it a lot when it comes to the competitive side of the esports.
You like armadillos better than dogs? I've actually never seen an armadillo in person.
But official pizza of Call of Duty is Little Caesars. If you're feeling hungry while checking out Call of Duty,
They're like mobile tanks. They are pretty cute in videos that I've seen or pictures.
we continue on with the coverage for today. Everyone is talking about the new dog score streak, of course, and courtesy of Little Caesars, we get to see a little bit more with them as we sat down to talk to Dog for a pep talk.
What's up, everybody? This is Little Caesars Pep Talk with the side of Black Ops Intel. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, joined by a very special guest. We got T-Dog Smitty, and T-Dog Smitty, I have a special present for you. You hungry?
I am so hungry.
Let's eat, my friend. Bring him in.
Look at my guy.
It wouldn't be a Black Ops
Thank
without
you so much.
a robo delivery service. It's launch week, it's reveal week. What's the content strategy?
Get as much content as humanly possible. First, we want to look at the maps. Black Ops 2 guns are back.
What's going to be new in this game that you're pumped for?
The wall bouncing.
Weapons, I saw the camos are kind of nuts here.
The best thing they're doing this year is it's any mode you want. So campaign, zombies, Warzone, multiplayer.
There you go, Skull, campaign camo. Confirmed.
As fast as possible, loadout. What are you running?
Holy moly. The M8 felt really, really good when I used it. The Peacekeeper felt great.
If you're
honestly, right now they're all pretty good.
For anyone who wants to become a Call of Duty creator,
Yes.
what pro tips do you have for us?
Don't just go live for 4 hours, mindlessly doing random stuff. Have a strategy.
Final question. This is the Little Caesars Pep Talk. Where can I find more content from T-Dog Smitty?
YouTube.com/TDogSmitty.
For all of you at home, it is time to open the Little Caesars app, accept the Call of Duty challenge, complete it, and you could win Black Ops 7. Yeah, a free copy. And you are also entered for a chance to squad up with George Kittle, maybe T-Dog Smitty. Number 85, Little Caesars Call of Duty. Does it get better than that? I didn't think so.
That was amazing, and we gotta love that dog. By the way, our creators are rocking Corsair peripherals throughout the venue, so you at home can enter for a chance to win the peripherals bundle by entering the sweepstakes on the official Call of Duty X account and use the hashtag below. But we'll be right back, and more Black Ops 7 coming right up.
Dominate every game on a big screen TCL QG.
Armadillos and COD would have miniguns and RPG. Yeah, absolutely.
FreeSync Premium Pro. TCL, the official TV of Call of Duty. Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty. Operators, get ready to ride the special edition Polaris Razor Pro R and Sportsman XP 1000 vehicles, dropping soon into Call of Duty Warzone. You're invited to the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge. Open the Little Caesars app, accept and complete the challenge. You might win a copy of the new Call of Duty Black Ops 7. You'll also be entered for a chance to win the grand prize. A trip to an Activision studio to squad up with George Kittle in a 1-hour epic Call of Duty battle. Complete the Little Caesars Call of Duty challenge today.
Welcome back, Black Ops 7 multiplayer. Looking sick, looking slick. We've been joined by Lawrence Metten, Associate Design Director at Treyarch. Lawrence, I know there is a lot of stuff going on with Prestige in Black Ops 7. So firstly, welcome to the Only Room. Secondly, tell us more.
Thank you. Yeah, so we have classic Prestige in Black Ops 7. We have a new journey. Excited to share more about the updates coming to Prestige Master and the icons and things like that as we get closer to launch. But our big story with Prestige in Black Ops 7 is the return of Weapon Prestige. And we're really doing for Weapon Prestige in BO7 what we did for Classic Prestige in Black Ops 6, and that's bring back a fan-favorite progression system in a way that feels faithful to the way it used to work, but also bigger and better than ever.
So Weapon Prestige is bringing an even deeper journey for players with their favorite weapons. Lawrence, tell us how this is going to work.
Yeah, so reach max weapon level, you're going to have the choice to enter Weapon Prestige. Doing so will automatically unlock a unique Prestige attachment that each weapon in the game has. And these are chunky, build-changing attachments that really change the way those guns play. You're also going to unlock a camo, and the Weapon Prestige system is packed with camos, some of which are remastered Black Ops 2 camos. So you may see some fan-favorite camos on the screen here. You know we had to do graffiti camo.
One of my favorites.
Oh, it's so many.
Oh, that's great.
Charms, camos, attachments, Prestige has got it all going on. But Lawrence, it feels like Black Ops 7 is seriously about the camos this time around.
Oh yeah, we're going big with camos. So we have their core camo grind. We have camos in Prestige. We're going to have camos in our live seasons. So weekly challenges, we'll have 2 camos per season, an animated camo to chase for completing that system. We're going to have camos in our seasonal events. And I mean, we're going big with camos. There's a redacted camo.
Oh, I know. There's so much grinding, Mitch.
He came prepared. Like we were like, there's only one thing you're allowed to wear.
He's working through his headshots. He's early in his journey.
I'm 5 headshots in on this thing.
All right, I know we all love the camos. Matt, what's your favorite one?
I mean, so Lawrence mentioned we've got some remasters, some reimagines. I worked on Black Ops 2. One of my favorites. It does relate to a breakfast meat.
You know I've been outside your office with signs picketing for this one.
You have been sliding bacon strips under my office door.
Subtle.
Subtle, but we took it. So hey, I'm gonna go with bacon. Bacon camo.
And it's never looked better.
It's sizzling in this
is
game.
Hot. It sizzles. It's greasy. It's all of the
all the things we need it to be.
Okay, so while we unlock these camos and more throughout this progression journey, the best part is if you make something awesome, you can now share it with your friends. A first now in Black Ops. Lawrence, can you explain the sort of the build share for us?
Yeah, weapon build sharing. We've wanted to do this for a long time. We've finally been able to do it with Black Ops 7. You can send a build you've created directly to a friend. You can grab a build from the kill cam. So if someone's got your number in a match and you're like, man, what's that guy using? Grab that build, throw it.
All right, Reigns, thanks so much. Yeah, the build share is going to be neat. It's going to make our lives way easier when you guys are like, hey, tell me about that build.
Edit a build, edit a weapon, and that build code updates. Anytime you see a screenshot of the gunsmith posted to socials or out of game, grab that build code, throw it into your game, and you're rocking that gun.
Yep.
My days of digging through the spreadsheets are over.
Yeah, I can join
I'm
my
so
pro.
excited.
I'm going to join my pro friends and be like, what's the build? They're like, here it is. Bang, straight into my loadout. Sick, that's so cool.
It's I spent a lot
Straight
of
into my
time
loadout.
The social medias looking for meta builds, so I no longer have to do that. I can just grab a code, and I will also.
Oh man, COD Community is going to be able to just publish build codes.
Hit him up on a Saturday night and be like, hey.
If you want to know anything,
what is the best
Pablo's
weapon,
your
Pablo?
guy.
And now he can just send me a code.
Yeah.
Pablo build codes are blessed.
Pablo
If you get a build code
Absolutely.
from Pablo,
Maybe
you know it's
maybe
gonna
we
fly.
will be blessed and get one from him closer to launch. But we've already seen quite a bit of gameplay today. But one thing we have not seen.
Yeah, no more calling each out.
is
Absolutely.
modes. More modes, new modes. We need
Modes.
to talk
We
about
got
modes. So we are talking about Skirmish.
That's right.
Which is not in the beta, but will be there at launch. What's Skirmish all about, Matt?
Yeah, so Brittany said we got maps, and I'm going to say we got modes. Skirmish is our high player count 20v20 mode based on Avalon. We will have 2 launch maps on day 1. We'll have Mission Edge and Mission Tide. They're very different. We've got one kind of skyscrapers, ritzy, glitzy, glamour, wingsuit, grapple all over the place. Then we've got one that's a bit more grounded and plays a bit more like a familiar multiplayer play space. We love our high player count modes at Treyarch. We've taken inspiration from Fireteam. We've taken inspiration from Combined Arms. And we've got something really exciting for day 1.
Nice.
Really, really exciting stuff. We also have a new mode that we're going to be seeing live gameplay for today called Overload. What's that about?
Well, we're going to find out. Back to the studio.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here with Joanna, lead game designer on all things modes here in Black Ops 7.
So tell me about modes. What do you and your team do?
My team focuses on designing game modes here at Treyarch.
There's one mode that we would love to talk about, a brand new mode called Overload. What is that?
It's a 6v6 objective mode. You have 2 zones, they have 2 zones. Your goal is to secure the overload device and pick it up and capture it in one of the opposing team zones. Once you secure the device, you have an outline on you to indicate that.
Appreciate that, Mitch. Thank you.
By bringing the device to one of the zones, your team gets 1 point. Your goal is to get 8 points to win the match. And it's been great working on this mode with our partners at Binox.
What happens after I score? Does it respawn in a set position or is it random?
An overload device will spawn in one of those 3 locations. The rotations of each spawn is predetermined for each map.
Excellent. This sounds like a very competitive mode.
Oh yes, it is very competitive. It requires a lot of team coordinations and strategies.
Sick. Okay, when it comes to internal playtests, you know, are you guys going crazy? I mean, who's the goal scorer for you guys?
I would have to say I'm the one who tends to be the one picking up the objective and running the device. Mainly because I'm an objective player, and a lot of my team members like Matt Trons and Colin Overhaul, they are the slayers in my team. So they tend to clear it my way, and so that I could capture the zone.
So the boys are allergic to the objective. Noted. Good to know. Are there anything within the sandbox of BO7, any new tacticals or anything fun you would recommend using in the mode?
I would suggest you equip the new Sight Grenade. It activates hallucination of enemies that are not there. And so when they shoot them, they just burst in red mist.
Huh.
It's fantastic.
So if I get hit by a sight grenade,
That's a neat
I
grenade.
hallucinate, see things that aren't really there.
Yes.
But I can engage with them. And my teammates just think I'm going crazy and shooting walls.
Yes, correct.
That's how I know I'm in trouble. This sounds so much fun. I cannot wait to get my hands on it. And we get to play this in the beta as well.
Yeah, and we can't wait to see y'all in the beta.
Thanks, Joanna. Back to you guys at Next.
And you can play Overload in the beta. Pre-order Black Ops 7 or subscribe to select Game Pass plans and get early access to the Black Ops 7 beta starting in just 2 days on October 2nd. Plus, don't forget to jump into the beta on day 2 of early access to experience a taste of zombies with survival. Preload the beta starting tomorrow. And remember, when you play the upcoming Black Ops 7 beta, you can earn all the new rewards in-game, usable in the beta and in Black Ops 7 at launch. If you plan on playing the Black Ops 7 beta on PC, you must have Secure Boot and TPM 2.0 enabled to get in on the action. This is
Make sure you PC players, you have that all set up.
Players have the most secure and competitive play. Check out the QR code for more information on how to make sure your machine is compliant. Now let's check out some Overload.
Woo! I cannot wait to see some Overload. I know all of us are itching to see if there's going to be a competitive future in this brand new mode. Some historical nostalgia, kind of maybe leaning on some previous game modes, but something that is so dramatically unique. And with the new mode comes another new map. Let's open up and find our way into the Australian desert of exposure to check out Overload. Take me through just this first half of the game that we're about to see here, Dream Crazy. What are we looking at?
This map looks wild from a standpoint, but you really do have the ability to work to the sides. We have a suspended guild crate, which allows jumping across ladders to gain higher vantage points. And then you have this like indoor control room, which kind of like acts as a node for, enclosed areas, good for holding exits and entrances.
Absolutely the case. Again, some of the keys as we see Sim's team run away with an 8-1 victory. Here are the things that we just need to point to. You saw it in the opening video. The key is to get to 8 total points overall. That gets you a net win. But I think for those that are thinking more on the competitive structure, really the mode is set up into be 2 different halves. You can get 4 points in a particular half. That immediately ends the half and you switch sides, so that way you're not just sitting on one side of the map the entire time.
Exactly. It makes it a little bit more fair that way, you know, switching the sides. And then, of course, should we get there overtime, right? We'll talk about that there later.
We will. We will talk about that later. But that was just a small look at exposure. We also have another new map for you to get a little bit more of a deep dive on, and that is Imprint. And this is really fun, and I didn't actually realize this until Brittany was talking about it. As you run through some of the snow parts of the map, you actually leave footprints behind. So not only is this a 3D printing-based facility, but Imprint also lends towards that other new mechanic of being able to see some of those snow footprints as you walk through.
Now I gotta ask her, do we hear the crunching? You know, does it really get that realistic? But that's something we've heard before. Hopping here on Imprint, this is also another one with an inner facility, right? You got a lot of these fights in the center part of the map, and then also those hazardous drops around the map, but also an inclinator that lifts and control, you know, lifts people up in those upper zone, snow zones.
Indeed the case. And this is also an overload mode that we're seeing at the moment. And another thing to point to, that overload device has 3 different spawn points, and you heard Joanna talking about it per map. They're set locations, but where it spawns may determine what exactly your setup and strategy is going to look like as you try to score, whether that be at the A or the B point. So really interesting dynamicism being brought into this new game mode that I think, again, fuels that competitive spirit.
You should take work off early.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, some of the spawn points and the fact that, again, that it does rotate around the map, it really kind of just allows you to set things
I'm
up
so
here.
excited.
An extra shout out here to Monster.
Oh, Monster bonus energy.
Beast. Head to Call of Duty. Monster
This isn't even all of them.
to see how you can earn bonus in-game rewards.
I'll tell you, I am a Monster fan, and I've been picking up that no sugar white Monster, and yep, there are still beta rewards being pushed onto those cans, so make sure you get you some immediately. Another one of those spots, again, that overload device. Some of you may be wondering, what happens if you fall off the map with the device? Well, there's no like cheese in terms of possession. It'll just pop right back up to where you fell off the map, so you don't have that stall tactic that can sometimes be used to give yourself a bit of a competitive advantage if you find yourself up like Stephanie's team currently is.
Yeah, some of the players had a little play test of that and trying to throw it off the map and realize, okay, we can't get set up on reset. We have to play from this awkward position. So that really does force some of these players to, you know, really
Yo, Rain. How's Hollow Knight going?
So again, keep your eye on it. As that overload device, we also notice that as you either capture it or have it in possession, rather, I should say, or if the enemy does, an outline will reveal your position. So it's something, again, to kind of keep in mind in terms of what am I actually doing? Where am I going? How's my team setting up around me? That level of intel gathering is constantly there as you're playing off of the objective. So that's not unfamiliar, I think, for a lot of modes in the past that are possession-based objectives. So something to keep in mind as you experiment with this new competitive mode. You also see where exactly that next spawn point is going to be for the OBJ. So again, there's things to kind of keep in mind as you play. And as you continue to look further in towards the beta, make sure you shout out. And
Masks are life, I assume?
the off-road vehicle partner.
Now, kind of, you see Stephanie here. They did have a 5-0 lead, and that red team just kind of inching their way back in, as you can see, because you know, with these minute left here, kind of just seeing how much time that we have before the sides are switched, or if should that need to happen. If we didn't already, I know we're kind of jumping into these games that they have started, but you can kind of see there does create an opportunity for teams to come back. Plus, with that Omni movement and you know utilizing it, how quickly they can get around.
And you also see just on the UI right here, Stephanie's able to find a nice 2-piece. That yellow outline revealing that, yep, she is indeed being hunted out. Can you get to the goal in time? Sure can. And another kill to go the way of Stephanie for a 6-2 edge in this particular game. Overload is looking solid. I'm loving it. Xfinity, if you are a partner or at least using them as a provider, Xfinity customers can get early access to the Black Ops 7 open beta. Let me say that again for those that may not have heard me. If you have Xfinity, you get early access to Black Ops 7. Make sure you go and sign up, though, at xfinity.com/rewards.
Pointing out some of the extra perk streaks equipment that we're seeing in the game here. We do see, you notice in Overload, EMPs being utilized as well. A victory comes in for Stephanie and her squad 6-2, but you've noticed that, right? EMPs being able to disrupt some of those plays, those push plays with the device.
What are you thinking? Just quickly.
I just
what
want
do you
to
love about Overload? I hear you. I'm right there with you. Our players are continuing to jump on in, but when we come back, we'll be talking more about camos and more beyond. So don't go anywhere. Call of Duty Next returns after this.
AMD, the official CPU and GPU partner of Black Ops 7. Share the wins. Elgato, the official streaming partner of Call of Duty. Herman Miller. Check out the latest Embody gaming colorways at hermanmiller.com/gaming. Xfinity customers get early access to the Black Ops 7 open beta. Visit xfinity.com/rewards to claim your code today.
Welcome back, Lawrence and Yale from Treyarch. I am excited to share that we have even more camos to show off. We're not done. As we said earlier, there are more ways than ever to earn camos in Black Ops 7, and that for the first time, that includes a dedicated camo track in the co-op campaign.
Yeah, this is something we've never been able to do before. We have a dedicated camo track in campaign for the first time. And it's really excited to have 16 mastery camos in Black Ops 7. All new mastery camos.
So 4 in each.
4 in each mode. Whether you're playing multiplayer, zombies, Warzone, or co-op campaign, you're going to have a dedicated camo journey and some dope mastery camos to unlock. Let's take a look here.
It's co-op.
Molten Gold.
Yes, these are co-op campaign mastery camos.
Literal drip. Molten camo. Molten gold. That looks so good. Moonstone as well. This is awesome.
Might be one of my favorites in the game,
Me too.
Moonstone. The Treyarch weapons team has really pulled out all the stops with these mastery camos in BO7.
Chroma Flux. I'm loving the sort of star details on the handguard as well. There's so much going on.
Guns look incredible. And of course, obviously for all this stuff, like global progression, works across every single mode for the first time. So you can earn this and still be leveling up 1 to 55. It is huge.
I had to first look at the co-op campaign mastery camos, but we got to look at the multiplayer ones as well. I mean, I'm going to be playing all of these now. A wonderful time to be a COD player, but these are some of the multiplayer camos that we can be unlocking. Lawrence, Shattered Gold, talk to me.
Yeah, the 16 all new mastery camos. Here are the MP ones: Shattered Gold, Arclight. I don't know if we've ever had a shinier diamond.
This
in
one
Call
got a
of
lot
Duty.
of cheers in the creator room.
Yeah, it did.
I like that. Holy
That's
shit.
sort of like Black Ops 7 vibe for me.
So much creativity from the team to be able to pull these off.
This one's one of my favorites. I feel like this one's going to be slept on, but I'm saying it.
Tempest.
Oh, dude, this is great. And you picked a great weapon with a lot of surface area to show off the skin, which is very cool as well.
The drum mag.
And yeah, rounding it out with Singularity, our final multiplayer mastery camo. In true final mastery fashion, this thing will change when you shoot it. So all 4 of our final masteries across the game have this dynamic nature to them that is just really awesome with automatic weapons and high caliber guns for sure.
That is so fun. That is so cool. Well, Lawrence, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot of camos. There's a lot of rewards. How do I keep track of all of these? Let's say I'm having a big session. I've unlocked a ton of stuff, but I was on, oh no, I spilt a beverage on the table and I looked away. Oh no, what did I unlock? Can I find out that?
Great question, Miles. Yeah, so we have a new feature in the game we call the reward feed. Pop open the reward feed.
I like that.
And it's got your history of all of your unlocks right there. So
that's a phenomenal quality of life update.
Multiple sessions. You can pull it up, see what you unlocked a few days ago, equip content from here, investigate, to dig into challenge screens and things like that, and really going to help players keep track of all this stuff because there's a lot to earn.
That helps a lot. And that was everything from stickers to attachments to weapons.
Everything. And you can equip straight from it. It's great.
Now, Lawrence, Season 1 is coming in hot right after launch, and it sounds like with weekly challenges returning, there's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, weekly challenges keep the game fresh each week of the season. So the way this works, each week of the season, we're going to have a new piece of gameplay content to unlock for use in your loadouts. This isn't just attachments. We have weapons, we have score streaks in this system. Complete enough challenges, and you'll unlock that week's reward with challenges for all 4 modes. So truly connected game. You can complete these challenges in co-op, multiplayer, zombies, or Warzone. Oh, and did we mention it's got camos? 2 camos.
And score streaks.
And score streaks, all kinds of functional gear.
Animated camo every season available in this system. We also have another camo if you complete half of the weeks in the season. So a lot up for grabs in our weeklies.
I'm looking forward to the final count on how many camos are in this game. It's going to be insane. Of course, we also have to show some love to our Call of Duty esports fam. The World Series of Warzone is live tomorrow at 12 p.m. Pacific, and we also have some really awesome CDL season planned, and with some full details being released in just a few short weeks. I can say for now, friends, get ready for the CDL to return in early December. Yale, ranked play.
CDL, early December.
Talking about the COD League. Where can we get that?
So obviously we're bringing a ton of content at launch, season 1. Big thing for us is just making sure we have the best ranked experience possible. Ranked play is coming in season 2. We've already been playing with a bunch of pros.
Season 2.
Everyone's getting excited. So much gear. And Lawrence, there's a couple also feature additions to that for people to explore.
A couple things we can mention today. We're bringing back placement matches to get players closer to your rank faster.
Right.
And we know players want surprise camos.
Whoa!
And so we're doing ranked camos each and every season.
Ranked camos.
Camo, platinum, above.
Gotta have bragging rights. It's key.
So ranked play coming to multiplayer in season 2. Now, speaking of the live seasons, I've heard it said that season 1 is going to be the biggest season in Black Ops history in terms of content. Yale, can you confirm?
So we are absolutely bringing it on this game. This is from launch to the end of season 1. We will have 7
Rain.
multiplayer maps. 6 of those multiplayer maps are full 6v6.
Goodness.
This is the most we've ever done. You can expect so much of this.
Yeah, and you said too, like a mix of some fan favorites returning from Black Ops 2, but also those brand new maps.
Yep.
And if I'm hearing you right, that doesn't even count what we're bringing to zombies in season 1.
That's right, 3 maps in zombies. So obviously you're going to see some of that here. But in season 1, we're bringing 3 new
So maybe the
maps.
COD where you go for
1
camos.
round-based zombie map and 2
Love it, Mitch.
survival maps. So this will be the biggest in franchise history.
Oh my goodness. We are wrapping up multiplayer here, but every year there is one Black Ops map. Because you're talking about them, it wouldn't be a Black Ops game without it. So Yale, I gotta ask.
I think some of our fans may have a guess on what this is. Absolutely, Nuketown is coming back.
Woohoo!
Harkening back to some of the love for Black Ops 2. It is awesome. Nuketown 2025.
Thanks, bitch.
Looks incredible. All the new tech that we have, it's a banger.
The
it always
colors
is.
are popping.
It is super fun, and we are excited for people to get to see this shortly after launch.
Yeah, and obviously, like with the BO2 fans out there, I think people are going to be really excited about this version of Nuketown. So shortly after launch.
Yep.
Shortly after launch, indeed. Well, fortunately, folks, we can all get
Nuketown
on
looks
Black Ops 7
good.
beta this week, and I cannot wait to play with some of my friends. Full disclaimer, you know exactly who you are.
Lawrence, Yale, thank you so much. Coming up at next, we are getting a look at Zombies live gameplay on the brand new map, Ashes of the Damned. Stay tuned.
I've been focused on the future, never on right now. Oh my God, baby. Pre-order now and get early access to the open beta.
Change your game. Scuff Gaming, the official controller partner of Call of Duty. Hamilton, equipped for precision. Hamilton and Call of Duty team up for a special edition Khaki Field Auto Watch. Get yours on November 14th. Customize your typing. Drop, the official keycap partner of Call of Duty. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy, the official energy drink of Call of Duty. You're invited to the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge. Open the Little Caesars app, accept and complete the challenge. You might win a copy of the new Call of Duty Black Ops 7. You'll also be entered for a chance to win the grand prize, a trip to an Activision studio to squad up with George Kittle in a 1-hour epic Call of Duty battle. Complete the Little Caesars Call of Duty challenge today. Welcome back to Call of Duty Next, where we are moments away from getting hands-on with Black Ops 7 Zombies, but things are getting a little scary. It is our very own survival map. Look at this.
I know. Y'all are confused. So was I. But as they say, this too shall pass.
Let the carnage begin. Old Tessie and Ted together again.
Burn rubber.
Oh, company. Like mowing a lord of flesh. Poor old glitter. Happy New Year, demon spawn.
Definitely wasn't English breakfast.
Oh, literally at my fingertips. Time to roll out.
Well, that escalated quickly.
That was a bear? What?
Yeah, what a trailer, what a song. Teams on point once again with another banger.
Kevin Drew. I am so excited you're here, Steve Bianchi from Treyarch. Might I say, welcome to the party.
You might.
Like our old friend Richtofen.
Yes.
Welcome to the Dark Ether as well.
It's time. But we're talking all about Black Ops 7 Zombies. And Zombies reveal was massive, Kevin. So let's just start out big picture. How did the team think about building the Zombies experience for Black Ops 7?
Yeah, so Ashes of the Damned really just represents what we want to do with zombies this year. Just as we, the player, have been sent into the Dark Ether, this map is a Bermuda Triangle where all these locations, and it's the biggest RP ground-based zombies map we've ever made. Every single one of these locations has been sent into the Dark Ether in various time periods, and each one has a unique story and atmosphere. And what was so important with this map was kind of looking back at Transit in Black Ops 2.
Right.
And something very unique about that map was bringing real consequence to moving from location to location because you had these extremely dangerous roads between. And so it's a real decision as a squad. You don't want to just go out in those roads. You want to move together.
Yeah.
And so today what the players are going to be playing here is a smaller part of the map. We want to preserve most of the experience for everyone at home on launch day. So what's going to happen is at 30 minutes, we're going to trigger exfil automatically at the next round, and everyone at that point, it's a try to get out alive.
And no main quest.
No main
quest is turned off,
All
so
the
no
quest
spoilers.
stuff is turned off.
No spoilers.
There's still plenty to experience today in this map.
Awesome stuff. And just a taste of zombies. We've talked a little bit about Ashes of the Damned. Let's take a journey now inside the map. Hopefully our creators are prepared for what's about to come their way. Look at this, once again, descending deeper into this absolutely incredible map, guys. It's glorious to look at. A little surprise as well. I wonder if our creators are locked
Got some
in.
help on the way here.
Are they going to see it? Are they going to notice? Oh, I see the lights already. Here she comes. Oh, it's the Wunder vehicle to the rescue.
That's old Tessie for ya.
Tessie is actually here at Next.
Yes.
A lot of our creators, including ourselves, have had the pleasure to get in the real thing, jump on it. There's a Wonder weapon on the top. Oh, it's so much fun.
Yeah, I've been so excited about this map, and I'm so glad it's finally out there. We can talk about it. It's in the hands of our creators. So the live gameplay is kicking off. It's time to hop in. Let's take a look. Okay, so Steve, where are we at? We're seeing somebody, Mama K is getting in Tessie right here, I think, at Janus Towers.
They're starting off at Janus Towers. It's transition from Black Ops 6 to here. They're going to have to get the Wonder vehicle running. They're going to try to get to either the farm or Blackwater Lake. When they're there, they're going to experience some horrors. This is a creepy map. The Van Dorn farm is just terrifying. I love the barn there. There's like bodies hanging. The corpses are swinging. They can break their arms off, fall down and chase you. Well, now they're in the fog.
You took no time to get in Tessie and start going into the roads between.
Oh my goodness.
Tessie's already taken a beating.
That is one of the new enemies on the back of the of Tessie
so
there, right?
those are the Ravagers, and you can see that they're little gremlins, and they love being in the fog, and they just took care of Tessie already. They're really good at jumping on and just starting to just tear it to pieces. Hopefully she gets out of there, because it gets really hectic. So.
I was about to ask you, so obviously in these spaces between the locations on Ashes of the Damned, now you can get out of the Wonder vehicle, but Steve, should you get out of the Wonder vehicle?
Well, we call this the fog. These roads, these transitions between areas, it's very dangerous. The round rules are not the same as regular rules here. So zombies can continually respawn, and when you try to kill them, they actually just poof into like dust and can reform, right? So you have to just try your best to get through there. You gotta run, you gotta fix the car really quickly and get out of there, because you're not gonna be getting points, you're not gonna be getting drops or power-ups. So keep on, make it through.
So we're obviously seeing the Wonder vehicle there, but we need this. This map is so big that we need a vehicle to get around it and drive between each of the areas. Kevin, what does it mean to have old Tessie in RBZ?
Yeah, so this is a true Wonder vehicle, and we call it the 5th member of the squad, because Tessie is so essential to your success in this map. We just saw you absolutely need her to get from place to place, but even beyond that, you're going to be powering her up and upgrading her. Initially, you'll find she's a bit slow and disrepair, but the first thing you do is find a familiar bus driver's head in the starting area and install it in the dashboard of Tessie. So now you've got to get a bit of a automated repair and some personality as well. And then from there, I think we'll see a lot of that today, is getting the Pack-a-Punch. You're eventually going to get to Ashwood and find a disrepaired Pack-a-Punch, and you're going to take that jet thruster, put it in the back of Tessie, give it a boost jump, as well as, for the first time ever, giving yourself a mobile Pack-a-Punch, which is awesome.
Oh my gosh, we're hearing Mama K like she's loving the map right now. She's looking up. What a moody, lighting situation you have throughout.
Yes. There's a lot of atmosphere in this map. It's very creepy. Each space is just very unique.
So what is the name of this location? This
is Blackwater Lake. It's this old cabin that's been transported here, just as everything else. This is really like a Bermuda Triangle type of area, so all manner of places from all over can show up here, and it's just cool. The really cool thing too you'll see is there's unique zombies to each area. So there's some lost hikers here, some backpackers and stuff. In Janus, you'll see Janus Tower security and employees there. Really cool detail.
Okay, so we're back in Tessie. Steve, what are some of the upgrades? What are some of the other upgrades that you can make?
The Abomination skin upgrade is one of my favorites. So you're increasing the durability of the vehicle there, which really helps. It actually is chomping through zombies as you're driving through them. The beam attack is super powerful. It just blasts through, cuts through your enemies. It's great. There's also the DG2 turret, which we just saw. Super helpful. You get a player on top of there, help clear the hordes ahead of you. It's electric attack and chain to other enemies. It's really powerful, really awesome.
Kevin, this doesn't look like the cabin anymore.
No, so we're back. We're over at Van Dorn Farm. So right off the bat, you can get to go left or right, and this is the other path. And somebody got lucky and got a ray gun at round 6, which is awesome.
And it's scum, so you can only go one way.
He's a lucky boy.
So this is you know, lovingly referred to on our team as the murder barn.
Oh, yeah.
Talk to us a little bit about what's going on here.
So the Van Dorn family, they got to the Dark Ether here. They're just a murder family. They're crazy. They took out everybody. You see the bodies hanging here. Some of them are still wriggling around and moving. These zombies can break out. They can break their heads off, jump down and chase after you. So it's just super cool horror vibes in there. It's terrifying. I love it.
So someone just got to Ashwood, and they're upgrading the Tessie with the Pack-a-Punch here. So they've already gotten the power up, and Ashwood is kind of our central location. It's this 1800s kind of western town that was just dropped in this place, and it's kind of right on top of this chasm. So if you look up, there's this massive bridge with a generator. It's just a really cool space, a lot of verticality. Combat roll actually is really useful in this place. Just be able be able to jump off that bridge and just roll right over to Tessie at the garage.
You got any augments for that?
Yeah, Flopper totally supports combat roll. So
it's great. You got to think about wall jumping as well as rolling now. There's a lot of flopping going on.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot of opportunities for some purple explosions.
But before we get too far on Ashes of the Dam, this is such a big map. I want to throw it back to Treyarch so we can learn a little bit more.
I'm joined by Anthony, Senior Lead Designer on Zombies here at Treyarch. So welcome, how you doing?
Pretty good, how you doing?
I'm very ready, I'm very excited. We've got to talk about the all-new, massive round-based zombie map. Ashes of the Damned. Tell me everything.
Yeah, Ashes of the Damned is one of our biggest maps ever. It's around the studio, we like to call it a kind of Bermuda Triangle of these varied locations that have been host to terrible events that have caused them to be pulled into the Dark Ether.
Bad things happening all over the place, and now they're all in one central location for us to play with. Yeah. It sounds perfect. Okay, so there are many locations that we're sort of dealing with and we can talk about on this map, but where do we start?
So you'll start outside of Jadis Towers, but you're definitely not in West Virginia anymore. This is a dark, ruined version of what we saw at the end of Black Ops 6. The upheaval and destruction around you really drives this home and sets the tone for what's in store. From there, you'll have two choices. One road leads to Van Dorn Farm, the other leads to Blackwater Lake Cabin.
Okay, choose your own adventure. Let's go to Farm.
Van Dorn Farm is an homage to Transit Farm ripped straight out of a horror movie. This was the home of a murderous family complete with an underground kill bunker and a barn lined with their unfortunate victims hanging from the rafters.
Extremely spooky. Okay, if we go back, let's head to the cabin. What have we got there?
Yeah, Blackwater Lake Cabin is where a famed horror director drowned his lead actress, believing her death would birth the ultimate terror. But as it so happened, the lake had other ideas.
Okay, Anthony, I appreciate you not giving away too much. There's, spoiler-free territory here. What's beyond the cabin, though?
You can shoot those and go for the critical damage there. But, I mean, this thing is tough. The car can't even smash through it. I mean, it's formidable.
This guy's a terror. He just harkens back to some of our earlier games where you just keep trying to run away from him, and he's unrelenting.
Yeah, unrelenting is a good way to put it. But also, we got to have a moment for the zombies because we love a pun on the show.
Yep.
Yeah, we just had to do it. Because if you go inside the building, he might not be able to get in there, but the zombies will definitely be able to get in there.
Yeah. Now, something else I've been dying to talk about, and we saw a little bit about this during our zombies reveal, is the debut of a new version of some familiar faces. I am, of course, talking about the original crew with a new look.
That's right. So this is our iconic crew, the original crew, but this is the Dark Ether version. Returning is the original voice cast, so Steve Bloom, Fred Tatasciore, and Nolan North, and we're going to be premiering Nelson Lee as Takio this game. And so while you might recognize the crew and their personalities, they have different backstories and a different reason why they're here that we're going to discover throughout the year.
Yeah, no spoilers.
No spoilers. Super cool. I also see some, more familiar faces. The OG crew won't be facing the Dark Ether alone. Steve, what other characters are joining them?
Well, we have returning from Black Ops 6, Maya, Weaver, Carver, and Gray will be here too. As you've seen in the Reckoning, they mysteriously vanished. They show up here now. They're in the Dark Ether. They're meeting up with the original crew here, and their souls are drained. They're going to have to all work together here to escape, right? So it's really cool that there's 8 operators you can choose from to get really good dialogue. Different combinations. It's amazing.
I feel like narratively that's going to be just so fun because I'm thinking about how incredible some of the lines are. The writing's always on point, and just how they're gonna interact together, I'm like,
Yeah,
We'll be making some new friends.
Yeah,
Rick
exactly.
Toffin and Gray are both scientists, but very different kinds of
Very
scientists.
different kinds of science.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, we're talking about what else players can look forward to. Folks, don't forget that we have the beta starting in just 2 days. Pre-order Black Ops 7 or subscribe to select Game Pass plans and get early access to the Black Ops 7 beta starting on October 2nd. Don't forget to jump into the beta on day 2 of early access. That is when you will experience a taste of zombies. Preload the beta starting tomorrow. Also, this is a fun one. The Gobblegum Monster Pack is here, but only for a limited time. Pre-order now before the Black Ops 7 beta ends, and you'll unlock a monstrous amount of Gobblegums. The pack includes 1 of every rare, epic, and legendary Gobblegum. That's 9 rares, that's 9 epics, and it is 10 legendaries, plus 3 perkaholics. Use them in Black Ops 6 starting tomorrow. And don't forget, once you pre-order, make sure you log into Call of Duty before the end of the open beta on October 8th to claim this pack. Christopher Puckett, you've got some more Gobblegum news, don't you, sir?
Yes, I do, Miles. Look at this thing. I got the Gobblegum mini dispenser replica. It works. It's functioning. That's right. And for all those Call of Duty collector fans out there, now available for pre-order, it's the new Gobblegum replica dispenser that you could have on your desk. All fans who grab one of these for their collection will also get a Gobblegum machine weapon charm gift with the purchase, and this will be the perfect shelf companion for your Wunderwaffel that you picked up last year at Next. Amazing stuff coming out of our crew, and it is more than just a display piece. This is a working die-cast metal replica standing 12 inches tall. It can be loaded with standard gumballs, adding an interactive touch to your collection. With Black Ops 7 launch around the corner comes a new chapter in the Zombies story. The perfect time to grab a new addition to your Call of Duty collection. Only available on shop.callofduty.com while supplies last, and you can win it right now. You got no money? No problem. Head on over to X and post with the hashtags on your screen, and you'll be entered to win one of the 3 half-scale collectibles. Or simply use the QR code on your screen. It'll take you directly to the post. Easy stuff. Now, let's listen in on how our creators are enjoying this massive map.
This is main quest.
Welcome back, Rain.
Alright, let's spin the box again. If we can get the ray gun or something, that'd be huge.
Oh, the box looks sick.
I want it. Okay, SMG.
For once, I am not underwhelmed. I am whelmed.
Okay, should we open this up? Kind of intrigued. And also, there's a bin? What is that?
The camo with the map, the purple in the back, it looks so good. Look at that. Yo! It looks so good. All right, let's keep driving.
Okay, we're just coming out of gameplay there, and I have to mention something because we saw one of the first pack camo there on Mama K stream.
Yeah, looks awesome. One of our best packs, I think, in years.
Awesome. Not the first new thing, though, that we've seen. Something I don't think we haven't seen just yet, though, but it's a brand new perk, Kevin.
Yes.
Wisp T. What is that?
So Wisp T is, you're trapped here, you need some friends, you need some allies wherever you can get them. There's a lot of these wisps around, and this perk is all about kind of gaining control of one. And so once you have it, you have an ally. And once you shoot enough zombies, you'll summon this wisp, and it will help you kill zombies, but then you can augment it to do all sorts of things. So if you want to be a little bit more defensive, you can make it help revive you. If you go down, if you're playing solo, it's a great ally to have. What's really cool about these wisps is when you augment them, they get different masks and different colors. So it's just very, very playful and a lot of fun.
Lots of fun. I'm excited to see those. And you know what else is new? We got a brand new ammo mod coming to Black Ops 7 Zombies at launch Steve, what are we working with?
We have fireworks returning from Black Ops 3, but wait, it's improved. So now it's gonna proc and home in on enemies with these rockets it's shooting, which it never did before. And there's also some really great augments like you're seeing here. It'll launch multiple ones, it spin around, take out anything in the area. It's a really good large area of effect here. Great for this map because there's some giant spaces here.
This looks so cool. The particle effects are going wild as well.
Yeah.
In terms of out of the stuff that's returning, what players can expect, the toxic growth field upgrade is back. How's this going to work with this environment, with this huge environment that we're in?
Yeah, so toxic growth is one of my favorite field upgrades. It's from Cold War, and it's all about creating an area of denial. And I think, you know, immediately it can serve as blocking down one of the pathways for zombies, which is critical, right? Like being able to just say, I don't have to worry about zombies coming from that doorway for a while is
I might
clutch.
be safe here for a short period of time. Yeah.
But you can use it all sorts of ways, right? You can plant it down if you want to revive someone. As long as you're in it, you know, all the zombies are coming at you and getting taken out. And then obviously this can be augmented as well. It can get bigger. It can brain rot zombies. It can do all sorts of cool stuff.
Whoa. Well, speaking of augments, there's some big news because all of the research that we did in Black Ops 6 on augments with the Black Ops 6 crew, it's coming with us to Black Ops 7, right?
That's right. It's not like you forgot what you did.
Yeah.
And now that we're in here, we're unlocking additional, you know, branches of science.
Yeah, new science.
We're expanding the augments, so you can actually earn an additional major and minor augment for all content, and you can even unlock an additional second minor slot.
Whoa!
So, in total, 192 augments to experiment with, and a lot of these are pretty big, like game changers with some of the older content. So like stamina up, you can fire while sprinting. You know, there's a Vulture Aid augment that automatically applies armor plates to your armor, so you don't have to manually plate.
I'm so excited about that one.
One of my
That and
favorites.
reactive plates.
Oh yeah, yeah. Is Ether Shroud. Is you create an after image that is like serves as a decoy, so all the zombies attack that while you kind of regather and kind of, you know, re-equip and shoot them.
That is awesome. Oh my gosh, so much choice. We have to be seeing some new stuff. You know, we've seen the trailer, we've seen a hint of what may be a new wonder weapon. Gentlemen, let's take a look at the Necrofluid Gauntlet. Steve, what the hell is this?
That's a perfect question.
What is this?
Great question. Yeah, this is an awesome weapon, a new wonder weapon for the map here. It is this weapon of unknown origin. It showed up in the dark ether here as well. We don't know where it comes from, but you can harness the powers of it here. It has a great melee attack with the claws on it, but it also harnesses this black viscous liquid here that you can manipulate, so you can fire that out. It goes through enemies. You can recall that back as you're doing that. It'll actually also pull in items, power-ups, and damage enemies on the way, but it also refills the ammo into the weapon, which is completely amazing, right? It's really fun.
It's like if you manage it well, you're never going to run out of ammo.
Exactly.
That is awesome. That is really cool.
Interesting.
Wow.
Well, maybe we'll find out where it came from or how it got there. I'm excited.
That's gonna get nerfed
But
instantly.
In addition to round-based zombies, we're also bringing survival maps back from Black Ops 2. So last week we went to Treyarch to learn about what's headed to survival.
Anthony, welcome back. Let's talk about survival maps. We mentioned Van Dorn Farm earlier, and this is the first survival map coming to the game, and it's the first time Treyarch is bringing survival to zombies since Black Ops 2.
Yeah, that's right. Van Dorn Farm from Ashes to Dam will be our first survival map of many. This focused area of the full map is all about staying alive with what you've got. No main quest, no frills. You'll be able to play it during the beta, and you can expect more survival locations based on our round-based maps coming post-launch.
Wow, okay, cool. So confirming we will get more of these post-launch. That sounds like the perfect option for people who want to warm up and maybe vibe with friends before jumping into the main event again.
Yeah, exactly. And while survival isn't as forgiving as directed mode, which is also returning, it's still a quick and easy way to jump straight into some zombies action. Of course, we'll still have our standard mode, and we're adding a new curse mode that'll make zombies even deeper and more challenging for our hardcore players. Sprinkle in some Dead Ops Arcade 4 on top of that, and we'll just have a huge experience for our players.
It sounds like a lot to play, and we cannot wait. Anthony, thank you so much. Back to the show. Plenty to digest there. There's so much to digest, Miles. It was a true pleasure getting to sit down with Anthony to talk about survival maps. Steve, what is the team most excited about? There's so much that you've put into this, but what's top of the list?
The survival maps, it's awesome because you can just jump right in there and play. There's the Pack-a-Punch is there, the Wonder Fizz is there. You got everything you need to survive. There's no quest, so you can just have a really great experience and just enjoy it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just very much like Liberty Falls from Black Ops 6. Like, there's some nights where you don't want to think too hard.
Yeah,
you just want to try to get to high rounds, and this is what the mode is all about. And what's interesting is it's, you know, not a lot of work to just get set up. You have that success, but it's actually pretty hard to get to high rounds because they're so small. You can't just take a zip line or a jump pad out of there. It gets pretty hairy pretty fast. So.
It looks really, really intense. I just love what I heard quickly there from Noah J. He has the fireworks equipped. He straight away was like, wow, these are so pretty.
And it looks
They are
amazing in the
pretty.
map, right? The
looks so
dark
good.
map with the fireworks.
Yeah.
I love
But
it.
I want to ask, is there a round cap in beta?
There is, well, only that it gets to 999, and so I kind of challenge anyone out there playing in the beta. How far can you get in the time that you have? Can you get up there? We'll see.
I don't know. I guess we're going to have to wait and see. Tag us.
Yeah.
I want to see it. But Yale mentioned it earlier today, but Black Ops 7 is going to have a massive Season 1 with the Treyarch team adding 2 new survival maps and 1 round-based maps in Season 1.
Yeah, which is huge. And that new round-based map coming in Season 1 is, I think, one of my favorites of
I was
all
hoping
time.
you would say that because I'm very excited about it, but I'm excited you're excited.
I will describe it as very metal.
Metal.
So
do
metal.
You will with that.
Okie dokie then.
Snip action here from Noah. Okay, well, Kevin, there's more to talk about here. There's also cursed mode. This sounds like something the sort of long-time fans are going to be, really excited to play and they're going to love.
Yeah. So last game we introduced directed mode for more casual experience for fans to experience the story. This year, Cursed Mode is all about engaging our most hardcore players that are seeking challenge. And it just immediately, we're not going to tell you how to unlock this on day one, but I'm sure our audience will find it very fast. And as soon as you get into Cursed Mode, you're going to immediately feel the difference. We're bringing back the classic point system, which is more complex, but you're going to need that because this is going to get a lot harder. You're only going to start with a pistol and no minimap. And so the whole idea of this mode is it's about discovery, and you're trying to find these relics within the mode, and once you find them and unlock them, they apply additional difficulty modifiers to the mode, so you can actually disable things like ammo crates or limit yourself to 4 perks within a match. You start to tier up. Like, why am I doing that?
Yeah.
Well, there's definitely bragging rights, but we also reward you in a variety of ways. And then one of those things is unlocking additional power. So once you get to tier 1, you're actually going to unlock the ability to just purchase gold armor in the mode, which just automatically regenerates your plates. So along the way, you're making the mode so much harder and facing new challenge, but you're also getting a couple tools to help you out.
Cool. It sounds really challenging. It sounds like I was sweat.
Yeah.
Can I complete the main quest in Cursed at launch?
Absolutely. The mode is all about kind of going back and trying to complete the main quest again at these higher difficulties and getting additional rewards.
Oh my god. Oh my god. There's
Okay.
a lot to play here.
Is this the garage in Ashwood?
That was.
Okay.
That was the garage in
So
Ashwood.
what are we doing there? Is that kind of like Tessie's spot?
That's the main place you're going to upgrade Tessie. It's got a way to warp Tessie back to there. If she breaks down, you want to brave the fog, just get there, pay the price, Tessie will be there. Tessie auto regenerates there. You can also actually pay to warp into Tessie there.
Yeah.
So if your friends have Tessie on the other side of the map, for a small fee, you can be there with them.
That's cool. I mean, it's a big map. There's lots to do, lots to traverse. It's really nice that we've got different options to get back in the action quickly. And yeah, if Tessie goes down, God forbid.
You also have jump pads in the level. So as you're driving through and unlocking these new destinations, there's alternate ways to quickly travel back and forth. So you don't have to just use Tessie sometimes.
All right, I've heard there are some juicy new Zombies Mastery camos coming to Black Ops 7. Kevin, let's take a look at what we got.
Let's look at the goods. So first up, we got Golden Dragon, which is
That's pretty
very
cool.
scaly and very, very shiny.
That's cool.
Very beautiful.
That's very
looking
cool.
great off that Aurora Borealis.
Oh, Bloodstone looks
Bloodstone. incredible looking. Doomsteel, I think this is my favorite. Look at all the like clockwork and the intricacy there.
Oh yeah.
I think Lauren said earlier, but the weapons team just continues to outdo themselves. And then our final camo is Infestation, which I think just looks incredible, and it very much ties in with our Necrofluid Gauntlet.
Oh yeah, the vibe of the map.
It's very,
I heard Lawrence call this camo, and I quote, absolutely disgusting.
and I would agree.
In the best way possible.
In like the best zombies way possible, but
Our players are getting sort of a little towards the end of their allotted time here on Ashes of the Damned. I mean, is there any, I don't know, is there any other sort of fun things that you guys are allowed to share? It's still...
I mean, this...
I would like some more tips about the fog, right?
The fog
Since you talked
sounds
about the
horrible.
fog.
The fog actually does have some investigation there. There is gameplay to uncover. I mean, right now we don't have quests and things and side quests on, but you're going to want to explore there, but you have to be prepared to really fight, right? Have a
Fight and
self-revive
run.
maybe, right? Have some perks with you. Have your gun upgraded, because it's a challenge, right?
So yeah, explore the fog at your own risk, but
Yes.
there are some potentially some rewards.
It's your
there.
own peril. Yep,
Yeah, your own
exactly.
peril.
Oh my god.
There's our
We're
bear.
seeing the Zursa.
And there's an effect on your screen when Zursa hits you. It's like a scratch mark.
Yeah.
The bleed effect.
That'll actually shut down your auto healing.
Oh.
So it gets really scary if you get swiped like that, because
Don't panic.
You're gonna have to
Don't panic.
Don't panic. Just
Do
keep
not
running.
panic.
So that's Noah just knocked off one of the beehives there, and it creates a little area. Now you have to still take that out once it's dislodged from his body.
Yeah, Zursa's.
It will
I didn't
home in
realize
on you.
I didn't realize how big Zursa is compared to your player. That's also terrifying. Not to mention the sort of bee like ranged attack as well. That's intense.
It's the Uzi honey for me. I'm not gonna lie to you. The first time I saw Zursa, I was like,
It's a lot of slime.
smelly. I can smell it from here.
Noah's doing great though. He's got a nice little. He's got a good circuit.
Oh yeah, he's
So
a pro.
you mentioned earlier that Ashwood is kind of like the central location.
So the whole map is really, it's a figure 8, and Ashwood is at the middle of that. So it's just this kind of nice, regathering location, and having the garage there for Tessie is part of that.
Yes, exactly. It's a very easy, fast travel jump to get to this location, to have access to the garage, to have access to a lot of the things in the map. Really centralized here. See, there's some zip lines you can take up
Just
to the
heading
top.
back upstairs. Yeah. So a lot
There's
of,
that was one of the jump pads.
no, that was just a rappel line or
there you
a
go.
zip line up. So here we are back at Janus, the starting area.
T-Dog is still at the start of the map.
I would like to think he has come back.
Well,
But you never know,
He's got
actually.
a pack-a-punch there, so I assume that he made his way back to here and he's getting ready to exfil.
Okay, so we know that the rounds are coming to a close here for our creators, and that this is about exfil. So how is exfil going to work in this game? What can you tell us?
For the first time in this game, you can actually do a solo exfil. So you'll see these yellow phone booths around the map at all the areas. You'll hear the phone ringing. If you answer it, you can choose to exfil. So now your teammates can vote to opt into that if they'd like to, and then they can warp to that exfil location. Then you're gonna have to face the Zursa. You're in a confined space here. It's a do or die situation, right?
But it's
your
not
other
just
friends,
any Zursa, right?
Yeah,
No,
an
it's
HVT Zursa. Thank you. Yes.
It's like the Mama Zursa.
Yeah.
Mama Zursa.
And then, but your other friends, even if they didn't opt to exfil, they can actually jump in there and help you out if they want to be, but that's at their risk. They could go down or something can happen. But once you're successfully out, they can continue playing without you. Yeah,
That's really
it's really cool.
I'm going to use this all the time because I feel like it's always like, you know what, dinner's ready, I'm out. You guys keep going, or I'll stay in and you leave. And I love that they kind of calculated risk if they're helping you and they do go down, but at the same time, like, they might just leave you and be like, good luck.
Yeah.
You got it.
You take the HVTs or it's on your own.
We also simplified it this year. It's very clear. It's just kill that HVT and get out.
And get out.
It's
Okay.
not like kill 50 zombies and it's just kill that and you're good.
That's very cool, guys. Oh my gosh. Zursa, what is there any rules? I mean, if it's brown, lay down. If it's undead, go for the head. Is there a
Go for the weak spot.
Go for the weak spot. Hope your weapon is pack a punch. Okay. Oh, the gameplay looks fantastic, and of course, folks, for the very first time ever, we have zombies survival in the beta, and this was just a little taste, a little succulent enjoyment moment.
Interesting to see or play.
Yeah. So survival's all about these smaller maps and just focused on exactly that, surviving. And in the beta, we're gonna give you so many gums because we want you to just experiment, especially some of the new gums. And you know, this is the first time Zombies in the beta. This is incredible. It gives us an opportunity to react to players' feedback and just see like how, you know, what happens in high rounds and how we need to react. So
we're so excited about that. It's gonna be amazing.
I always think that when we can go home and play the game sitting on our own couches at home, like that's the moment it's real for me. So beta always is that. I'm like, I get to play it out of the office. I can't wait. But just being able to play zombies in beta is gonna be awesome. Taste of survival. Alrighty. Well, I think we're wrapping up here with our zombies gameplay, but there's been amazing talking about all of the content coming to the mode and Black Ops 7. But Treyarch was like, hey, why not more? We need more. We want more game. And so we have Dead Ops Arcade returning to Black Ops 7.
Yes, so Dead Ops Arcade has actually been with us since Black Ops 1. It's a game within a game, and if you don't know what it is, it's a top-down arcade shooter that kind of remixes a lot of the pieces of Zombies and some of the other modes to create this massive experience. And this time around, it's 80 levels. It's packed with all sorts of secrets to discover. It starts out top-down, but there's ways that you can go first-person. There's side-scrolling. And for the first time, you're actually going to be able to share a global progression. So you're going to be able to still like rank up while playing this.
Earn XP.
And what's really cool is that you can use gobblegums in this mode as well. Wow. And what we've done is remapped a lot of the gums to behave differently. So it gives like new use to some of the gums you may not like to use in standard round-based zombies.
Awesome.
It's like you might find a good way to use them here. So
awesome. That's really cool. Well, I mean, there's so much content. But that is not all, folks. I mean, we do also have a cabinet, Dead Ops 4.
I was about to say, I watched Miles get smoked in Dead Ops Arcade last night in real life. Kevin and I were eating pizza in the background, cheering him on here in the DOA.
Check it out. This is a custom Dead Ops Arcade for PC by Origin and AMD. It's so cool.
I liked Dead Ops Arcade when I used to play it.
I got a short taste of this last night. Again, yeah, you were both enjoying dinner, but it was really cool.
I couldn't go that far.
It was so much fun. I mean, it's the first time that I've experienced Dead Ops Arcade. You know, I'm relatively new to the zombies world, and this was so much fun. And that was our custom. Well, this now is our custom Dead Ops Arcade 4 PC by Origin and AMD. You can get your hands on this by entering the sweepstakes on the official Call of Duty X account and using the hashtag COD NEXT and hashtag AMDXBO7 sweepstakes. That is awesome, and the game is pretty cool too.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Game is good. PC is awesome.
Shout out to AMD on this one. AMD is the official CPU and GPU partner of Black Ops 7.
Kevin, Steve, thank you so much for being here. We're all going to be grouping up together to play Survival in the beta. I can't wait.
It's going to be great, guys. Up next, we are diving into what's new in Warzone, including a brand new Resurgence map. Stay tuned.
Dominate every game on a big screen TCL QD Mini LED TV with 144Hz native refresh rate and AMD FreeSync Premium Pro. TCL, the official TV of Call of Duty. Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty. Operators, get ready to ride the special edition Polaris Razor Pro R and Sportsman XP 1000 vehicles, dropping soon into Call of Duty Warzone. You're invited to the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge. Open the Little Caesars app, accept and complete the challenge. You might win a copy of the new Call of Duty Black Ops 7. You'll also be entered for a chance to win the grand prize. A trip to an Activision studio to squad up with George Kittle in a 1-hour epic Call of Duty battle. Complete the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge today.
All right, y'all. Well, this next part loads, I'll be right back.
The gifts that all the creators are getting at COD Next this year is actually the watch that is on Axel Vermack's wrist in the game. game, and it is from Hamilton. There's actually only been 5,000 of these made, which is absolutely insane. It's going to be released on the same day of Black Ops 7, November 14th. All the creators getting their hands on it. You could too. Make sure to check it out.
Welcome back, one and all, to Call of Duty Next. We know you've been asking for Warzone news, and today we've got you covered with some special guests.
That's right, because we are going to get our very first look at the all-new Resurgence map, Haven's Hollow, as well as major POI updates coming to Verdansk in Season 1. We're also going to have all the intel on what's coming to Warzone. I know many of us are curious about movement, so there's a lot to talk about today.
Well, live gameplay is coming right up. But first, we want to welcome in Matt Christek, the creative director at High Moon Studios. So welcome to the Omni Room.
Oh, yeah, thank you for having me today. Excited to be here.
I know, no, we're getting into it. We're good. We're about to get going. But Matt, High Moon has been involved in Call of Duty for a long time. You guys have been making awesome content for campaign, zombies, Warzone. What's it like for the studio to be bringing this new map to life?
Yeah, we're honored to be able to work on these experiences and bring them to life. We've been on Call of Duty for a long time, but these are massive projects, right? So, we can't do any of this stuff without our partner studios. So I just want to give a shout out to, our friends at Raven and Beanox. We really couldn't do this without them, but I think we're set up for a great start, for Warzone this year.
It's going to be an incredible year. Big shouts to the team.
Well, what are we waiting for, folks? It's now time to literally drop in. Here's the first ever look.
All right, y'all. Haven's Hollow. Let's fucking go.
Also got attack map.
Yeah,
well, we had to drop in to get to the tech.
Yeah, look at this.
That's how that happened.
I wonder how sort of tricky that is for people in the room. That must be awesome.
I will say these animations have been on point in the room. I love seeing them on camera.
Oh, we've made it. Awesome. Here we are, the first look at Haven's Hollow, our very own tag map.
Yeah, so you can see the theme for this. We're inspired by a late summer, kind of early fall setting in the heart of the Appalachia kind of area. We've got this really small town Americana vibe. There's 9 unique points of interest. There's a little bit of contrast between some of the older rustic elements and a couple newer modern ones. But you're also going to see 2 that are maybe a little familiar, right? We've got the Main Street, which has some elements from Liberty Falls, and we've got the mansion from Shattered Vale. Both have been pretty popular with players.
Yeah, and the colors have been popping on this map. I can't wait to see it in gameplay. But of course, one of our most popular maps in Call of Duty, Zombies with Liberty Falls. I'm really excited to see the team bring a new experience there. What made you guys want to revisit?
Yeah, people loved Liberty Falls so much. We really liked that setting. We thought we could do more with it. We really wanted to expand on it. This is also a place that we've never used in Warzone, so it's kind of a new experience for everyone there.
New setting?
It looks amazing, like a pre-outbreak. It's all clean and nice.
Yeah, it's pre-outbreak.
Until we show up. All right, let's take a closer look now at Haven's Hollow.
Yeah, so here you can see our Main Street. Right?
Yo, agents, just in time for Warzone.
Nice and clean, which I love.
How you feeling today, dog?
Player visibility.
Yeah, that's a big focus
mind.
for us. Lighting, player visibility.
I think we're going to talk more about Riverboat here in a second, because that might be Matt's favorite.
Yeah, it's a good hot drop.
This is like a cool, again, super fun close quarters engagements here, but we still have some nice lines of sight.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, dog.
We've got the lumber mill here. It's got this big industrial interior floor, kind of cool playable elements all over the rooftop. Lots of ways to kind of sneak in through the upper sections. The coal depot, this is kind of at the crossroads of a few POIs.
Interesting.
This is the most modern of the new POIs that we have here, the research center. It's got a pretty risky buy station in the central courtyard in the middle of it.
Awesome. This looks like it could be quite a fun loot area as well.
Yeah.
I'm still seeing traditional doors.
Taking a new pass on and reimagined for Warzone.
My guy, the Z-Rex.
Z-Rex, there's a new ascender in here that goes through the big skylight up to the rooftop.
Cool.
The ponds. You don't try to pull your shoe here because you're just going to break your ankles because
Yeah,
it is shallow
it's only
water.
ankle deep water,
Only ankle
folks.
deep, yeah, we're trying to have a little minimal water gameplay in this map. And train station on the outskirts. This is a good place to kind of regain.
Yeah, I love the looks here. I know the call outs are going to be great.
No, this is pretty average. November is the usual launch date of most CODs. This one comes out November 14th.
Yeah, so it's definitely smaller than Fortune's Keep and just a little bit larger than.
Smaller than Fortunes, larger than Rebirth.
We talked a little bit about
Is it just me, or did that map just look like Area 99 size reskinned?
I really like the riverboat. It's called Haven's Gamble. It's kind of a tight, multi-level space, really good for grabbing loot. It's got an easy buy station that you can access up on the top. It's also pretty.
So, Mitch, they did pull two Zombies maps, two POIs from Zombies maps into this.
Sneak on there. There's lots of zip lines and ladders and lots of risky routes.
Which I'm not against. Being someone who doesn't really play Zombies, that doesn't bother me.
To find out what the hot drop is.
All right, well, this is it, folks. It is now time for the action. It's the gameplay premiere of the brand new Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence map, coming to Season 1 later this year. Haven's Hollow, Dream Crazy, I hold shift. Let's do it.
Do it indeed. 2 rooms full of creators hunting for that illustrious first ever Haven Hollow win. That's always the key. Someone's looking for that X bait. Being able to post that video online, huge. And with the drop, it's not just time for us to drop in for the first time. It's also time for the TCL Power Hour. Dream Crazy, this is fun because starting right now, our creators are trying to complete.
Yeah, so watching this stream, you helped me with
you at home to win a 77-inch
Hey.
TCL QD LED monitor. Which are you looking forward to here, Dream Crazy?
Already, I'm looking at the
you helped me with views, which helps boost my like, standing. But then you, as long as your Activision account is connected, will get perks in game just for watching.
What exactly they are playing for, and for you at home to possibly be walking away with like a 27-inch monitor. You can enter by posting on X, including the hashtags that are listed there below. Make sure you also snap a shot at that QR code. But the TCL Power Hour starts now as we're dropping into our first look at Haven's Hollow. And again, you talk about resurgence, you talk about your ability to try to get high eliminations, but at the same time, valuing the timer of when you can be brought back. And just, again, look at the map. It's just the colors, just absolutely vibrant in this late summer, early fall setting, not to mention what the actual POIs bring to the map themselves.
9 POIs counted yesterday, and Research Center being one that has a buy station right in the middle of the, research, obviously the center. And yeah.
Okay, good. They kept floating loot.
Get your loot, get your cash, and be able to get picks early as teams are landing in late. Adrian, easy pickets for him.
Ooh.
Get nice little MXR out of the initial
Slowish TTK.
Feeling like it's time to find one of his first kills. Help is starting to come back through, though. Decent turn, but shut down, and that'll put him in a little bit of trouble as Booyah and the rest of the squad will try to regain, stay alive, and again, hunt for that first win. Nothing more important in COD Next than being able to boast that you got the first ever win on Haven's Hollow.
One of the things that the dev team highlighted is just the fact that you do have multiple levels, multiple layers where you can regain. So just being able to find a regained spot after, going down early is challenging. But look at Symphony. He's already on 8 kills right now, making it look pretty easy. The MXR-17 seems to be a ground loot weapon that we've been seeing here. Adrian also had one in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's always really fun, I think, just to take a look to see when we go from multiplayer to Warzone, how the weapons kind of transcend, or maybe not, from one to the other, and what actually feels good in hand. Because often we see
Map does look pretty good. It looks way better than Area 99.
into the Warzone space, but not always the case. But again, if you missed it earlier, Xfinity partnered with Call of Duty Next. If you are an Xfinity customer, you can get early access to.
Yeah, they'll still have our guns and everything.
Sign up at xfinity.com/rewards. We're talking free access, people. Head on over, get yourself ready to go, get yourself preloaded, ready to drop in on October 2nd.
Symphony just finding picks and being able to pick out other enemies' loadouts here. He finds himself finding an M8A1, a gun that we've been seeing here all day, be very, very powerful, as well as that Drevik in hand. So hopping on board with Aiden now, kind of just working away outside the perimeter of zone, rotating in from the Warzone gods, though. This is, pretty comfortable. They know exactly what to do. Pick up your UAVs, find information, and continuing on rotating in on the side of the barns here. They are doing just that.
EWC champion, you know for a fact, there is nothing more prioritized in his mind than being able to follow that up with the first ever win on our new Resurgence map. And yep, they've got a little bit of a bait here.
Ooh, those guys got friggin' fried.
Coming through for them, and now you're in a position to. This team is in the healthy spot of possibly winning this lobby.
That was Decky and the boys he took down, and
So your Warzone guns will still be a thing. Your in Black Ops 7, you will not have any carry forward, but Warzone will have carry forward.
the zone is closing in. Top 3 for these guys, who are going to be our
Ooh.
winners for Haven's Hollow.
Well, they've got all 3 members left. 7
They're not in a good place, though.
lobby, and yes, we are going esports mode with this commentary. This is what we want to see. First ever Haven's Hollow win. Can Aiden, Thief, Symphony be the squad to do it? Shut down one team, just one more player to find they're looking good for it. It's calm, it's casual, and we're taking bodies.
Oh, diddied.
Finalize the elimination. That would be good for a power hour box, and there it is.
Diddied.
Your Warzone victory on
Jeez.
Haven's Hollow.
He went to go full Diddy him, and then he's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't at a friggin' COD Next event. That's so funny.
Looks at it, it is beautiful, it is bright. I feel like visually you can literally see everything.
And that's the key. You know, I think a lot of players, you know, when you look at kind of the history of where Call of Duty's been in the last couple of the titles, you know, there's always a question of what's the visibility going to look like in kind of more, you know, generic settings where we talk about like things that are in modern times, or most recently for Black Ops 6 going back to the 90s, a very gritty, very grungy game. This one feels very vibrant, very different, very fresh. And I think players are really going to enjoy that, not just across what we saw in multiplayer, but we also saw it in Zombies, and now we're seeing it specifically in Warzone. If you want to get the full spectrum and make sure that you're looking at high quality, make sure you check out AMD, the official CPU and GPU partner of Black Ops 7 and Call of Duty Next.
A lot of the players were saying that too. Like, this is just a beautiful blend, it feels like, of like all games. You get a little bit of Black Ops 2, you get a little bit of Black Ops 3, you get Black Ops 4 elements, even some kind of IW elements in it. It's just like a blend of all Call of Duty, it almost feels like, but it's very fluid, and you can still see that fluidity continuing on here in Warzone.
Well, we'll head over to Scump, Shotzi, Methods. A little bit of trouble on the outside of the circle in Zone 5. No more resurgence at this point. If you're unfamiliar with the mode, you eventually do not get that immediate rebirth back in. Oh, and a little bit of trouble here working their way back into Zone, trying to play the slow side of the circle, see if they can find a way to come through as... How about this? Leonard Fournette finds himself teamed up with the majority of Team Falcon, Soka, and Shifty in the mix with him, trying to carry him to a win.
Peacekeeper in hand too, being able to take down Scump. Oh, Scump did slide away, but still does get pinched by Shifty there. And there's the habit. Leonard, Hisoka, and Shifty also win this other game here of Haven's Hollow, displaying it and winning it around the chapel side. You love to hear. Happy cheers. All right, he's feeling himself.
That's the Falcons energy right there, though.
Yeah.
That's the Falcons energy right there. Leonard's having himself a good time. I'm sure we'll see him in the beta. And, you know, I just want to throw a little shout out into the mix, too. You know, talking with the devs and hearing them, of course, here across the show. This feels like there's a different level of, like, aura and pride surrounding every element of this COD Next.
I like that the Zombies operators don't look too wild.
Releases, talking about the content depth that we're seeing, not just on launch, but especially building even further into Season 1. I mean, this is going to be a really fall into early winter for Call of Duty fans.
I love that you said that, Shift, because you know I've been gleaming about it. The fact that we have global progression across the board with this content. Like, it doesn't matter if you're playing Warzone, if you're playing campaign, if you're playing multiplayer, you can level up your favorite weapon, even if you're playing Resurgence here. So, kind of on the research side, we see FIFA, again, looting around. It just looks so pretty, so beautiful. But for most of these players, you kind of see them finding a lot of success outside the perimeters and rotating in.
And there's something about finding your first Warzone victory.
I think that every single game, Agent.
That's got to be the goal.
Like, seriously, every game I'm like, this will probably be the game that I'm like, this is the end. Nah, it's never going to be the end.
And, ooh, Redman's actually showing up in the proximity chat, so we may have a couple of Goliaths in the Warzone space facing off.
Well, I'm excited for Battlefield to be able to compete with COD this year. It's got a long way to go. It's got a big update cycle that it needs to go through in order to to get approved to be like the next game.
Those opponents, as you see outside the research center. If you're wondering, the research center is far east of this map, and of course, prepare for battle. Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of.
Hey, shout out to Corsair, my new RAM and PSU power supply unit coming in clutch to save my PC build.
We're not giving anyone anything. Like we're locked in here.
Yeah. These guys, yeah, they'll always keep you laughing, always feeling the group. But yeah, I love just kind of just like looking at
Recoil looks good.
Of the legendary MXR17, which almost kind of looks like gives me HVK vibes for BO3. Also, to kind of just taking a look at the loadouts of what some players decided to pick, the M8 with the Dravik seems to be quite popular with Mountaineer, Quick Fix, and Tempered. As you know, Tempered does give you that 2-plate slot as you can heal up quickly.
Yeah. So some early ideas in terms of what weapons in Black Ops 7 may become viable in the Warzone space. What's your feelings kind of looking at this map? I know that, we're coming off of a lot of exposure in content surrounding Rebirth Island, whether it be from EWC or just other events that have been happening in the space. But you kind of heard the devs talking about the fact that, like, we really purposefully, with the intention of using water, really not using water. Yeah, there's water elements, but they're all shallow. We're not seeing that same kind of swimming around regain style, so it really forces you to play inside the bounds.
Ooh, FIFA got caught.
What do you feel about that compared to other Resurgence maps that we've seen in the past?
I like it because, like, you really just have the water that's kind of on the far east side of the map that separates, like, the mansion area. And then, like, it kind of just goes around the map, so it kind of creates like this outermost like regain situation where you have these hot spots but then regain spots, and it's kind of like a blend of both internally in the map, but it's like it's not too much where you just get caught and you can't regain at all, right?
Ooh.
Aiden just
repulse. Oh, Aiden got diddy backed.
Spit on. That was repulsive Biffle.
Not today. You even saw the head shake too.
I mean, I cannot believe what I just saw. He had every advantage in that gunfight. Off the mantle. But again, Omni movement, a little bit different. And now a chance to move deeper into the central POI for Repulse, Biffle, and Shamu.
I believe last year these were our first winners too.
Oh, good
so
call.
it's kind of serious to see Repulse beating for it. That was Matt Cracks that he just took down. And another one. Is that Big Daddy Hex?
That was Big Daddy Hex. That's the boss.
Ooh.
Wow.
How dare you do that to him? Breaking his arm like that.
This map does look good.
This is COD Next.
This feels like Vondel lighting on like an Ashika aesthetic. Like, I'm liking this. I'm liking this.
Like Rebirth Island in the past, where it's like you can deep dive, try to regain, wait for your teammates to jump back in. Like it's going to force you to play inside the map from really start to finish, which I think also builds towards a more frenetic pace. You heard that word be used a lot by the devs. Like, a lot of these POIs are very chaotic. You've got a lot of central points that you can fight over, but also on the exteriors, places like train station, places like coal depot, are going to force a lot of teams to continue to fight even when they're not at full strength.
Those buy stations really make a difference too, as far as where you're regaining and what teams could be holding them down or locking it in. Repulse able to get some information. UAV you can see on the map, being able to locate enemies as it's pretty much an advanced UAV we got going on here.
Yeah, they got advanced right now. Yeah, so you would feel like this POV is going to be a fun one to watch through the foreseeable future. Trying to single-handedly hunt down a team of 3 in front of them. Smokes are out. Hunt is on. Looks like this could be a third-party situation as well. And, well, no need for it, as Repulse is just doing it all himself. So, again, you're seeing some of the most experienced Warzone players really just running and gunning.
Oh, he got that visibility through smoke before Repulse did.
But, the other thing about this map that, especially coming off of taking a look at maps like Rebirth Island, which is currently one of the big favorites for Resurgence, is that you do have levels of elevation, but it's hilly. It's not like these dramatic inclines where you see zip lines are necessary. I think that, again, leads towards how does the movement of Black Ops 7 transition into the Warzone space?
I don't think I've caught anyone doing wall jumps yet.
I'm thinking, okay, I don't have to break my neck looking up at peak or like the verticality. It's not too high. It almost seems just pretty level headed. You know, some of these buildings though, where you do have multiple levels, where you could potentially hold the high ground or maybe even land on the roof, could be beneficial. But nonetheless, I agree with you. It does seem very like blended out. It's not too much in terms of verticality. Did I just see 19?
I saw 19 for Repulse. So. These guys
13.
are holding nothing back at the moment.
He's only got 13.
Fun stuff. And we're going to start to seek another late game situation. And like even just looking at him on the drop in, like yes, you've got these central areas that are going to have a bit more clutter, a little bit difficult to kind of use that kind of more floating UAV style, but the map it feels open. Like there are a lot of transitionary spaces that you could get caught on. So one of those things you got to be a little bit more cautious of as we head on over to Teep, playing with Isaac and Crowder. These three boys were vibing yesterday, very close to one another in their setups during the tech test. For some reason, I can't say the words tech test together.
It's gonna be a tongue twister. Oh, shots on. I believe that was that Chrissy down below. Napalm strike you see coming inbound, but I love the fact of kind of like this utilization, right? You mentioned that open area and rotating out. I feel like that's where we see players use a lot of stim shots, smokes, using those utilities to get across.
Yeah, and that's familiar, right? And that's kind of what we've been talking about a lot through COD Next, is how much of the game feels familiar but uniquely different. You're going to start to see, like, yeah, the things that you've been building over the course of at least the last year in Warzone will still apply. It just comes down to how can you utilize new movement techniques, and maybe even more so, again, with tac sprint being a thing you have to really perk into. It's going to change how you like your loadout creation is going to look like. But I don't know. It feels like, looking especially at our most experienced players, it feels like they're already locked in, and there's no they're no stranger to what they're already seeing in the gameplay form.
Correct. I think we saw TP a little bit with the LMG, the MK. 18 being one of them, but another elimination we got here, using a body shield.
Oh my god.
We're seeing too much of this tactical plays here, but nonetheless, you kind of see that big game bounty going in, and I think the boys are going to go towards Ryda there, who you can kind of see the big game bounty running away.
Yeah, they're on the way. You heard the calls. They're hunting.
Oh, they're on my level.
I think especially knowing that early circle days, you're going to lose the resurgence timer here in a moment, but you've got a 3v2, and yeah, there goes Joe, there goes Brett, looking for the last.
Oh no, Ryda!
And the resurgence does get disabled.
This is the World Series of Warzone crew just being like shitting on each other. That's so funny.
Spawned right back in again, so maybe a chance for that team that they found as victims to regain.
I have to say, visually, Mansion looks so clean, especially with the hardwood floors.
Yeah.
And again, there's not a lot of dark spaces, dark corners where players have talked about. Sometimes it's visually hard to see enemies and opponents, but I just visually again, have to stress, even inside buildings, how good it looks.
Yeah. It's just, everything feels so clear. And the other word that we've heard the dev team talk about a lot is lighting.
Yeah.
How much focus they put on the exterior versus the interior of certain areas. And you're right, again, dark contrast versus light bodies. Other areas that feel like you have an idea or an opportunity to utilize cover, but it's still like you're not incognito, I guess I should say. Like you're not camouflaged by the environment around you. And it's just, I think that's something that people find a lot of fun with. Being able to know where your fight is going to be, and it feels like you're on an even footing. And there it is, another look back over towards the Z-Rex and what this area starts to look like, especially again that dome, that big atrium, where that natural lighting can still illuminate a lot of these darker corners.
Still providing that realism element to the game, and we just love to see that. So kind of just, I think I believe this squad here, Repulse, Biffle, Lucky, they kind of cleared everything out, but just making sure, still kind of as we roam through Mansion side.
Yeah, 3v1 situation, so they're going to get a win here. But Repulse is going to have some clips to send to Twitter later. that much
For sure. I was like, man, they wiped everybody so dang fast. I was like, yeah, you're right. I didn't even realize that. One player
Oh, wait,
left.
they're going for the dedicated melee kill. This is part of the TCL Power Hour. They're going for the dedicated melee kill. If you want a 27-inch TV, get loud in chat, because this is what you need. They're on the hunt. Get there. Run there. Sprint. Get there. Biffle, do it. Do it, Biffle. Do it, Biffle. We want televisions. Yeah!
Oh, man.
Bro. Oh, we love it. That's a perfect way to take a momentary pause. Biffle or Pulse lighten things up here on Havens Hollow. We'll be back. More
That's
Warzone coming up. Don't go
amazing.
far.
AMD, the official CPU and GPU partner of Black Ops 7. Share the wins. Elgato, the official streaming partner of Call of Duty. Herman Miller. Check out the latest Embody gaming colorways at hermanmiller.com/gaming. Xfinity customers get early access to the Black Ops 7 open beta. Visit xfinity.com/rewards to claim your code today. You're invited to the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge. Open the Little Caesars app, accept and complete the challenge. You might win a copy of the new Call of Duty Black Ops 7. You'll also be entered for a chance to win the grand prize, a trip to an Activision studio to squad up with George Kittle in a 1-hour epic Call of Duty battle. Complete the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge today.
And those were our first ever matches on Havens Hollow here at Call of Duty Next. Amazing action, the dedicated melee. We got the enhanced body shield kills. We're excited to welcome back Matt Christek from Hyman Studios to talk a bit more about this map's design. Matt and maps. Man, I'm like so hyped from watching those matches that I can't talk. We were screaming back here, but we're definitely getting that small town, sense of Americana on this map. How did you guys think about building Havens Hollow for Resurgence?
Yeah, so first and foremost with Resurgence maps, we really want like a fast-paced, high action map, good flow, really interesting routes.
I keep looking in the Caesars app and I don't see the challenges either.
That players want to engage with, and we really wanted to have a good balance between our power positions, just our cover density, and just spots for people to regain.
Yeah, and let's not forget that Rebirth Island was also based on a zombies map. Shout out to Mob of the Dead. So this is something that we've tried before, and players have really enjoyed it in the past. Excited to see what you guys have cooked with this.
Yeah, Mob of the Dead was great.
Yeah. We know those zombie fans.
Got the zombie fans.
But now we got the Warzone folks playing it, so we're getting back into a little bit more live gameplay in just a second, but I have a few more questions for you, Matt. I know there have been some key areas of focus on this map. What can you tell me about what is going to make Havens Hollow really stand out as an experience?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, when you look at it, right, the visual, it's bright, it's colorful, we've got this amazing foliage.
It does look really good.
Yeah, we're really focusing a lot on player visibility. And also like the power spots we're really trying to curate. So like every tree that's on here, we've hand placed, to try to curate those long lines of sight. There's a really, intimate focus on just like the cover placement, the density, just the flow kind of going through these spaces to make sure that it's easy for players, and just, again, just promoting all those different play styles.
So I think for me, where I'm looking at a game as a player, I'm watching these streams, I'm thinking about how I would navigate the map, like going from cover to cover, and it does feel like
Darkness
all over the place, which is really, really cool.
Yeah.
I'm definitely seeing all these features, and I'm having a lot of fun thinking about Darkness right on top of the old Steamboat. Beautiful.
Ooh.
That's enough for us for now. Let's get back over to the casters and back to the game.
You out in the studio, appreciate it. Yes, we have 250 creators today across 2 epic project map arenas, and we find ourselves right in the midst of the TCL Power Hour. We've already kind of kicked things off, but just as a reminder, our creators are trying to complete these 9 challenges while being in the midst of all the chaos, all the frenetic energy of Warzone. And with these 9 challenges, there come 9 opportunities
Let's
for you
friggin' go.
to win a 27-inch TCL QD LED monitor, and we've already seen a handful. We've seen the dedicated melee, the combat X really came through, and the vehicle elimination that you wanted to. So yes, make sure you post on X, include the hashtags listed, and also scan that QR code to get entered for a chance to win the 27G64 monitor from TCL. Sorry we didn't necessarily get to see the vehicle kill on our POV, Valen. I know you're looking forward to it. We still have a lot more challenges to go, and we're going to jump on board with Crowder to see if his Warzone gameplay looks as good as his golf swing.
It's still okay. If it's free, it's me, right? But plenty opportunities. We'll go ahead and see Crowder getting overloaded there. I think that was Benny, Essential, and Zyro, but I love this map, and I just love the fact that they talked about really catering to all different types of play styles.
Yeah, and it's just like one of those things that we kind of hinted towards it. I will say it's fun to see that kind of extra level of depth being provided by the dev team, talking about the things that we're just automatically noticing. Like I think you and I as commentators, we often take a look to see how does the map kind of flow? What are the players able to do, like, without hesitation, without obstacle hurdling? And it really feels like this map has provided a lot of fun and again, just a lot of open visibility to allow these generic moments to kind of come through. And again, if you're watching these guys fighting for their Warzone win, you need to get yourself a scuff. Gear up for Call of Duty with the official controller of Call of Duty and Call of Duty Next. Get those back buttons, get those interactive triggers, get all the things you possibly need to not end in second like Teep and Co just did.
All right, switching on over though here.
Hey Scuff, if you wanna convert a mouse and keyboard player, sponsor me.
Got picked up.
Or 8-Bito. I use your mouse and I use your keyboard. If you want to keep me a mouse and keyboard player, sponsor me. Just kidding.
Really over on the southwest side of the map.
Ooh.
All of these different POIs, again, are just so freaking beautiful, Alan. I can't get over it. I'm just literally mind blown right now.
Tell me how you really feel.
It's just every tree being placed strategically to allow players to get into that flow state. We love that.
Yeah, they really do. Oh, goodness. A little bit of issue right there, but Isley Gaming able to find the elimination. You can capture your gameplay, share the wins with the official creator gear of Call of Duty. That's Elgato.
Elgato got a stream deck, got a capture card. Elgato's so good.
Not just record, but also live stream and just enhance your overall gaming setup. So make sure you check them out at Elgato. Big shout out to our friends there.
All right, so what do we got nearby? This is kind of see that echo unit go down, creating a little bit of a deploy, but
Yeah, Elgato shit's good.
all these buildings here, just kind of like looking around, you know, again, just you can kind of see in the main street.
And I'm saying this, obviously I've seen a lot of different POIs. I haven't played this, but it doesn't look like every building is the same.
Duality of it being open. You got the buildings on the side.
Hey, Khaleesal.
Khaleesal?
Yeah, Khaleesal.
That come with Resurgence. I think the inherent question always is about
I recently started following Khaleesal.
chaotic. Am I going to feel like I'm just lost completely? Right. I will say, like, again, like the ability to connect these different POIs has felt really seamless, just watching players transition as the zone forces them to move. But at the same rate, being in that more downtown Main Street feel, yeah, you still get that up close and personal kind of jump scare style combat that you want to see, and keeping that balance between movement versus actual interactions. And if you want to dominate every game, make sure you check out the official
Bunker Busters.
For Call of Duty. That's
Amazing.
Origin. Scan the QR code right there to learn more about how you can get your hands on one. As we continue to see if this group of three can find out where exactly this team is that's around them. Again, that high to low, that multi setup around the riverboat can be difficult to track down players, and that's where Movement Kings will really shine.
Speaking with Khaleesi here, the player we see on her screen, she was just so happy to be at COD Next, kind of just like surreal that she gets an opportunity to test this game, and you know, just kind of just seeing just the energy from all of the creators.
This is my dream to attend COD Next.
This is Khaleesi just rotating.
Not only COD Next, but like all of the companies that put these kind of events on.
To push him, maybe head back down, but nonetheless, I like this riverboat regain spot.
Whoopsies.
It's okay.
Float out in the water. That's fine. It's again ankle deep. It's ankle deep. It's fine. It's fine. No one's mad. No one's mad. So a chance to build out the loadout, see if they can find some engagements, get things going for the squad. And you know, it's another thing too. You know, you talk about just the atmosphere that surrounds this map. I think especially compared to where we are right now in Resurgence with Rebirth Island, like again, it just feels like everything has a unique element to it, where you feel like you're being transported from place to place.
Well, they're gonna try and hold this team.
Autonomous kind of level and nature of how these points of interest are set up. As we get a little bit of a jump scare here. As
Good play.
Finally find some contact around the outside of the Haven's Hollow mural. And also seeing a team load back on in after the Resurgence.
Ooh, they got a nasty head glitch.
Decent shots. Now a chance to follow.
Ooh, darkness. Damn.
Leave that squad a little short-handed.
And I love the Grass 45K, the usage of that attack sprint speed. You got that little extra boost there. So Steiner doing a really good job, kind of just breaching, going quickly with these gunfights, these engagements. You don't want to hold on. You don't want to basically.
Oh no, Tiffy.
But I will say this all coming soon to Warzone. Operators will get to ride a special edition Polaris vehicle. But in typical COD Next fashion, we decided to go a step further, and why not have our creators ride Polaris vehicles in a real life?
Oh no, she missed him to the left there. Damn.
Are you guys ready? We are ready.
Yo, Artifact, thank you so much for the like.
Graham, are you driving?
Wow, we look so good.
Oh, we in now. Scared. You got it. I survived. You were really cool.
That was sick.
Thank you very much.
I want to win that Polaris. I don't have literally anything to pull it with, but I want to win it.
Tons of fun. Fans of course, those that like to go off-roading, you need to get in there and enter for a chance to win your very own Polaris adventure by entering the sweepstakes on the official Call of Duty X account, and of course, using the hashtags right below. You want to get out there. You want to give yourself a chance. We're going to take a brief step out and come back with more action from Call of Duty Next. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Scuff Gaming, the official controller partner of Call of Duty. Hamilton, equipped for precision. Hamilton and Call of Duty team up for a special edition Khaki Field Auto Watch. Get yours on November 14th. Customize your typing. Drop, the official keycap partner of Call of Duty. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy, the official energy drink of Call of Duty. Welcome back to Call of Duty Next, live from Las Vegas. We are excited to have Raven joining us now to talk about some of the key updates coming to Call of Duty Warzone. Welcome Senior Software Engineer Francesco Galetti and lead producer Jason Rohde from Raven Software. Gentlemen, the Omni Room, welcome.
We're so excited to have you here. We have so much to cover, and we want to hit on all of the updates coming to Warzone. But I want to start out by talking about how Raven is approaching the Warzone experience. We know there's been feedback from the community on prioritizing Warzone. Francesco, what can you share with us?
Absolutely, Stephanie. We've definitely heard that feedback over the last year. The team is hard at work continuing to evolve the Warzone movement. It's not going to be one-to-one with multiplayer this year, but we're obviously trying to have fun, bringing in those...
Not going to be one-to-one with That's what we want. We want separated Warzone multiplayer experiences. 110%.
Sounds extremely cool. Like, this sounds like a ton of fun. Francesco, do you have any sort of fun examples for us on the movement change?
Absolutely, yeah. So for tactical sprint, we are removing default tactical sprint, and
we're
increasing the baseline sprint speed to compensate for that. If players are still looking for that tactical sprint, it's not going to be available in the sprinter perk.
And you see, it's a big change stuff. Like,
We're talking about perks more later on, but are there any other movement features coming to Warzone?
Yes, so we're introducing the all-new combat role coming to Warzone. It's going to be in the Mountaineer perk, and it's going to be awesome because it's going to let you reduce even further fall damage and keep that momentum as you land.
This is one I've been using a lot. It's become a crutch, so to say, falling off too many buildings. But
Jason roasted some of the creators in the room yesterday getting set up. He was like, "For all of you out there, I know you have fall damage problems. I got you. Like, we got you covered."
Hey, it happens to the best of us, and now we have a perk to help out with that. Another feature that we want to talk about is loadout customization. So, this is, we saw some of the Resurgence gameplay, and there's a lot of new things happening. Francesco, what can you tell us?
Absolutely, a lot of new things coming for loadout customization. So we are going to remove wildcards. We are baking in overkill by default for everyone.
Overkill by default!
We are having the return of 5 attachments. That's going to make it easier for us to balance and meta based on the feedback.
That is my question. How are you guys approaching to balancing and shifting metas now with these changes?
Yeah, absolutely. Our philosophy this year is to expand on build diversity, making that every attachment choice is going to be a lot more meaningful. Also, we're going to be shifting meta more often, like we said, and make every category for weapons feel a lot more distinct.
Jason, we were talking about this earlier in the show. Sorry, I have to cough. But earlier,
I got you, dude. I got you. We were going to sort of talk about the weapon builds as well. So we've seen it now for MP. Of course, like with Warzone, this is a huge thing. Because my friends are endlessly like, what's the best stuff? What's the best stuff? I'm like, take this. Is that coming to Warzone?
absolutely, yeah. We're stoked to have weapon build sharing coming to Warzone Season 1 for Black Ops 7 weapons.
It's fantastic news. All right, so the feature is going to make things a lot easier with the squad and for content creators as well. I mean, we're seeing these players run as many attachments and stuff as they can now. It's going to be a ton of fun watching them put out content, have a good time, and get us loaded with the best stuff. Speaking of the best stuff, let's throw back over to the casters for some more gameplay. Shift, Dream Crazy. Let's rock.
Absolutely. Thank you, Miles. Thank you, gang. We're pumped to continue on with our TCL Power Hour. We've already seen 3 crossed off, and I know there has been some dedicated, intentional action trying to get this done. And we are able to cross off another one of, well, another 2 of the TCL challenges. Again, our creators are trying to complete these 9 challenges while being in the middle of Haven's Hollow. Once these 9 challenges are completed, there will be 9 opportunities for you at home to win a 27-inch TCL QD LED monitor. We're jumping back into the gameplay, but before we do, scan that QR code. Post on X, it includes the hashtags COD NEXT and, of course, that longer TCL one there to make sure you are properly entered to have a chance to win. Because I'll tell you, we were floating around when they were in the dev studio, and I was hearing people saying, like, what do we got? What do we need to get still? Because these guys, they don't want to just win. They also want to get this TCL Power Hour completed.
I think we only had 2 more left, too. We have an Echo unit and a C4 elimination.
We got those.
We got that.
Sorry, guys. I will be back in like 2
easy
seconds.
as well, we're coming on here with a probably a quick win, maybe a streak. Only 1 player left. His pros is trying to pin him down, but oh no.
Oh, they're in a little bit of trouble. This is down to 2v3 situation with his teammate flying in still. So PA's being tossed down. No gas mask right now. And now it's just down to a 1v3 situation. Oh, pros, what do you got for us? Oh, it's not looking good. Down to the last couple of plates. Gas is chewing them up. Shots coming in. Pros nowhere to go. Not quite able to get over the finish line by the look of it. 1 teammate floating back on in, but it's only a matter of time. Unfortunately, not able to find the Warzone victory here, but so close. So close.
So close. I think you even saw him trying to use his tip shot to get away.
Italian Co.
Oh, there we go. Feeling good about that first win.
No way!
What?
Sorry, guys. I felt a weird blast of heat, and I had to go check to make sure everything is okay. I think it was just my PC getting warm.
That's the VS Recon 2. We've been talking about that sniper, even seeing it in Warzone, how strong it is. And these players are getting ready to load up.
200 plus FPS. What do you think? Everybody's on 5090s.
I really, the one thing I'm also anticipating, as the devs did talk about it, right? We have overkill permanently.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because one of the things that at least I'm kind of locked into, and what I'm noticing is how clear in the UI when you see players with their loadouts, you can see what 5 attachments they're going with. So not only can you get the ability of being able to share your loadouts across your communities or across your friend group, by using the build share that we've seen introduced for multiplayer. Love to hear that it's coming back into Warzone, because I'll tell you flat out, as much as a meta follower I am when it comes to multiplayer, whenever I jump into Warzone, I never know what's going back through. But speaking of drop, you can also get your drop on by customizing your typing with the official keycaps for Call of Duty. Check out drop there as we drop on in to see what loadouts Sophie, Bella, and Chrissy are able to pull for this particular drop. Not to keep using the word, but to keep using the word. Yeah.
Let's see where we are going to land. And this one, it's the Homestead, which is pretty, like, I feel like the only, like, central most, like, POI here. But kind of just taking
I'm watching them also on my Xbox. Nice, Agent.
right
Nice.
here at the stables, the barn, you can kind of see it's a quick loot, and you got a buy station nearby, and also one into the northwest area too as well. So maybe we can catch some enemies rotating over.
Little echo usage right there from Sophie. Again, just kind of utilizing some of the different utility points that come in with Black Ops 7 across the board. We haven't really seen too much of it, but I want to see some more sight grenade usage. I know when Miles was first telling me about the sight grenade, I was like, brother, I will be absolutely debated when I get affected by. I'm shooting everything. People will be looking at me like I'm crazy, but I'm excited for that little bit of new deployable utility coming into the game as well. Oh, we already got our first body shield here. Let's go.
Okay, this is happening way too much here today. These guys are having so much fun. I will tell you what, but kind of just taking a look at the elimination there.
It looks so good. I'm so excited.
You know, I saw his post on X earlier today. He was posting a Black Ops 7 like sniper montage and coming soon. It's a happy 18th birthday because he was looking cracked out. But if he's getting body shielded, I might have to go delete.
You gotta just hear them talking, yeah. All right, so having enough money, of course, to get our loadouts here. The XR3 Ion, a sniper eye, another one that is going to be featured here in the beta. So much.
And I have to say again, like, I just love the clarity, and it's kind of like the unsung hero of like developers, like just shouting out the UI UX directors that are involved. Like, it's just everything is so clear. Like, what does she have in her Peacekeeper? Now you can see it. So great stuff as we lock.
Yeah, the UI looks amazing.
Sophie Snaz with her Herman Miller gaming chair. Proud to be the official.
Oh shit, they're all sitting on Herman Millers.
Make sure you check out Herman Miller gaming.
God.
Your setup and game a little bit longer, a little bit more comfortably. As Sophie locks on another elimination. That scump that gets
it might not be the OG Peacekeeper, but it's probably similar.
Out of it. Ladies are frying.
And I love the decision making that they're choosing here. Like, quickly take that engagement. I mean, take a laugh, take a video, laugh about who you just eliminated. But you can see they're kind of quickly going towards the mansion side, because if you notice behind them, there's a little bit open area. There's a street side, so they just kind of want to get into that cover. And switching on board here with Legends 6K over by the train wreck side. Again, just a lot of situations where you can move fast. We've got an ATV we're seeing here. Smooth pickings.
Yeah, it's just, again, like another element where we talk about the map being a little bit bigger than your normal resurgence, so you get the ability to throw some vehicles in mix. And don't lose time, don't lose track of time, rather, while you're inside of this new resurgence map. Shout out to Hamilton. Equipped for precision, Hamilton is entering the Call of Duty franchise with a special edition Khaki Field Automatic. That is a limited release, so if you're a watch guy or girl, make sure you get your hands on one of those limited editions. So again, we've been wearing them. They're comfy. They're sick. They're awesome. But that's at least it for now. We're going to head on over to break. When we come back, we've got way more when it comes to Call of Duty Next. So stay tuned as we continue to reveal more at Call of Duty Next at the backside of the break.
I'm so happy with this launch so far. That chair that they're giving away is a $2,000 Canadian chair.
LED TV with 144 Hz native refresh rate. An AMD.
Oh, you've played with Legend?
TCL,
Sick.
The official TV of Call of Duty. Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty. Operators, get ready to ride the special edition Polaris Razor Pro R and Sportsman XP 1000 vehicles, dropping soon into Call of Duty Warzone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Jason Francesco, welcome back. We've got more Warzone intel to get through.
Jason, we saw a peek at this in the live gameplay, but there are some changes coming to how perks.
That room is so cool.
Warzone. It seems to be right in line with the approach we talked about earlier that Raven is prioritizing the Warzone experience with gameplay updates. What have you guys been cooking on perks?
Yeah, we are continuing to restructure and update perks across Warzone to create a more balanced experience.
Mountaineer, Mountaineer, Mountaineer.
Fit a variety of gameplay styles.
I miss my good Mountaineer so much.
We have the tac sprint going to the sprinter perk. We talked about that earlier. That's also going to be bringing in some elements of gung ho, which is really exciting. We also have the ghost perk, which will now hide players from advanced UAVs at the cost of a less forgiving movement situation.
And also we can't forget the all-new adaptive perk that merges old elements from previous perks like Resolute and Reflex into a brand new perk, giving you the edge in sticky situations.
Dang, okay. Jason, sounds like we've got to make some pretty serious choices as players when it comes to our loadout now.
Yeah, across the board, we've cleaned up perks so that are either redundant or were just rarely used. Our data show that not enough of them were leading to meaningful loadout decisions. So when it comes to looking at those perk categories, we are looking at like the tracker and survivor perks going to slot 3 or the alertness perk going to slot 2. And we believe some of those perk categorization changes are going to lead to more impactful and balanced loadout decisions.
Jason, with a game like Black Ops 7, we got new toys, new gear, new lethals, new tanks.
Season 1, November 14th.
Thinking a little bit more strategically about what.
I'm pretty sure it launches immediately.
Just thrown all the toys in right away, right?
Yeah, we want to bring what makes sense into Warzone. We want to make sure it fits the modes, the gameplay. The first thing we're bringing over is the needle drone. So the needle drone will be replacing the impact grenades. It is still an impact explosive, but it's providing a little bit more utility for players. They will be able to do manual control and detonation.
We had drones like this before.
Yeah, you can get some fun moments out of it. We also have the pinpoint grenade. You can consider this one sort of a snapshot 2.0. It will shoot out tags that'll be longer duration, multiple pulses, and if you're one of the unfortunate people who gets tagged,
Magic missile. Yeah, magic missile.
The timer, or am I gonna be vulnerable, take out the tag, and try to get to safety?
Choices, choices, choices. As players, we love it. Francesco, what's your favorite tactical?
I gotta go with the Phantom Signal. It's the first tactical that's Warzone only. And it's going to cause up to 3 enemies in a 40-meter radius to emit directional sound. It's going to create a lot of chaos in the battle and some really cool moments.
And scrambling the HUD, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, okay, go.
All right, Jason, let's talk about field upgrades because there are some great ones coming.
Yeah, we have to talk about the Echo unit. It is creating a hologram that mimics the operator in almost every way. Their skin, their stance, their weapon. It's a upgrade to the inflatable decoy in a lot of ways, and it will get you. It has gotten me many times in our playtest.
I've seen it getting people, here at Next already in gameplay, but
Hmm.
I've heard the Warzone teams talking about how there are more opportunities for counterplay in this chapter. What can you give us some examples?
Yeah, the teams really want to go after more intentional counterplay, right? So starting off, we have the smoke grenades, which will extinguish the fire from a Molotov, and we also have stems, which will remove the effects of concussion and flash grenades. So
Smokes exterminate Molotovs? So you can't just Molotov into a smoke anymore? Will it extinguish my own Molotov?
Awesome. I want to know what's in those stems. What are they doing? Great updates coming, folks.
Holy shit.
I'd like a stem shot, please, folks. Well, we're not going to get it, but we are going to get some live gameplay. It's back over to Dream Crazy, and it's back over to Shift. TCO Power Hour. What's going on, folks?
It's still going on, Miles. TCL Power Hour continues as we need to see, are these last two going to come through? We saw the Echo unit get utilized, so now we're all rooting for C4 eliminations, because if our creators can find a way to do that, they are going to open up an opportunity for you at home to win 9 separate TVs from TCL. By posting on X, by including those hashtags, by scanning that QR code, you will enter for a chance to win. 27-inch TCL, friends. It's free. If it's free, it's Ellen. I'm a sucker for a sale. There's no better sale than something that's free. So we'll see if our creators can find one C4 elimination in the next little bit to get our TCL Power Hour completed.
Free, it's me, but holy smokes. Are we talking about smokes that negate Molotov damage? That was an amazing segment.
That's such a crazy thing.
To Warzone in terms of tactical and utilities, using a stim to basically remove the effects of a stun. Absolutely amazing stuff.
And it's not just like the thing that I've really found inspiring, like hearing from the devs, whether it be behind the scenes or in specific, like the segments that they're built into.
The strategy with stuns are going to be to throw 2. You'll throw 1 and throw it again immediately after.
This is, I think, an effect that comes with the ability to look directly at what you just did in this last year for Black Ops 6 and say, you know what? That perk, a little redundant. That perk, not all that well used. This ability, this could be better, and then immediately be able to affect it. And I just love that ability.
I wonder what the audio's like.
Rubber band and come back to what the community has said in the last 365 and come out with something that feels fresh, new, and just absolutely unbelievable. So, as you start to get ready for the beta, make sure you stay hungry. Little Caesars, the official pizza of Call of Duty, as we see another Warzone victory.
Mitch, are you referring to specific individuals?
That's the last team.
It's like these players are getting so locked in. It's just you don't even realize sometimes you just want to go around the map and fly around, get into that.
Oh, damn, that was the game-winning kill? Holy shit.
Intentionally placing every single tree even to make it perfect for our players. They are listening to the community feedback.
Yeah, some people won't like the map.
With a really great product.
And so far,
I think it looks good. I won't really know until I'm
Call of Duty next. So we're going to take a moment to check out today's top plays.
till I'm ready to go.
Right, well, this was one that we had saw with Scump getting pinched here in this situation. And of course, Leonard Shifty and Ahsoka taking the dub.
You see even just bouncing in the background, just the excitement, the joy that comes through. We heard
This part of the reason why it's so short, Death, is the one, they're jumping between 2 different games, so you're not seeing the whole of any game. And 2, unless you're watching somebody's specific stream, 2, it's just a standard resurgence map. The games are going to be normal length. There's also not 50 players in each game because there's bots, because it's COD Next. So it should be standard length games. The map is slightly bigger than Rebirth, but smaller than Fortune's Keep.
You're invited to the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge. Open the Little Caesars app, accept and complete the challenge. You might win a copy of the new Call of Duty Black Ops 7. You'll also be entered for a chance to win the grand prize, a trip to an Activision studio to squad up with George Kittle in a 1-hour epic Call of Duty battle. Complete the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge today.
We are back with our developers because it's time to talk about the iconic Verdansk. Welcome, Assistant Creative Director Carl Beauregard from Beanox. Carl, what can you share us on the updates coming to Verdansk?
A lot, actually. But first, I just want to say that I'm really grateful to be here to represent so many great people who are working on Verdansk across the world. Now, together, we love Verdansk, just like our players. And we really wanted to make sure that for Season 1, we deliver really impactful changes to the map. So, together, Beanox, Raven, and High Moon, we've delivered not 1, but 2 major point of interest. The first one is a brand new signal station.
3 studios, 2 POIs. That's kind of funny.
Well, I think we're infilling as we speak, but let's take a look at the updated TAC map.
There they are.
Very first look at Signal Station coming to Verdansk. Carl, we'll start with Signal Station. Tell us about this one.
Yeah, it's brand new, modern, clean. It's an eye-popping addition to the map. It has a unique gameplay feature that players can take advantage of.
Why does this look like Apex?
Right there, it features multiple buildings with unique visual, but more importantly, gameplay flow, right? You have the control room right there. You just saw the server room.
Actually, is this just a DMZ map pulled out? Like, why does that kind of look like a DMZ map?
To the north section of Verdansk.
I was going to say, I mean, like the map, it looks great, and I love the addition.
Those pieces look like from...
Yeah, exactly. So
what was the map before?
But it's also isolated in the north, right? And so we wanted to breathe life in an area that hasn't seen much action lately. So that's why.
Yeah, it sounds extremely cool. And one thing that I love is just we're seeing it around us now.
Yep.
But knowing that's good, that visual.
Al Mazrah,
is
not Al
gonna draw
Mazrah.
people into this POI. Hopefully, some players are going to drop there today. We're going to get a look. But I think you mentioned earlier that there's a unique feature in store for us with Signal Station.
Absolutely. I'm thrilled to talk about it, really. Signal Station will introduce what we call the tactical heat map. It's a feature that gives you crucial information on the
Urzikstan.
battlefield. So it's really great. It basically, in
I
a
feel
nutshell,
like
it shows the threat level
that
around you on the
is very Urzikstan military base meets DMZ.
Heat map is not in this build here at Next.
So here you can see it, the entire Verdansk displayed in front of you. You have it, that's your personal version where you can see where most players are. It's really useful.
It looks really useful. It's giving, again, us as players a lot of choice. We can...
Tactical Grandma!
A little bit of information around.
Steffi Evans, Mixie. Yeah.
As we introduce Signal Station, so that's what we've done. If you're an aggressive player, you can go there and use the heat map to go towards the red zones to get those high kill games. And if you want to play tactical, you can go towards the green ones or the yellow ones. You choose your own pace with the heat map, and that's what we love about it. And it actually gives a true reason to go at Signal Station.
Yeah, you're coming at it. We need the intel. You want to get that edge as a player. I know our sweaty players are going to be there looking for, you know, where to head for more kills early in the match.
Yep.
But a reminder, what we're seeing here at Next is an alpha build of Warzone. So like I said, that heat map is not available today in this build, but something that players are going to be able to jump into at Season 1, which is very exciting.
It is. It is.
Now, it's not the only POI we have to talk about in Signal Station. It looks great, but there is another whole different POI happening on Verdansk for Season 1, and that is Factory. Carl, Factory sounds cool as well, Steph.
Yep.
Yeah, we are very excited to welcome back Matt Christek from High Moon Studios. Matt, some people might be a little bit familiar with Factory, but what's new here?
Yeah, so the POI you remember from Verdansk 84 is coming back. We've updated the theme, but we've purposefully kept the layout the same. So it's now manufacturing rocket components. There's improved lighting. There's improved
Welcome back.
Numbers on top of all the buildings. You can kind of see it from infill.
Yeah, I love how clean this map is, and like you said, because you kept the same layout, we're gonna know our way around, right? It's got a new look, but this feel is gonna remain the same.
Yeah, and you can see the new rocket parts, you know, different pieces of cover.
It is really cool. This does feel just like, it looks like the layout looks perfectly like 84. I've got some very strong memories of the rooftops of that factory.
Yeah.
That looks great.
Yeah.
It looks like some of our players might be dropping in there live. Hopefully.
They're close to Signal Station right now. It's right behind him.
Oh yeah, I see the I see it on the right there.
You see the dome. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, getting ready to drop in. Good old noisy Butters.
You love Butters.
We love Butters here, but again, are we going to go factory off rip? We're going to check out Signal Station?
Yeah,
I'm sure they will. Surely, guys.
Like I said, I feel like people are going to be really drawn to Signal Station in infill just because of the verticality and how that dome is just like, yeah,
it's so
here I
impactful.
go.
You almost see it from anywhere in the map. That's the beauty of it. It's like you're at Superstore, you see it. You're at the Overlook, you see it. You're at the stadium, you will see it too. So you can't really miss it out. It's a great landmark to Verdansk.
This drops a little far off, but I'll see if anyone's going for it. But this does look like a lot of fun, like a really, you know, a nice addition to the map, guys. Well done.
Yeah.
No, Carl, I love this spot back in the day, so I'm really excited to see it come back. Miles and I were playing Verdansk 84 together, you know, back then. Here we are.
Yeah.
But, you know, what's it going to feel like?
I mean, we tend to really find success when we strike the right balance between fan favorite returns, like a great factory that feels good, that Matt just described, and then a brand new addition with Signal Station, as you can see right there on the screen. The beauty of them right now is they're both sharing a similar art direction, so they feel connected visually. So I think At the end of the day, those two additions will really help Verdansk, and that's what we wanted as we look at this map, and we wanted to have a beautiful future, right?
Yeah. Now, like I said before, keep in mind alpha build. This is an alpha build of Season 1, so some things might be changing between now and when players can play it at Season 1 launch. And you guys are looking for feedback on this too here at Next, which is awesome. So we might even see some changes, right?
Absolutely. You may see some changes in the future. It's normal. We're looking for feedback here at Call of Duty Next. So we're just very proud of what we've accomplished so far, and we can't wait to see what players do with it.
Hey guys, can't wait to see the real deal when it comes to Warzone in Season 1. But for now, let's check back in on the TCL Power Hour with our casters.
Miles, thanks so much. Yes, we can confirm that all 9 of our conditions of the TCL Power Hour have been completed, which means 9 lucky folks at home will receive a 27-inch TCL QD LED monitor. Thanks, of course, to TCL. Wow, Dream Crazy. Like we said, if it's free, it's us.
Hey, yeah, that's amazing, too. Thank you so much to our players for getting those challenges done.
Absolutely. A little bingo shout happened. We went over, we confirmed it. Yep, C4 elimination had happened. So, again, make sure you keep your eye out for it, as if you were part of all the signups, you may be eligible to win one of those. But now, let's get back to the studio with our devs.
Thank you very much, squad. Oh, we get close every single time with that TCL Power Hour. Okie dokie. Wow, Season 1 sounds like it's going to be big for Warzone. Personally, really looking forward to using some of that needle drone. I'm a big fan. Lawrence Metten from Treyarch is back, joining Jason Rhodey now from Raven. And if you know, Lawrence loves a camo. What have we got, man?
I keep hearing this, Lawrence.
Yeah, well, I mean, have we mentioned this game's got camos?
Camo.
Just like it did last year, but it's 16 all new mastery camos. Really excited to show them off. Our weapons team has been going above and beyond and really breaking out all the tricks for these mastery camos.
I think this is one of the loudest reactions we got when it came to the creator reveal. So Golden Damascus.
I like that.
New take on a classic. I love this one.
Starglass is really cool. It feels like the color kind of shifts depending on the light that's hitting it. It looks green here, looks bluish here. Really cool.
It's a really nice two-tone vibe going on. That's really fun.
And Jason.
Absolute Zero. Beautiful.
Absolute Zero looks fantastic.
No sleep till Absolute Zero.
No sleep, not necessary.
Love that translucent barrel burn.
Ooh.
Apocalypse, this is mean.
Gnarly. And I mean, like all final tier mastery camos, wait till you see this thing when it gets fired.
Wow.
High caliber guns, super fun. Automatic guns, fun to fire with. And this one changes as you play and as you shoot.
This looks amazing. This looks fantastic. But what about camo tracking, Jason? We've got an MP in Warzone?
Yeah, I'm stoked to have challenge tracking and the camo HUD coming over to Warzone with launch of Season 1.
Awesome news. Now, Lawrence, tell us about global progression in Warzone, because I think this is happening, and I think players should be really excited.
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned it leading up to this moment quite a few times. This is a truly connected game. Wherever you are playing, you are progressing. We have Classic Prestige in Warzone. We're going to have Weapon Prestige in Warzone for the first time. Weekly challenges in Warzone. A calling card, 100%er grind. All of your favorite global systems are going to be in Warzone starting with Season 1.
Hell yeah, they are. Jason, I just want to hit quickly on playlists too. We know the community is always, asking what to expect. So specifically for
What's up, Rain?
Tell us.
Yeah, with a new Resurgence map, we're stoked to say that we want to make sure players are able to play what they want to play. So we will have both Haven's Hollow and Rebirth Island available across all squad sizes in a rotation playlist at Season 1 launch.
Sick. Jason, for the competitive folks among us, can I ask about Warzone rank play? Is it happening?
I think I can tell you that Warzone rank play will be coming alongside multiplayer in Season 2.
Really excited to share more about what's coming to both Warzone ranked and MP ranked as we get closer to Season 2 launch.
Well, thank you so much, Lawrence, Jason, Carl, Matt, Francesco. There's so much to look forward to in the upcoming chapter of Warzone.
Oh, man. This is sick. So cool. Like, Warzone Season 1's going to be insane. There's so much going on. But, Steph, we're not done. I see that there is also something we have to talk about. There is a small secret you want to share with the community.
The rumors are true, Miles, because I do have a secret that I would like to share with the community. Because remember back in June after the Black Ops 7 confirmation, you and we did an episode of the COD Pod.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, where we
Shout out to the COD
Shout
Pod.
out the COD Pod. No, straight. First up, like, comment, and subscribe. Like, for real. Check that out.
But there was a shot from the teaser that got the community, let's say, pretty excited.
I have been. I was sponsored to do this, Rain. I was sponsored to host this watch party.
A shot from the upcoming Black Ops 7 co-op campaign, right?
Yeah.
So that's the truth. This is campaign gameplay.
Yeah.
This is Avalon.
Yeah.
But what if I told you that two things can be true at once? So I am happy to officially confirm that we are bringing a bold new experience to Warzone in the spring, inspired by the original Blackout. On
Yes.
Shut the front door, Blackout, baby.
Let's go.
Incredible memories of Blackout with my friends. I do know where you were going with that one.
I punked you. I'm so sorry, but I am so excited to talk about this. And I'm not even done with announcements because the Warzone team is bringing the heat. We have a refreshed take on Rebirth Island coming to Resurgence in early 2026. And we're keeping the home of Battle Royale fresh with more updates coming to Verdansk in the spring. And with the arrival of our new experience on Avalon, we'll be running both the classic Battle Royale experience on Verdansk and this new mode on Avalon simultaneously. So we're giving Warzone players more options on how they want to play.
Okay, this is a lot. This is a lot, Steph.
Stay tuned for more information on these in the next year.
I can't wait to see what the new Blackout looks like, folks. Spring 2026. It is going to be a banger. Up next, though, we have got Call of Duty Mobile live from Las Vegas. Don't go anywhere.
The official CPU and GPU partner of Black Ops 7. Share the wins. Elgato, the official streaming partner of Call of Duty. Herman Miller. Check out the latest embodied gaming colorways at hermanmiller.com/gaming. Xfinity customers get early access to the Black Ops 7 open beta. Visit xfinity.com/rewards
Wow.
to claim your code today.
I play Call of Duty Mobile every day.
Congratulations to Call of Duty Mobile on 6 amazing years, and I look forward to seeing you all in the game next season.
Happy 6th anniversary Call of Duty Mobile. 2 more years of victories and staying legendary.
Happy 6th anniversary to Call of Duty Mobile. Because if it hadn't launched in 2019, I don't know where I would be today.
Wow.
Feliz 6º aniversario a Call of Duty Mobile.
Oh my god.
Are going to be your COD Mobile 2023 World Champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have fully maxed out the Mythic Sophia character skin.
Should become a COD mobile creator.
Welcome back to Call of Duty Next. For over half a decade, Call of Duty Mobile has been the definitive mobile shooter globally. And now, as it approaches its 6th anniversary, it's pretty clear that things are just getting started. I'm talking new gameplay, improvements with new collaborations, and the return of fan favorite content, and even a brand new way to play. All this and more is coming up today. But before we dive into the future of Call of Duty Mobile, let's keep up with the good vibes going as we have iHeartRadio helping us out to celebrate 6 years with the official radio station on the free iHeart app. Not only are they bringing you the songs and sounds that level up your game, iHeartRadio is helping us reward players with $1.5 million worth of COD points. Some serious money, guys. Now, here's the deal. See that code below? Scan it right now, and you'll stream the official radio station on the iHeart app. Each scan of the QR code and each view of this stream counts towards the progress bar down below. So once we reach 100%, we will be rewarding the COD community with $1.5 million worth of COD points. Serious money, a lot of serious stuff to talk about, but joining me to share all of the big news, all of the big things happening on the small screen, we have Matt Lewis, Vice President at Solid State Studios, and Leo Yao, Head of Timmy J3 Studio. Gentlemen, thanks for coming. Can you tell me, what are we about to see? What's going down in COD M?
Yeah, we really got a lot to talk about today. 6th anniversary, new limited time modes, the return of some classics, and towards the end, something pretty special. Should be fun. You know, Leo, we've worked on this game for close to a decade, which is just crazy. And I feel like while we've tried throughout the years some really different things, different experiments, one of the through lines, the consistent elements, has just been making sure we're just a definitive AAA mobile shooter.
Yeah, to me, the core of Call of Duty in general is movement and gunplay. Early on in development, we spent over a year perfecting the feel of firing so many play tests. But we need it to be perfect. An AK needs to feel like an AK, a kilo needs to feel like a kilo, and Orden should feel like an Orden. Getting that Call of Duty feeling right off mobile, what took years to perfect.
You guys definitely did perfect it, and I love that you focused on the fundamentals. When you zoom out, though, what I love about COD M is how it embodies kind of the best of so many eras of the Call of Duty franchise, all in one title. But this game has so much more than that, doesn't it?
Yeah, the cross-franchise collection is just so special. You know, we have gameplay, I think, from like a dozen different COD titles, plus a bunch of... It is. It's just crazy. And like when you think of the hit list, you can load into MP, Crash, to Hacienda, to Nuketown, to Terminal. It's just incredible. It's the same for BR too. BR is also awesome. We have these amazing originals like Isolated, and on top of that, just classic bangers like Alcatraz and Blackout.
Yeah, what makes me feel the most proud is the original maps and mods we've created for COD M. But I also think the real magic comes when we take the classics and reimagine them for our players. And one of our biggest and boldest gameplay experience in our history, an experience that follows this recipe, is actually in development now.
That's pretty incredible news, and I can't wait to hear more about this later. Now, obviously, I can't help but notice that some of the weapons we're seeing these creators playing with today, these, of course, are the famous legendary and mythic weapons, right, guys? So Call of Duty Mobile fans are super excited to see these guns back in it. But what else is in store on that front?
Operator skins and weapons blueprints in Call of Duty Mobile are a huge source of pride for us. Behind the scenes, Timmy and Activision have an incredible team of artists constantly working on new content. We've been dedicated to making amazing blueprints and skins players can earn for free in-game from the very beginning. We really want everyone to earn cool stuff just by playing.
Yeah, making sure playing is really rewarding and that the cosmetics, they allow you to express yourself, it's a really fundamental, important part of what COD M is. We get a lot of love, especially for the mythic and legendaries, and we're super pumped to actually be bringing back one of beloved mythic operator very soon.
Wait, so it's not just a skin, a mythic operator returning. Any teasers, any hints here, Matt?
Not quite yet, but soon.
Soon. Fine, guys. Okay, so you're staying true on the AAA mobile shooter front, staying with your roots of combining the best of the past along with the boldest gameplay experiences ever to come to COD M. It's been fantastic stuff. But can we dive a little bit deeper into the upcoming season of Call of Duty Mobile? I'll see you on the other side of this trailer, ladies and gentlemen.
Watch your six.
that's got me fired up. We are now joined by Elizabeth Burr, Senior Director at Solid State Studios, and Jeffrey Gullett, of course, the co-head of Call of Duty Mobile at Solid State Studios. Hey, guys, welcome to the show. How are we feeling?
Awesome. Glad to be here.
This has been so much fun, and we've got a lot to talk about with the new season coming up, so give us the scoop. What are we looking forward to?
Yeah, we're all super excited about what players are going to start seeing very soon in Season 9 and then continuing through Season 10. We've also got some officially celebrate our 6th anniversary for Season 11, but we wanted to extend the celebration by bringing back classic maps and modes that delivered meaningful gameplay changes. For example, the Battle Royale map Isolated at Night, which hasn't been in the game since 2021, is making a huge return. There's also the return of the night maps Hackney Yard, Summit, and Crash, which is something players have been experienced briefly back in 2020, but content like this has been in demand for a while now, and we're bringing them back so new fans can find out what all the hype was about. We're also adding the much sought after Going Dark Battle Pass to the Battle Pass Vault in Season 10.
Yeah, and Season 9 is a really fun season since we got to celebrate Halloween, and you know Call of Duty loves to celebrate Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So the much-loved Haunted Hacienda makes a return, plus Pumpkin Confirmed, an Attack of the Undead modes, and we also have the Super Infected playlist that will be live as well. But of course, the big Season 9 news is our collaboration with WWE superstars Alexa Bliss and Undertaker. They're joining COD as original operators, so they have their own voiceover, and we incorporated our motion capture technology to emulate their celebrated moves. We also have the Extreme Rules limited time WWE mode, where players can become Undertaker or Alexa Bliss and use their signature finishers to take down opponents.
This is awesome. I mean, anyone who's ever owned a trampoline has dreamt of doing a tombstone pile driver. I can do it on my cell phone now in Call of Duty Mobile. Alexa Bliss, though, this is what a lot of the new fans are fired up for. Her finisher in-game is nasty. The motion capture, what we're seeing right on screen here, this is one of the coolest things that happens in the Call of Duty franchise, and I love that we're seeing it in your game.
Yeah, this was really exciting that Alexa was able to come into the motion capture studio. We captured her likeness, but then she also worked with the team, as you see here, to get down her exact moves perfectly, and it really shows in the game.
So many awesome skins. The operators available. Season 9 has been incredible. The Undertaker is here, and we have so much more coming. When you look at this process, though, how much effort went into bringing WWE to life in Call of Duty Mobile?
Well, it doesn't just happen overnight, that's for sure. So, you know, this was a collaborative effort across all the teams working on COD and, you know, our partnerships team, everyone. So it's just so exciting to really see this finally come to life and, you know, to see all the great weapons that we've put out there for this season. I'm just so excited to see the players get to have their hands on it over the next day or so.
And to quote Tim the Tap Man, I mean, Call of Duty does some pretty great stuff with their weapon skins, but you guys do it differently in the COD M universe. I love what you've been building in Season 9, and we have Season 10 just around the corner. Jeff, this has been a blast here at Next. I know the COD M fans are going crazy, and you guys have had so many great partnerships. Are you playing Undertaker or Alexa Bliss first?
I'd probably go with Alexa. She's just so cool. I love her. I love her moves, and she's just so funny. It's really great.
Play in pain.
Absolutely.
Play in pain.
Elizabeth, though, that is not the only partnership we have done. You guys have done so much in this world. Can you tell me about some of the other things you've worked on?
I know. We've really been having a lot of fun with our in-game content. We had 7 Deadly Sins and Gundam. We had Ronald Acuna's La Bestia bat in the game, and you know, we just celebrated the launch of Mythic Dark Shepherd with DJ Zed, you know, just a couple weeks ago. So it's so fun getting to surprise players with these different collabs, but we're also, you know, making sure that they still feel really true to Call of Duty Mobile.
Oh man, I can't wait to see what's next. Let's take a quick look at Season 9 Midnight Rumble hitting Call of Duty Mobile this week.
Well, look who it is. Are you brave enough to come play with me?
I don't know about y'all, but I am ready to rumble after that one. And I hear there's one more surprise that we have in store for the fans for Season 9.
There is, and I think you're really going to like this one. So as part of our 6th year celebration happening this fall, we wanted to bring back the GOAT of Mythic operators. I mean, the GOAT of Call of Duty. And my personal favorite, because he's a fellow dog owner.
Of course.
The one, the only, Mythic Ghost is returning to COD in Season 9.
This is going to go like hotcakes. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Mythic Ghost back in COD M. So much news. We need a quick break to recover, ladies and gentlemen.
Stream Call of Duty Mobile Radio on the free iHeartRadio app for the songs and sounds that level you up. Every station star and every next broadcast view helps unlock $1.5 million of COD M COD points for the entire community. So lock in, get listening, and level up together. Eligible territories only while supplies last. You're invited to the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge. Open the Little Caesars app, accept and complete the challenge. You might win a copy of the new Call of Duty Black Ops 7. You'll also be entered for a chance to win the grand prize, a trip to an Activision studio to squad up with George Kittle in a 1-hour epic Call of Duty battle. Complete the Little Caesars Call of Duty Challenge today.
Stock up on COD points. The Call of Duty mobile web store has everything you need. Score extra every time. Get bonus COD points with every purchase. Don't miss out. Log into the web store using your Call of Duty mobile ID and snag your free gift. No purchase needed. Visit the Call of Duty mobile web store now.
Welcome back. It looks like that iHeartRadio progress bar is filling up fast, and I am loving the energy from the Call of Duty mobile community today. Okay, so Jeff and Elizabeth, I've been a long-time COD M fan, and I truly love the way this game plays. It sounds like you guys have got some other exciting improvements to share with us, though. What do you have in store?
Yeah, we're constantly making improvements to the game to ensure we're delivering the best possible experience for our players. And over the past couple of years, we've been remastering some of our most popular multiplayer maps to improve performance and enhance the graphics. And we've also been implementing new first-person weapon handling animations. Some of the latest weapons like the Ram 7 and the MG82 already have featured these updates, and we're rolling these out to all the weapons over time. And player movement is also getting a big overhaul, as well as everyone should notice more fluid and natural movement across the board. All of these improvements enhance the player immersion, which is why COD M continues to set such a high bar for graphics and visual fidelity.
And we're also always looking for more ways to bring COD M to more people around the world, because that's, you know, the beauty of mobile.
Yeah.
So on top of everything Jeff just mentioned, we're continually looking to open more servers for more regions.
COD M
And
looks
we've done
good.
this recently in Africa, which has led to not only more people playing, but led to us launching our first ever live Africa esports tournament. And now we have a team from Egypt joining the COD M World Champs.
That was
It's fun.
fast. Did not take them long to get involved. Let me tell you that. And I can't wait for World Champs. It's going to be even more competition starting just around the corner. But earlier, we talked a lot about the importance of quality and handling of weapons in the game. But this is Call of Duty. So everyone wants to know what weapons are coming soon.
Well, we're maintaining our current cadence of adding new weapons as well as adding in a few surprises. So the classic Sten machine gun is coming in a few days to Season 9.
Nice.
And then later in Season 10, the Einhorn revolving shotgun is being added. Plus the SO-14 marksman rifle from the recent Modern Warfare 2 is going to be coming in Season 11.
So that's weapons covered. But let's chat a little bit about the operators. We heard earlier Mythic Ghost is coming back. But I have a feeling that's not all on that front.
I know, it's never not just all.
We got more.
So as Leo mentioned, the level of work and creativity that goes into our Mythics is incredible. We recently launched Mythic Dark Shepherd and have been overwhelmed by the response from our players. And you can bet that after our re-release of Mythic Ghost, you'll hear more about a new face coming to the Mythic roster.
More Mythics in the Mythic roster. Well, Jeff and Elizabeth, thank you so much for coming out here today to give us all the scoop on our favorite things in Call of Duty Mobile. They say seeing is believing, so let's throw it to our casters to check out what the mobile creators are up to.
Yes, please. Ellen, can I share some testimony? Let me preach for a second. COD Mobile, keep doing what you're doing. I will tell you flat out, friends, if you're a traditional COD player, you need to get your hands on the mobile version. The art design is unbelievable. The nostalgia that comes with the legacy and weapons and maps and modes is right there. And around the corner, like they were alluding towards, do not miss Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. It has been unbelievable the last handful of years, and this year is shaping up to be one of the most
Hey, I see Stone.
championships that we've had. So get yourself energized, unleash the beast, and head to Call of Duty Mobile, or Call of Duty.monsterenergy.com to see how you can earn bonus in-game rewards across all Call of Duties. Let's dig into the action. I got to get off my little pulpit here.
Elizabeth and Jeff did such a great showcase of what's coming to mobile, but my goodness, the mythic weapons, the operators, everything looks beautiful, Alan, especially the refined of the maps, right? It was just looking beautiful.
Absolutely the case, and I will say, just the mobile creators that we have here, yeah, you can see exactly how intense the gameplay can get. It blows my mind every time I have a chance to watch players like Vague and Noah and those guys that are here lock in, use 4 fingers, and have movement that is right there along the same caliber of what you see like in the CDL, for instance. But if you're looking to kind of get yourself more off the rails and maybe off the road, check out Polaris, the official Call of Duty off-road vehicle partner of Call of Duty and Call of Duty Next.
Every time you're talking, you always give us the shouts. It's like beautiful. It's perfect.
I'm here for you.
And yeah, hey, you got to get locked in. And I will tell you what, and looking at the new skins here and loading into Horde Point, which we know we do love the Halloween themes. And this one too, the refined raid coming into the mix, as you'd mentioned. It's such a beautiful thing to just be able to load in COD Mobile, get a feel of those legacy maps, and now we got amazing skins coming with it.
I think the thing that was really impressive, and this is an organic, moment here, friends that are watching, the fact that they were able to show that kind of side-by-side, that slider of what they've done to remaster some of the maps and make them feel more improved, whether that's by some of the visual things that just help it clean up, or more importantly, get that improvement into the graphic quality that a lot of people always look for when it comes to a AAA mobile shooter. So really good stuff. And of course, if you want to see the action better on your own screens, make sure you get yourself a TCL. Experience next level gaming on a TCL QD mini LED TV. You can save up to $1,200 on a big screen 98-inch TCL TV right now. Yes, 98 inches. They actually have one out in the creator lobby. 98 inches is not small, I'll tell you that much. It takes over the room.
Oh man, taking a look here, you mentioned that the fluidity, right? Promoting more engagements, but kind of just getting into that. Once again, we mentioned Call of Duty loves it, float state, and right around here, the square center on raid, you can kind of just see a beautiful display of that.
Yeah, Vague's good, by the way, just in case you hadn't noticed. It's just, again, it's just watching how, I want to just turn your attention down to the bottom right-hand side of his overlay. Look at how he's manipulating this tablet with 4 fingers to essentially still pull off the movement that you would expect from some of the normal multiplayer Warzone's best. It's next level, and it's just a ton of fun.
It's impressive. It really is.
Yeah.
It's just so unique. But just even being able to, I mean, you can even hear him talking about a nuke.
He's done it before. He'll do it again, I'll tell you that much. Vague, a world champion in the Call of Duty mobile space, so he's got the talent, I'll tell you that much. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, Tempest in play again. It's just, this is what we're talking about. Like, it has every element of all of your fan favorite stuff from any Call of Duty you can think back to. They said like from 12 different Call of Duty titles they pulled from to make this game what it is today.
You gotta love to see that too. Just a classic Tempest being able to chain enemies. Haven't really utilized that since BO3, but I love to see it continuing on. I mean, this is just looking so fun, especially with all the zombies on the screen. Call of Duty Mobile, Alan, I'm telling you what, I got my tablet with me. I'm gonna go and download this right now.
You need to.
Re-download it, rather. It's just amazing how beautiful it's looking so far.
Tablet, phone, whatever you got in your pocket. Well, I don't think you can fit a tablet in your pocket, but regardless of that, now that you've seen what's coming to the game in the near future, I think it's time for us to see what the next chapter in Call of Duty Mobile has in store with us.
boy, well, that trailer is going to get a certain group of the community talking. Gentlemen, this is going to have fans so fired up. We welcome back Matt and Leo to the show. DMZ Recon is coming to Call of Duty Mobile. What should we know about it?
Yeah, DMZ Recon, it's inspired by Infinity Ward's amazing DMZ mode from 2022's MW2. And our goal here is to give players our take on the extraction mode experience. And the core of that experience, it's just combat. DMZ's combat is the best
Save
in
us.
any extraction game on the planet, period.
There's still rumors that we're gonna get DMZ again next year, or in 2027.
These are different beasts. DMZ for me, it just nails that PvE experience. It has really engaging mechanics, things like boss fights.
But yeah, I don't understand why this would be the play.
And map design that's very.
I've never thought about let's go play an extraction game on
They just provide a PvE experience that
on
is unrivaled and ridiculously
PC.
fun. Our DMZ Recon experience.
Here's the thing, Sabus, even with GTA coming out, it's not really going to take a big chunk out of Call of Duty. The gaming communities in general, yes, but Call of Duty itself, a lot of COD players aren't GTA players.
Into making world-class mode. Matt talk about some of the areas we're developing on that come from DMZ.
And that could be part of the reason maybe why they're focusing so much on the mobile.
It's a reimagined
Because mobile players are not at all GTA players.
deep on progression, and we have a full set of system earning
Imagine if GTA flops. That'd be wild.
investing in
It
the
won't,
skill tree
but
to shape a unique playstyle, and the big draw for extraction fans, grinding for gear. It's important that progression feel impactful.
I actually am not even following GTA's release schedule.
But what can you tell us about what we saw in the teaser, gentlemen? I know it was less than 30 seconds, but there was a lot in there.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, you likely have noticed that some new points of interest that you haven't seen before. We have a brand new map made just for DMZ Recon called Serpent Island. The points of interest on Serpent Island will be different from other large maps. They will be much more varied and intricate.
Yeah, the goal has been for us to build a place where players, they just feel immersed, a world that feels lived in, a place where they can make new discoveries each time they drop in. It feels like a place you want to be able to come back to. That's our goal. That's what we're aiming for. And the team, we've been thinking a lot about, zones within the map, making sure they feel unique, making sure they feel things that are, just like separate, distinct, almost like biomes. And to that end, we have unique factions that players can encounter along the way that feel like almost local to those biomes. For us, the goal, it's just really to make it feel more than a map, just a little bit like a world, a place you want to go back to.
It definitely looks like that. And for someone that is familiar with DMZ already, how would you say DMZ Recon adds or changes to that formula? Because you said it's not a port. This is a reimagining.
Yeah, it's a good question. There are a lot of differences. For us, a port we don't think is the right approach. We want to make sure that it just feels unique and it feels ownable. So one of the areas we thought really a lot about in the spirit of differences was progression. How does what I do in this match carry over to the next? How does my 1,000th match feel different than the 10th? These are really important questions for us.
Well, now the big question that everyone is going to be asking in the chat right now, when can players get their hands on it?
It's a good question. We don't have a release date just yet. Sorry, fans, but we're really, really hard at work. Like, we have many hundreds of people just pouring our souls into this. We're going to launch as soon as it's ready. The soonest you can know is just by looking on all the social channels. We'll make sure the first time we're ready, that's where we'll update for the newest drop.
You already got them booked.
I also hope any games that are just like, hey, let's drive up the cost of video games, flops.
The folks at iHeartRadio have delivered head.
I can't stand that. One of the reasons I haven't even thought about picking up Borderlands.
Delivered. So follow the instructions on the website. Drop in your COD UID. Press submit and keep an eye on your inbox because we're sending you 880 COD points. Now be sure to act quickly for your share of $1.5 million of COD points. It's redeemable once per user and is available while supplies last. So, Matt, Leo, anything else you want to add before we close this baby down?
Yeah, more than anything, I just want to extend a huge thank you to players who've been with us over the last years. We couldn't have done it without them. When we look ahead at the next 6 years, we feel like the roadmap and the content in some ways even more exciting than what we had in the past, which just feels awesome to say.
Yes, thank you to all of our players around the world, and we hope you are excited about all we have in store for Call of Duty Mobile. The next chapter begins now.
What a fun update to Call of Duty Mobile. Throughout the day, we've been capturing the biggest reactions from creators. Here's a look at the best ones in our TCL Reacts Reel. Oh, we had some good moments with the King establishing dominance. This was my favorite duo, the one controller, two bros. They were taking faces. If you're looking for some surprises, though, look no further than the T-Dog Smitty.
Destroy.
Yes.
Top of that bomb.
Yeah, shout out to my guy and the whole watch party. They are here in Vegas celebrating with us. Biffle and the crew got involved in Warzone with some dubs. Very familiar to seeing that screen.
Dedicated melee finishes. We saw some huge finishing moves. We saw some big wins. First there on Haven's Hollow, of course, and Repulse electric. That room was deafening.
It was so loud, so much fun, and a big shout out to all 250 creators who made it out here, Miles. The best reacts, though, who does it belong to?
Who knows, man. Well, at the end there we saw Repulse, and he is our TCL Reacts Reel winner. He will be receiving a 98-inch TV, courtesy of TCL.
Damn.
Look at the size of that thing.
Just what Repulse needed is a bigger monitor. This thing is taller than he is 98 inches, Miles, and you know that one's going up in the man cave.
That's going up in the man cave for sure. Well, Chris, what a day, baby.
Dude, it's been so much fun. We've been walking around the venue, exploring the world of Call of Duty. Every bit of it has been a blast.
It really has. I mean, I think that's it, Chris.
Yeah, that's right, Miles. That is it for Call of Duty.
Dang, yo, couldn't give him the extra 2 inches.
Moments away from the Code Bowl.
Repulse needs it too.
Military esports teams and your favorite Call of Duty creators competing in Verdansk for the Code Bowl trophy.
Tiny little man.
Black Ops 7 beta codes, the announcement of the Endowment's new pack in Call of Duty Black Ops 7, more rewards, epic gameplay, and to help us raise awareness for the value the veterans bring to the workplace.
On behalf of everyone working behind the scenes, thank you so much to the developers who've been pouring their heart and soul into these products, to the production team who put on such an insane event, and of course, the creators for giving us so many epic gameplay moments. Miles, this has been insane.
It has been insane. We've omni-moved through 6 upcoming Black Ops 7 beta maps. We took a ride on Old Tessie through the biggest round-based zombies map ever. We dropped into the new Resurgence map, Haven's Hollow, and 2 new POIs to Verdansk, and revealed a new mode coming to COD Mobile. Now, let's jump into the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl. We'll see you in Black Ops 7.
I'm excited for the game. I'm excited for the game. It looks pretty good. They've made some great quality of life changes, I think. It's gonna be interesting. Honestly, dog, I don't think so. People are gonna play it for 2-3 weeks, and then they're just gonna be bored with it and move on. It's an unfortunate part of Battlefield, but like, I don't know, dog. I'm not sold on it. I would love for it to be a thing, but I'm just not sold on it. Next is over the Endowment COD Bowl. I've been sponsored to stream that as well, so I just need to check here if I'm going into another stream or if I'm good to just keep this one going. Give me un momento while I figure that out. That's money. Shit. I got a bunch of stuff I gotta update. Why you no volume? There you go. All right, y'all. I'm gonna leave you with this for like 2 minutes. I'm gonna hit the can and then I'm gonna update all my shit and I'll be back.
Anything's possible. Tune in directly following Call of Duty Next on September 30th. 10 military branches, 3 nations, going head to head.
I'm actually gonna see if this is gonna have a countdown timer first.
In Call of Duty Warzone for the Code Bowl trophy. Tons of epic viewership rewards. And beta codes for Call of Duty Black Ops.
Yeah, they didn't indicate, you know, what the actual camo grind was gonna look like. Just that their camo grinds were gonna be individual campaigns, zombies, multiplayer, Warzone. They're all gonna have their own campaign grind.
More than 150,000 veterans placed in high-quality jobs thanks to your support. Don't miss the competition. The rewards. The mission. Tune in to the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl 6, presented by USAA on September 30th.
Hello and welcome to Call of Duty Endowment Bowl 6, presented by USAA. USAA is proud to continue their long-standing support for Code Bowl as presenting sponsor for the 5th event in a row, bringing some of the world's best Call of Duty streamers together to battle it out with servicemen and women across the UK,
Desync.
United States, and Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, USA, for making Code Bowl 6 possible. In order to deliver the most high-quality...
See if it was me.
But all gameplay was captured in real time and is full of high action moments. Speaking of which, it's time to get it started. Let's get right into our team introductions. Please stand and remove your hats for the United States National Anthem and remain standing for God Save the King and O Canada.
Y'all get to not see my face.
Best of luck to all service members and competitors throughout today's competition. It's time to get it started. And welcoming back to the desk is Lottie. How you feeling?
Thank you so much, Reflections.
All right. Rip Queen Elizabeth.
To be here for Code Bowl 6, and joining me here, I have two very.
Let's refresh one more time.
Code Bowl 6. How are you feeling, Tiff?
Oh, I'm feeling so good. I'm beyond amped, and one of the best parts about this, Goj, and we are looking through all of the players throughout the anthems. They are in a passion pit, and this is the best way I would want it.
Yeah, I'm so pumped to see actually
Oh
what happens.
my
because
God,
last
this
year,
friggin'
I'm gonna be honest, we
chat.
had a bit of a stomp. U.S. Army crushed. I think it's anybody's game this time around.
It certainly could be, and there's a lot of questions, but hopefully we'll find a lot of the answers. Now, as a reminder for why we are here.
I think it's anybody's game this time around.
It certainly could be, and there's a lot of questions, but hopefully we'll find a lot of the answers. Now, hopefully we'll find a lot of the answers. Now, as a reminder for why we are here, since 2003 billion for veterans and their families.
Yeah, these jobs are high quality with salaries well above the national average, and more than 90% are full-time. Incredible at a time where veteran
Because this audio desync is going to drive me insane.
Bowl to bring together the military community, gamers, and fans in support of the endowment's mission. It is not just a competition, it's a celebration of service and a powerful way to raise awareness and funds to help veterans succeed in their next chapter.
And you know we are hooking you guys up with awesome reward for tuning in all show. For those of you joining us from YouTube and Twitch, we have some great viewer rewards for you, thanks to USAA. Available today only and earned by watching our Code Bowl 6 broadcast on YouTube or Twitch are 4 in-game items you can equip within Black Ops 6 and Warzone that show your support of the endowment. Whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, don't forget to make sure your account is linked.
And hey, don't forget the endowment is dropping Call of Duty Black Ops 7 beta codes throughout Code Bowl 6. Keep your eyes on the broadcast during each drop. You don't want to miss your shot to jump back into the act.
To talk about how they helped inspire the Call of Duty Endowment's Endeavor Tracer Pack, one of my favorite
Nope,
bundles.
that's also lagging, so.
Black Ops 7 and embrace the madness early.
Anytime you say mad.
Us from YouTube and Twitch, we have some great viewer rewards for you, thanks to USAA.
You remember last year, Through Dark joined the show to talk about how they helped inspire the Call of Duty Endowment's Endeavor Tracer Pack, one of my favorite bundles of Black Ops 6. Gotta check out their high-performance outerwear designed by UK Special Forces.
But enough of the pleasantries and fly jackets. Let's take a look at our format for the day. The teams will compete in 4 drops of Mini Royale on Verdansk. Each team receives 1 point for every elimination, and
All right, I'll be right back
while
while this
there's
does its
also
talk.
placement multiplier. So it's really crucial to make it to that final circle. Since each military branch has 2 trios, each of their scores are added together. So let's take a look at the teams, because it's very important on where you're at, 2 teams coming together, and also 2 creators on each side as well. Now, as we look down these, our wonderful casters who analyze everything, I'm sure you've been analyzing the teams. And Tiff, what are you thinking right now? Because we have creators who have been there before. Some have stayed on with some of the, the teams that they've been on before in many years as well. But how are you feeling about them overall?
Honestly, I'm really excited. When you think about Snixie and Z-Laner returning back for their teams, they were in the top 3. They're feeling incredibly confident. But when you make it into the top 3, okay, we're not happy with a 3rd place. We want to win. So running it back and having the opportunity to jump and remove that from the U.S. Army, look, they got a target on their back, Goj.
Yeah, Royal Canadian Air Force is definitely going to be a team to watch out for because of those 2 creators, but also the players on the team. Of course, U.S. Army. Aiden is back on that squad. So got Aiden, but it wasn't just Aiden last year. We've got some returners for that team and some new faces on the military service member side. I think Army's still going to be a competitor, if not a top team. My eyes, though, Lottie, are on the Coast Guard.
Oh.
Joe Woe, Breadman joining the mix and playing in the same overall roster for that military service branch. I think it's going to be massive for that squad.
Really, really exciting stuff all around. And I can't wait to see exactly how our teams do, especially with the creators and what they bring to the table, alongside the fact that they have another team to think about and how they're pulling their weight as well, coming into, of course, that overall point system that we have too. But we have a lot of other reoccurring partners maybe coming
right.
forward, Goj.
Look, I'm so excited to announce that with Monster Energy returning as a partner for Code Bowl 6, the Monster Energy most valuable player, that MVP, is back, folks. Code Bowl 5 saw standout performances throughout the event, but none bigger than Taj. Thanks to Monster Energy, Taj from the U.S. Army took home the Monster Energy MVP award in Code Bowl 5.
And as a reminder, the award is decided by the Code Bowl 6 broadcast team and will be given the honor to stand up the performance of a military team member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory and unleashed the beast on the competition. Stay tuned at the end of the broadcast to see who will be crowned the next Monster Energy MVP. And of course, we do have quite the gorgeous, glistening Monster Energy ring to go alongside it. Now, I'm actually glad that they're giving this thing obviously at the end of the tournament, because if we did have Taj in the building, if he was wearing that with a controller in his hand, it'd be clunky. I don't know what it would do to the gameplay, other than, of course, giving a bunch of confidence. But to celebrate all things MVP, the Call of Duty Endowment and Monster partnered to develop a custom calling card that will be automatically granted when you log into the Call of Duty. It's called Unleash the MVP, so go check it out and equip it now. Thank you so very much, Monster Energy.
Okay, everyone, the branch with the most points after 4 drops is crowned the Code Bowl 6 champion. We gotta take a look at this incredible piece of hardware. They get to take this home, the Code Bowl 6 trophy. Tiff, talk to me about this thing. I mean, good grief.
The best part about this is, as you saw the highlights at the top of the show, everyone hoisting it up. It's a moment of all that hard work has definitely paid off, and celebrating with your teammates, it's just something that's very unforgettable. So I love that we have that here. But stay tuned for the reveal of the Endowment's Black Ops 7 launch pack with a special interview and first look. It's going to be epic, and you won't want to miss it.
And right after the epic Code Bowl 6 showdown, get ready for the ultimate test of skill in the Solo YOLO, presented by Corsair. It's back, folks. It's one drop, every person for themselves. No teams, no second chances. Will Teep defend his crown from last year? Maybe. Stay tuned to find out who will be taking home the golden headset. Holy cow, this thing is insane.
Gorgeous. I got to say, golden ears, that's what I want. I don't know, I might have to jump in there into that room and overtake a setup, because those are gorgeous. I love a bit of gold me, so to have that in a headset is amazing. Tons of things that these guys can get their hands on. We've got the Monster Energy ring. We have the overall endowment, trophy that is glistening and gleaming. And I will say, if you do find any tiny little fingerprints on it, I know it was Tiff.
No comment. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, I wasn't in there just practicing what it would look like hoisting it. Of course, we were just prepping it for maybe Space Force.
Oh, you're still doing predictions.
Really maybe.
I want to talk about some more of those teams while we get ready for this first drop, because I think it's super important to remind people at home that we've been doing this for a while. I mean, we call it Code Bowl 6 for a reason. Like, it's been a while to get to this point, and we've got a lot of history with some of these squads. So if we can, I'd love to pull back up that teams graphic and talk a little bit about them, because of course I've got my eyes on Coast Guard. Tiff, you brought up Space Force. I mean, I think Space Force is a team that absolutely could put up great numbers. The big question in my mind is our military service members. Every year there are standout performances. Last year, of course, with U.S. Army, it was Taj putting up historic numbers in almost any competition I've ever casted over, and we've casted over a ton. So I think they will be the big difference maker. You can see some of those players obviously on your screen right now. I'll be looking out to see who top frags for their team, because you got to remember it is 2 full trios combined. That's the way the score is tallied. It's very different from other competitions.
Yeah, it makes it certainly very difficult having to keep track of your other team. Ultimately, those come together, so you have to be doing things on the same page, but obviously on different squads. Now, you guys told me a little bit in the green room about maybe the Navy, and a little bit of lore behind that as well, because, we do get the chance to talk to some of the players and some of the creators. So, what is going on with the Navy right now? Why should maybe some of the Navy guys be very excited about their options and choices here?
So, okay, we talk about U.S. Army being the champion. Obviously, that is the case. Aiden is back with them. But his counterpart on the creator side was Legion. Legion is now with Navy, Goats, and Glory. And on the opposite side in the creator category, in the same overall Navy roster, is Teep, the Solo YOLO champion, and obviously a world champion. I mean, this guy has the most history you could put into a Call of Duty background. Go look him up on Wikipedia or wherever you want to look him up. Crazy. So obviously, star-studded rosters there. But they were actually, I was talking to Legion in the airport. They have been repping together, like practicing before they flew over here. And Legion said his 2 teammates are cracked out of their mind, and they're top 250 on the ranked leaderboard.
Oh, still haven't dropped in.
Watch out for Navy, Ghost, and Glory.
I've heard similar things, and I'll tell you something. When I was doing my homework heading into this, I did notice that Goats and Glories have actually been carrying some of our favorite creators, some of our favorite Call of Duty faces in Warzone as well. I mean, a couple of days ago, they were playing with Skunk, trying to help him get his challenges done in Warzone. So that was interesting. They also did the same thing with Nade Shot. So they have reps, not only just playing and being cracked out of their minds, like we have all heard, and I have personally seen, but also helping creators. So I think this mesh is going to be very, very interesting, Tiff.
There's a lot to be said about that. If you're helping multiple people, it just goes to show you that you have the leadership quality to be able to adapt and be flexible. And since we are playing Mini Royale here, it's going to take a lot of that leg work out. That first entire circle is already going to be encroached by the gas, so you don't really have a lot of time to kind of loot up and go. No, this is going to be high octane, a ton of fast pace. Those rotations are going to have to be exponentially quick, and you're going to have to work together, not only with yourself, but what happens if you've got your neighboring squad? Both U.S. Army teams are right there in the final circle. Hey, you made it to the end, right? That's great multiplier, but you want to make sure that if the U.S. Navy or something is in there, that you target them. And how are you going to manage that?
Yeah, that's true. I think it'll be pretty tough. I think traditionally speaking, we don't see teams try to work together. It's just if you knock one of your team members, you might back off and get out of there. I don't know. But I do believe it looks like we're dropping into our very first round. We're in the game, folks. Welcome to Code Bowl. We are back, and I'm excited to jump straight into the action.
If we're dropping straight into it, let's go ahead and look at Prison, because it is getting chopped out there and not in a fun way, unless you're FIFA, right? But Harry commandeers the helicopter and goes, you were talking about this. Would we see this really, truly happening? FIFA at Prison. Hello?
What? I don't know what this is. Utter chaos to start things off here. And folks, yes, you might have thought, just like I did, that this might have been pre-game lobby with the amount of bodies we're seeing fall out of the sky, but it is not looking like that is the case. This is real, folks. Mini Royale gets real nasty real quick, and that helicopter saw some great value.
I could not imagine a better place to start this. FIFA kill already on 2 here with the Royal Air Force. So the counterpart for this team is going to be Sophie, but I love that we kind of can work on these outer bridge areas. You see Zyro just up ahead, and immediately, even with the ground loot, we're still gonna get mixy.
Yeah, a lot of action early. Got plenty of time on the clock, or at least it feels that way. FIFA kill with a couple kills here is nice. Now, it does feel like Resurgence. If not, FIFA kills lining them up and knocking them down. That's 1, maybe make it 2, not quite. Still working on finding the right angle to clean up a full team of 3. This is not Resurgence, though. If you have not had a chance to check out Mini Royale, the way this works, Tiff broke it down beautifully earlier. It is, the first circle is fully closed when the plane line spawns in. So it is a very small portion of this map. And because of that, there's a lot of action early, but it does not mean there is a Resurgence timer. This is normal Warzone.
The tough part about it is the regains when it happens like this. You saw FIFA there lose out on some of his teammates, and the buy stations are not going to be readily available. So if you burn your gulag early on, you're going to have to make sure that you get that cash up. But we saw 6 teams in the neighboring vicinity, at least with Iceman Isaac here out in farmland. Sure, a rotation will be difficult, and you do have an isolated fight just across the way, but this is a much safer place to be for now. But rotating into Prison will be difficult.
Yeah, it certainly will be difficult. But you're right, chance to breathe for some of these players. Of course, shout out to Iceman Isaac and his whole squad on Air Force. Iceman Isaac, part of the Air Force himself, actually served. And now is helping lead this squad going forward. And of course, folks, I'll draw your eyes to the left-hand side of your screen. I told you, we've got beta codes. Get ready. This will be slowly decoding as we go. So you can kind of guess early if you'd like. See if you can be first to pull the trigger and get this code locked down for yourself. You can see you can head over to callofduty.com/beta redeem once this code is fully broken down, or maybe you can guess it before anybody else.
Oh, Gibbo, come on. You saw Smixy there pick up one of her members of her teammates and trying to hit a reset. Now, fighting around these buildings can be difficult, and we talked about Benny Central having these vibes and being able to play with a ton of different creators very well. Now, mind you, this is a map 1, y'all. If they didn't practice like some of our teams, this is boots on the ground running. And I peek by Benny stacking.
Yo, Rain.
Gibbo there with just the back to make sure that we get the full under. For her teammates, you're going to have to reset. You can see there's just 1 more of them get picked across the way, and Gibbo is definitely on the hunt.
Yeah, C9Ms and her squad is out of here. So that is 1 team, 1 trio of the Royal Navy.
Welcome back, Rain. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Full trios are off this map right now. 18 still left. Overall, looking pretty solid in the side of Benny Central and Co. But Not a crazy amount of kills to boot. This is kind of a strategy, high risk, high reward. You want to land in the thick of things. You want to land in the heat. You want to land on the outside and work your way in. Here they go, getting caught in rotation.
We talked about these rotations being difficult out of farmland. Something to note about the return of Verdansk is these end games are so incredibly open, and I don't see any smokes in the pocket, but at least we do have the heartbeat sensor to kind of maneuver around. But honestly, those bullets are going to tell you more than you need to know.
Swing around the right side here. Try to figure out where to go from here. Obviously, you can see where our zone is pushing us. We are headed to prison.
Seems like Zyro and FIFA still over there, definitely focusing on each other. FIFA drops down but Santa on the inside here. You can see Mags holding the staircase just on the inner working side of things. That's gonna be Lovely Low, the creator, holding down the fort as well. Not a ton of cash, but once you kind of get inside prison on the lower depth areas, it's difficult because there's so many different nooks and crannies that you have to focus on and make sure that you're keeping tabs on. And with the circle kind of pulling, it just popped. We can't stay here. We're gonna have to move.
I totally agree, but on the low side, this is a zone we actually see TIFF quite often in Big Map too. It's the zone on the outside of prison. Everybody will have to rotate out eventually. Here's a look at it. Thank you, Mr. Production and the team behind the scenes. Holy cow. Look at Team 19. They have set up mid-zone, ready to rock and roll, playing the late game. And here's a look at them. Insane. This is Breadman. We were talking about him, Coast Guard. They're playing for the win. And it looks like they've got the tag of the bakery.
Yeah, basically, Breadman. I don't even know how he got the bakery on here. Likes a little bit of its toast, but hey, he'll pick up the res there. Now, this is what I'm worried about. So even if you can get onto these outer workings of prison, you're going to have to defend it well. And Swag on your screen representing Space Force, one of the teams here. You're going to have to rotate early. If not, Breadman's going to pick up every single one of these teams as they look to rotate out of prison.
I totally agree. Slowly but surely here, this is just a play to play slow first, and then when do you make the move? And over the top, playing on the high ground, obviously smokes will help to get your loadout, but it is going to be utter chaos here shortly.
I saw Swag flying off, looking to make a rotate, but at least they have the loadouts here for cover, but we are burned through our smokes, and quite frankly, it's just open season for them. Z is going to have to pick out the players there in the opening, but we are full running, and everyone that's left behind, okay, wait, no, FIFA has a heli again.
Yeah, they still have the helicopter from the very beginning. Those kills are going to be extremely valuable when you start thinking about our multipliers. See Tripod Kurt on your screen here with Iceman Isaac.
He's on 4 for Tantalize.
Yeah, Air Force looking really strong, and there's a solo ratting out and actually getting paid for it. Gel Dog taking down Tantalize. Question is, what do you do from here? You could play for the trade, but they don't know it's a solo. They don't know it's only a single player on the other side necessarily. So they're trying to play nice and slow. I would expect Iceman Isaac to be the IGL for this trio. They're playing edge of zone. They've got a vehicle to play with. And Gel Dog gets cut down. They know that they've got at least a slight advantage going into Tones. Here's a look at him. Isaac COD, Tones, and Sean J Gaming on your screen right now.
Yeah, Sean J Gaming, she played last year in Code Bowl as well. I believe she did finish at the bottom of the leaderboard. So this is the perfect way to start fresh and say, okay, we're going to come back swinging, especially when the entire team is returning.
I'm pretty sure there's 2 teams for each
tend to get 1.5x, and
each branch of the military.
Once this gas finishes in that next we will lose half our lobby.
Well, what's interesting about this is Sean J Gaming is a part of the Air Force team. So Sean J, Tones, Isaac COD, they are Air Force as well as Iceman Isaac. I have a feeling these two teams, they actually interacted earlier, figured out who each other were, and are not shooting each other. They came in and played together. Hey, it's Code Bowl, man. Anything goes. I love it.
Oh, but J Smooth, the other team, the other half of Space Force. And I kind of like if they can get down in this crevice here. It really cuts off the line of sights from prison to take that pressure away from you. Scrub, though, on 2, which is nice. But I like how FIFA Kill, maintaining the helicopter, has actually chosen to go on the other side of prison, just underneath that bridge.
And we'll see if it pays off for him. Really depends on this zone pull. Obviously, we're favoring the eastern side of the map outside of prison, and it will likely pull all the way outside of prison, and it does. Of course, J Smooth and co are going to have to rotate up. But there's a team below them. They've got to know Legion's here, right? Shots fired, 1 goes down. It's going to be a 2v3, turn to a 2v2, and then a trade. J Smooth, the high ground always wins. We've learned that time and time again.
Yeah, so the best part about that is they only invested one player onto the low ground. Axis immediately dives down and says, okay, you guys done enough damage, you ripped a couple plates off, we're gonna go ahead and answer, look for the cleanup. It's unfortunate that Legion there, who did win last year with the US Army, is going to fall outside that multiplier. That will be the boon. I did see early on, though, that there was some issues with Breadman, right? He got picked off, and they were some of the early rotators poised for the top.
Yeah, we did see Joe there in the kill feed for a moment, though. So not all things spelling disaster for the side of Coast Guard. But high ground continuing to prove useful. There's a look at him, Joe with Nazir and Grand Poobah. Man, I've casted over Grand Poobah, I think, 15 times. This guy.
Yo, Freya Wren with the follow on Twitch. Thank you so much.
Have to come out of prison, though. And the question is when. Are you too late? High ground so valuable. Here's the first gunfight, though. Santa lines him up, can't quite knock him down. Trades bullets, trades damage between all three players. And because he gets punished, but there's a third party, it's Sucre, and it is the U.S. Army. Sucre comes in, steals one away.
You've got to keep your tabs on them. They are so impressive and obviously want to run it back this year, but not if the U.S. Coast Guard can make a change. Now, a gas play here is going to be critical because how much do we have left on our gas mask? Do we even have a gas mask? Or are we just full sending it? Because look at Breadman. He's back up on his feet. He's chilling.
Chilling. Again, winning a map is a 2x multiplier. If you haven't watched a lot
It's going good. It's going good.
It will multiply the kills that you get on the map. So placement is extremely important, but it is not everything. Dawes, Breadman, Spinaman, their perception of the map is we want to be in late game, the kills will come to us, and here they come. A full team of 3 and another team behind them. Iceman Isaac on the opposite side, and Tripod Kurt gets first blood. Dawes is going to have to go big from the high ground. I don't think they necessarily know he's got this angle. Can't spot him through the smoke like we can. Here's the first shot, but it's an immediate
I'm sponsored to Watch Party, the official Call of Duty Next and Call of Duty Endowment Bowl. So I'm watching the official Call of Duty channels.
Try to go ahead and get that reset and Tantalize there being on 6. If they get that 2x multiplier goes, it is going to be a massive way to kick off match number 1.
Air Force looking strong right now.
Yeah.
Priority position here, folks. Draw your eyes to the middle very briefly.
This guy here is gonna.
Into our highest multiplier aside from the win.
Oh no.
Libram trying to play spoiler.
Yeah, it's pretty freaking fantastic. I'm super happy about it.
Teams remaining. Air Force with a full team of 3 and a massive advantage going into this last couple of fights. And also, by the way, look who's alive on the other side. It is Tones, Isaac COD, Sean J Gaming. These are 2 Air Force teams in the top 5. This is gigantic for Air Force. They're going to start off with a huge bang.
This is going to be challenging because they have to pull towards the center, and Isaac is going to have
It's
to leave.
it's gonna be such a good time. I'm so excited for the new game.
On the cross now, outplayed. I love that he's over there prone. There's a good chance that he will have to crawl, and the moment that he stands up, he's gonna have to meet Kurt on the opposing side. But I think Tones right now realizes that unless we do something, we can take a 1.5x, we can take a 2x, but we gotta make the move. And Isaac actually in the side-by-side opens things up first.
Ooh, outplayed actually picks up 1. Outplayed actually picks up almost 2, but Tripod Kurt does clean up. Clean up Air Force on Air Force violence to wipe the rest of the lobby.
I pre-ordered game day 1, so I have beta codes to give away though.
Questions about it. Unbelievable start to the day, folks. Air Force, a gigantic margin.
I have a whole bunch of beta codes to give away.
They did not have to play perfect anymore. They did it in the very first map. Holy
Here's
cow.
the best part, Ghosh, is why I was talking about the setup that we're in. It is so unique and cool that everyone is just packed in there.
Just gotta follow me and hit me up on a social.
Do you see what I just did to you there at the end game? I just absolutely slaughtered you, and I
Actually, links work on Twitch or on here.
Yeah,
I can drop my Discord.
Really cool there, Lottie. Obviously, action-packed. Mini Royale will wake you up a little bit.
Their audio is so broken.
What you were saying is perfect. It is very fast-paced. It is very aggressive, and the pace of play is surprising for a lot of people at home. A lot of these players have played a ton of Warzone. Mini Royale is a totally different beast.
Yeah, especially if we're going to start things.
There you go. If you join on the Discord, I will drop you a beta link
In a helicopter, just
or a beta code.
down, chopping them up. I'm back.
I'm actually
to be back. Hi, guys.
What's up, Lana?
Hi. Yeah, unbelievably fast. I blinked and it was basically over, which I couldn't believe. I love the aggression. I think it's really interesting also seeing what a couple of players are doing when they're solo on their own and the decisions that they're making. Right now, yeah, it was the first drop. I know that they've got a few things to learn, but it's tough out there. It's just not the same as playing on a big map, so they're going to have to really think on their toes. I think the other thing for me is the fact that Air Force was just so elite. And we didn't talk about working together because that's not really the aim of the game, but who would have thought both of them, first and second place, coming out on top, also the kills to boot as well, a really impressive start from them.
Yeah, we start looking back on our replays, and it already started hot in the pregame lobby, all right? I'm not going to make that same mistake. I did think it was the pregame lobby once we hopped into the game and saw that helicopter action, and somehow Benny Central was putting some highlight-level plays at the very beginning of this map, hopping onto a vehicle, trying to shoot people out of the driver's seat. This was a big moment, obviously. We gave a nod to Legion and his team going into this competition. They were talking a little bit of trash in the airport with me. Unfortunately, couldn't get things going. But looking at this moment, obviously,
Yo, Sabus, you want a beta code?
we rotated out of prison. It was utter chaos, but it was a fight over this position on the other side.
I'm not playing anything, Freya. This is the COD Endowment Bowl, so this is Warzone.
They positioned themselves there, and it's unfortunate that when you let the kills come to you, that's great. But if you don't win that first fight, we saw Iceman Isaac immediately grab that power position.
Very interesting stuff. And talking about power position, something that I also have noticed, and I'm sure will also, I think, get a little bit better as we progress through some of the drops. It's
Sounds good, Sabus.
when other teams are fighting, right? And it's coming into a situation where you are pushing like prison, like we saw there. You are weak potentially. You might have won that fight. However, there could be a team waiting, lurching in the wings to come and push, you know, where you are completely out of resources, where you are weak.
Oh, Warzone. I pretty much only play Warzone live on stream.
Start to push forward, especially if you're on the outer ring of the leaderboard too.
Yeah, it's so funny you say that because I was going to talk about third parties, but in Mini Royale, it's more of like fifth, sixth, seventh parties because it's just non-stop action. And so 100%, you got to keep that in mind. Resource management is going to be everything. And it sounds like the race for the helicopter, if our zones are...
I have no Star Citizen codes for you, Sabus.
I think I saw whoever got
Not my creator niche.
I think he got like 5 kills. I mean, people are still flying into the map.
I haven't played a Silent Hill game in a hot minute.
Year and a half, so I mean, he's very comfortable.
Very comfortable indeed. Of course, we have the leaderboard here for you guys after that first drop here. And Air Force Gaming, of course, they're going to be right at the top because both their teams actually finished first and second. So really, really good.
Have you played Silent Hill F, Freya?
Surprises here early on this leaderboard because we talked about a few of the names here that we thought would be, you know, pretty aggressive, pretty good from the start and the get-go. Tiff, what are you noticing?
I mean, besides from Air Force Gaming there with a 12 and a 19.5, that's where the boons of the multiplier, right? That's a nice 2x and a 1.5. So just being consistent towards those end games since we only have 4 drops. It's kind of unfortunate there when I look at U.S. Army Esports, our returning
Is it something that you want to play?
Not the best start for them, but that's okay so long as they turn it around.
Yeah, and you got to look at Coast Guard too, right? We saw Coast Guard, that's Breadman Jowo leading their teams. We saw them playing for positioning.
Okay, our CAF, we're only 4th. We're only 4th.
Kind of like, oh, they didn't put up a lot of points. Well, look at our leaderboard.
That's exciting, Freya.
Tournament with a totally different score line. So when you see a team be in 3rd place at 13.5 points, this is the metric for success you're looking for. Obviously, we're looking for a champion, but everybody else is very close to 13.5, but that's kind of your metric of, I had a good game.
It's also really interesting to see as well when you're looking at the leaderboard, like you said, the kind of different scores that are coming across.
First Silent Hill, then Black Ops 7.
RCAF game, you know, like the fact that one of them had a 3 and one of them had a 9, but that together score is pushing up that leaderboard, which is keeping them consistent and competitive as well. But folks, Coach, I believe we actually have a couple of people we want to chat to.
Yeah, hey, our drop one winners are Air Force Game. There's no question about it, and they are standing by with reflections for our squad goals interview presented by USAA.
And welcome in to our USA Squad Goals interview. Tones from Air Force taking game number 1 in a big fashion. Air Force, you need a win, okay? There's been a different winner each and every year. Let's talk about it. First and foremost, how's your experience been so far?
It's been awesome. Super thankful to the Air Force, Activision, everybody. This has been an amazing experience, sweet venue, no complaints.
So you were in a different code.
You've only played Dead by Daylight and COD Modern Warfare 2. I'm assuming the new Modern Warfare 2, not the OG.
Oh, I love it. I'm super thankful. I've been in the Air Force a long time, almost 16 years, so this stuff wasn't really around. So to see this stuff come in full circle now is awesome to see.
Yeah, 16 years is actually quite impressive. And speaking of impressive, farmland. You got to go from farmland over towards prison. Walk me through your team strats as you had to start and ultimately finish with the W.
Yeah, we landed far out on the zone, just looted up, tried to third-party some fights, and we were just trying to play our life, get position, and then once we seen it rotated off of prison, we kind of worked up the hill trying to get some freebies, but Kilo needs a little more damage.
Talk to me about, though, your team. Obviously, you know, you're playing with other service members yourself. You obviously, Sean J, you got Iceman Isaac, a veteran in his own right. Talk to me about your team, its formation, because from what I'm hearing, the Air Force, it's not easy to get on this roster.
No, and it's funny. We probably got the oldest roster here. I'm 34. He's 19, and then we got 31 and 34. So we got an old roster here, so we're showing out for the old men.
Showing out for the old men such as myself. I'm 33. I can relate. Thank you, Tones. You got to get ready for your next game. We've got 3 more to go. Right now, it seems Air Force might be on top. Let's send it to the desk to find out.
Well, that was our squad goals interview presented by USAA. Along with award-winning service, USAA is known for squadding up with the military service members and their families. These guys were really showing out, and squad in drop number 1, Air Force was unstoppable. Apparently, they're the oldest team here. I don't know.
I can't. When they said they were the oldest team here and they said 34, I was like, come on, man. Like, I'm shocked, guys. Unk status, I guess, whatever it is. But all right, folks, we know situations can get a little sweaty, and thanks to our partners at Gillette Antiperspirant, we're going to go over a few hot drops throughout Verdansk and give some tips on how to stay cool under pressure. Our first hot drop of the day, we didn't see it in that map, though. Damn. And now I'm sure we'll eventually see it, but it is a favorite for a lot of that high reward gameplay and getting looted up, but those sight lines are so difficult, Ghosh.
Yeah, the thing about Mini Royale is that you oftentimes play a little bit of 4 corners. Every map goes out towards the edge of the map usually. Dam is absolutely something we should see today. And I think the big thing to remember about Dam is the high ground. We already saw how valuable it was over at Prison. It's going to be even more important here at Dam. And there is a heli drop here as well, so could see a pretty similar map to the one we just saw, Tiff.
Well, even in the sweatiest drops like Dam, Gillette Antiperspirant keeps you feeling confident, dry, and fresh. So you can focus on the mission, not the sweat.
Very, very true. I will say it's going to get very sweaty, and I think Gillette is going to be the only ones to power us through this, because from what I saw from that drop number 1, it's going to be so incredibly aggressive. I can't wait for it because I live for the kills. Personally, I love it. I love that risk.
Now you played the OG one. The OG one was amazing.
Really closing in on you guys.
I really love the original Modern Warfare 2.
In a Mini Royale, though, very difficult to read.
Yeah, I think the thing about Mini Royale.
By the way, they're so lucky. Beautiful scenery. Are you talking about the map, Call of Duty map?
One banger map, you could set yourself up and your entire roster up for massive success in this tournament. Air Force did just that in the first drop. They're feeling very good. We're only playing 4. A quarter of the way done, and they already have 30-plus points. What are we talking about?
They're feeling ever so good, and so am I, because we have plenty more drops coming your way. We'll be right back, folks, with more COD Goal 6.
USAA serves the military community and their families with the unrivaled support you've earned. Monster Energy. Grab a co-branded can of Monster Energy. Find the code under the tab and upload to callofduty.monster.
Ah, yeah, they got a really sick like thing area.
Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty and Call of Duty Endowment. Visit Corsair.com for more information. Gillette Antiperspirants proudly supports veterans through the Call of Duty Endowment. Enjoy 72 hours sweat and odor protection. Starting November 8th, Pilot will be partnering with the Endowment for the 7th year in a row. You can round up your change in store at checkout with 100% of net proceeds going to the Call of Duty Endowment. Through the partnership to date, Pilot and Endowment have helped over 8,000 vets gain meaningful employment. If you head into any Pilot or Flying J location, you can join in on the fight to help get our veterans back to work.
Yeah, they've got a lot of sponsors, but I mean, one of the biggest gaming franchises in the world, right?
Presented by USAA, we're just moments away from our second drop. But don't forget, USAA is unlocking rewards for all the viewers on this broadcast. Via Twitch drops, you can earn an animated emblem, spray, weapon charm, and weapon blueprint for every hour that you tune in. So keep watching to maximize your rewards, and USAA proudly supports the military gaming community. We've already seen some Black Ops 7 beta codes pop up on stream, so stay locked in. If you're quick enough, you can secure that Black Ops 7 beta access and be one of the first to get hands-on. Speaking of Black Ops 7 though, you know one of my favorite parts of every launch is the code pack that drops with the release. Always inspired by a real-life veteran, and this year is no different. We have an awesome veteran partner here to tell her story and how she inspired the Call of Duty Endowment Pack Legacy Tracer Pack. Let's bring out our very own Stephanie Snowden to get the latest intel.
I'm here now with Danielle Green, a U.S. Army veteran and Purple Heart recipient who
Don't know what you're talking about, Freya.
to develop the latest pack.
Wayna. Okay, what? How you doing, Wayna?
Talk to you and talk about this pack.
Thanks, Stephanie. And hey, everyone. I'm honored to be here today and tell you more about the Call of Duty Endowment Legacy Tracer Pack launching November 14th in Call of Duty Black Ops 7.
So first of all, I just need to say, much like you, this pack is absolutely badass. So what can you tell us about, bringing those elements to the design?
There's a long lineage of female combat veterans that I'm proud to be a part of, and this pack is a legacy to their service and my own.
All right, let's take a first look at the pack here. So Danielle, tell me a little bit about how this collaboration with the Call of Duty Endowment came about.
Absolutely. I'm connected with the Call of Duty Endowment through Open Bionics. They are a world-class leading robotics company. Their mission is to make advanced prosthetic arms accessible to amputees across the U.S., veterans and civilians alike. I'm proud to be wearing one of their designs today.
And that design is awesome. Big shout out to the folks at Open Bionics. Are there any?
I just haven't spent a lot of time building up my Twitch, to be straight.
Really resonate with you and your story.
Yes, absolutely.
It's my smallest platform.
The theme of resiliency is ingrained across this pack design.
Absolutely. Danielle, you are an inspiration to us all, women warriors out there. There you have it, the very first look at the Call of Duty.
It's also one of the worst platforms for growth.
Be sure to get the pack when Call of Duty Black Ops 7 launches to help us place more veterans into great jobs. We cannot do what we do without your support. And thank you, Danielle, for joining us today and continuing to serve.
Thank you, Stephanie.
All right, let's get back to gameplay.
Well, inspiration is a small word for what Danielle was able to do for us here. Obviously with Call of Duty Endowment, Tracer Pack's insane. I mean, so dang cool.
No, do you know what? It's mind-blowing when you really can actually put a real-life person who has lived through something that is so difficult, mentally challenging, physically challenging, and to be able to celebrate something like this in-game is truly special. So incredible stuff, and to actually have her here with us in studio talking about it and seeing the actual inspiration in front of us is incredible. So thank you so much, Danielle, for doing that and being here with us today. Speaking of, though, we have many here with us today. As you can see, the room is filled to the brim with incredible individuals, not only players, but of course serving as well for their fellow countries, and also our creators, which, by the way, is such an incredible opportunity for them as well, to actually be gaming with people who are doing, what is the inspiration with Call of Duty in real life. That must be quite something as well in terms of an experience. So these creators, I think they're always jumping at the chance to be able to come to Code Bowl and play with some of these incredible people as well, Tiff.
It truly is a blessing, because when you think about it, getting to represent a branch of the military alongside those servicemen and women, it's something that you don't get to meet when you're playing games, right? It's all online. You're playing with someone that's across the world, so it really connects a ton of people worldwide. But when you bring it down down together, you get on land, you get right next to your buddies, and then you drop 31.5 points in match number one. I mean, you can't ask for a better day, plus 10 points up on Royal Air Force.
Yeah, this is obviously a really cool stat line to start. It does give me a little bit of a look back at last year. This is about how Army started. So if somebody doesn't stop Air Force Gaming, we might see another team steamroll the competition. And I know we got a lot of people at home watching this competition that don't want that to happen. One thing I know about doing all of these tournaments, Code Bowl, of course, being one of them, is that our military service members and the people watching, they love to trash talk the other military branches.
Banter. It's just banter.
So I am sure there's a lot of people yelling at our
You're also into this stuff. You're talking about badge emotes and panels. I'm not looking for anybody to build up for me.
Leaderboard. It was quite interesting to see the point system happening. And of course, the two teams, just for folks tuning in as well, right now, we do have two teams for each branch that are going together in terms of their points and their finishes and their kills. So it was interesting to see the 10-point gap between first and second place, but then we had a 13, quite a significant jump. What does that mean? I know it's only been the first drop, but like you said, Goj, it's a quarter of the way in already. What does that mean in terms of that deficit that the others are going to have to fight back with?
Yeah,
What are you crying about, Sabus?
Over a lot of competitions, but not a lot like this. When you've got two trios combining scores, it is a totally different ball game. And I think a really important topic is that Air Force immediately figured out who each other were, and did not wipe each other. They shot each other, knocked a player, recognized the name, and backed
My
off.
lack of
I think
emotes.
that's really impressive to be able to acknowledge that in the moment, because you kind of get those jitters out of the way in match number one, and hey, maybe they're out there just completely.
Yeah, I probably should do it, eh, Sabus?
This isn't your first rodeo at the Code Bowl, right? You're like, hey, I did this last year, or hey, I'm
Actually represent myself as a creator on all platforms.
get granular in the moment and recognize the scenarios. Now, you mentioned solos earlier, Lottie, right? And especially if you're a solo in that end game, having trigger discipline. But what you do have is your teammates that are able to watch and sit there and be like, hey, in the comms, just so you know, there's a team out to your right. In case you didn't see them, go for it. Or maybe just watch out for them.
You know, I didn't really think about that part of it.
In the situations like this, when you do have somebody who is caught off guard and is solo in those situations, it's like, well, do you just go for a trade? Is that the best you're going to get? Another point on the board, another point in system?
Freya, no.
It's very, very difficult.
I've got a decent network of people, and I would rather pick and work with one of my regular viewers. No offense, for you to come in here for the first time, chat for like 5 minutes, which, I mean, I've enjoyed our little chat here talking about games, but then to pitch me on designing shit like this, like that, it's such a spammy method on Twitch. I'll never work with someone doing that.
We're just looking over the shoulder. Now we get a chance to look at their perspective.
And that may not be you, and that may not have been what your intention was, but that's how it's come across.
I was going to say, we didn't get to quite go to DAM, but that's all right. It's very fitting that we're going to military base, because later this week you will see the World Series of Warzone, and Huskers is representing that COD Unity team and has a ton of experience on this side of the map when it comes to those drop spots. So not necessarily the same crazy action that we got with the helicopter at prison, but playing off the high to low ground disparity on these tents here, I think it's great, but we've got to keep an eye on the U.S. Army esports.
Yeah, if we get a chance, I'm sure we'll pull up that map feed and take a look at the overall zones as well. Of course, reminder, when you see teams being wiped in the kill feed on the left-hand side, a lot of action, but there is Gulag, so one of these teams will be headed to the Gulag and trying to win their ones. Get back onto the map. We'll look at military. Zach trying to get a hop up just to get some info and then try to make this fight.
I never said you were a scammer. I believe that you actually do this.
This is a really strong team.
Your method of going about it is spammy, is what I'm saying.
That is Duke Dennis. That is Sucre down. That is one team of the U.S. Army esports.
Well, you can see Zach here just kind of completing the sandwich, looking for the final member, and he's just above them. At least we know that. But for Mills, he's kind of trying to lay that trap to make sure there's nowhere for them to go. Prone is the answer, and he actually catches Mills off guard. Now you've got a 1v2 situation, but Zach and Huskers will work together to make sure we clean it up. And you can hear him. That's when you get loud. You're like, I just did that.
Yeah, hey, the Marines, obviously on your screen. Zach has been a part of this competition for a very long time. You saw him in the highlight reel, even in the promo for this event. We'll check in with him later because we got to check in on the outside of the zone. This is over on the side of Quarry as Z-Laner and co are trying to rotate in. Something we always see in Warzone, even in Mini Royale. Vehicles are going to be a huge advantage for
they're
rotation
playing.
and even some team fights.
Well,
They're changing colors on me.
to the bunker we go. Breadman, you saw him in that endgame situation, but Benny with the vibes, Benny with the drives, takes that for a minute, crunches Bread. That one hurts, Benny. That one hurts.
Hey.
I like it. Keep it going.
Benny Central is really exhibiting the true form of double tap right there. Runs over one, backs over the other, and then runs him over for good measure.
Yeah, Frap, not interested.
Gun, man, that's crazy.
Well, he's got the homie, and now we're going to keep on rotating elsewhere. Apollo finds some damage onto Space Force. And
hey, there's a Star-Lord.
A nice 3-team battle. At least you're able to get the reset because a lot of the buy stations, once they redistribute them, it's all out in the open. So the fact that we get that and are immediately able to go scout, because how are you going to be able, unless you've got a ton of lethals to take down Benny? Benny's out of there for free.
Benny Central, of course, British Army. On your screen, you can see that BA1. That's British Army 1. His counterpart is Westy, which I don't think we've seen too much of yet. Not sure they know exactly where each other are yet. But a pretty good map for them thus far. It looks like Gibbs got 1, Gibbo's got 1, and Benny's got 2. So a nice little start here. The battle for the bunkers starting out pretty hot. A couple teams trying to figure out, should we just hang out here? This is maybe where end zone's going to be, out on the runway in the bunkers of the military base. I guess it's fitting for Code Bowl here, Tiff.
Well, here we go. The battle of the bunker. Here we come, the equipment. And honestly, we just missed it out, but MZ gets caught in the doorway. And just like that, you've got a full wipe going at the hands of Maddie and Ixie. And they did so brilliant there. But elsewhere on the trees, Jowo kind of had it into his building. But honestly, with CRN, there's only so much you can do here because it's so open. And with no smokes, you really have to rely on the land or terrain around you. Rely on the land or terrain around you.
Teep is our solo YOLO champion last year, brought to you by Corsair, and he is looking to this time win the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl, and then maybe also win the solo YOLO. That would certainly be a feat. I don't think he needs more feathers in his caps, but he's trying to get more of them right now. Nazir down. Unfortunately, as much as we were touting their skills, Coast Guard loses a full trio, and I believe that squad might be fully wiped. We'll double check that here shortly. As you can see, already down to 17 trios left on the map. So we lose another. Huskers has picked up the helicopter here in military base, and they're looking pretty stout. Waiting on Zach the OG to get out of the gulag. That's that skull in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Potentially should get out of it here shortly. Maybe they will eventually go for the buyback. If not, see Sean J Gaming off on the other side. And of course, to watch out for, but patience is a virtue here for Huskers and Co.
Yeah, I was looking for the ideation behind what we were doing with the piloting of the helicopter and where we were going with it, because we are in that next circle. I was curious if, hey, maybe we're going to take the entire team up onto the roof. You do have the helicopter for cover, but we talk about vehicles all the time in Verdansk, the importance of them, not only for the rotations, the resets, but you're already on 3 kills. Zach, unfortunately, will lose that gulag over towards MZ. So what does that reset look like? Because it is exponentially more difficult in Mini Royale.
Likely we're floating for a while. Oh, quick look at the map view here, folks. Obviously, we are headed to military
Ooh, only
base,
2 buy stations.
Code Bowl, and a chance to figure out who is going to be the champion of military base in the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl 6. Looking at our teams, number 9, that's going to be Huskers. And I do see a couple teams. I still see Air Force on the map. Sean J Gaming, of course, one side of that. Air Force. Iceman Isaac the other side. I haven't seen him much in the kill feed, but Sophie and Maddie and Icy on your screen right now, they've actually got a lot of kills. As a reminder, Maddie's showing 3. Icy picked up a triple kill by himself a small moment ago. And in the kill feed, briefly, you see Sean J and Tones picking up a couple more. So definitely watch out for Royal Air Force on your screen, but also pay attention. Our top team still dominating.
You mentioned Westy, and asking you shall receive. I like the patience that we have from Maddie here. We're kind of just walking up onto it. You do have Space Force just ahead of them, and they are working on taking down more of that U.S. Coast Guard team. This time, Breadman. We saw Jowo fall already, so could not be a good one unless Jaws DeSauce can clutch up here. Behind it or deployable cover, J Smooth tries to make the peek and retreats in a perfect time, but when your teammate's on the ground, you've got to be flawless. Ooh, nice
Dawes gets
read.
tagged up. Smooth could ego chow this, but he's going to play it slow.
Are we going to bait this? Are we going to stick it? No, okay, good bait there. But he's actually not going to chow it here. Instead, is focused on the potential peek, shoots through the smoke. We already get the reset off, and Smooth takes the chow and doesn't get it. That is the importance of deploying
That was
covers.
tight.
Yeah, it was a nice trade, though, because he got the revive on Axis. Axis was able to come in, play trades, and pick up the wipe. That was very close. Dawes almost put on a show for us.
Crazy.
So watch out for this team. Sophie is down, but Maddie and Icy are carrying the burden and responsibility in the kill category. I'm showing, I think, 7 between the two.
That's huge.
Reminder, between 2 teams, Coast Guard was in second with 13 points after map 1. These are massive numbers for Mini Royale. This circle is very out in the open. You're going to have to play loadouts. You're going to have to play this kind of tank isolated in the center. Maddie picks up another one. That's going to be 8 kills for the side.
Dang.
This squad, you've got to watch out for this trio. They could take home a ton of points after map 2.
Yeah, even as a duo, so important because they are confident and have the reps in playing with each other. They're really targeting Westy here, but the vehicle is going to live just a bit longer. You're not alone, though. You've got a duo left of the Space Force gaming side of things, and if you run straight into them, well, that's going to be a chow that you're willing to take. I do see a finish onto Smooth, but all of that distraction is allowing these two to make their way on out. A nice little restock there, thanks to that loadout.
I'll be very curious to know if FIFA Kill is still on this map. Royal Air Force, of course, on your screen, dominating right now. There's only 2 members left for their trio, but we've got to pay attention to where Whoopty, 2K, and FIFA Kill are if they're still on this map. Try to get a confirmation of that here shortly, but move over to the crates. On the outside of the zone, a hold here from Huskers. They've been here since the start, and they're looking to execute a fantastic game for the Marines.
Okay, I think this is smart, right? Because this building is kind of just there on the cusp. You do have U.S. Army esports that are kind of working towards this, and everyone's going to have to come to them. But Sean J Gaming does still have numbers and strength on their side of things. They've got the storage containers, but it's going to be about the timing. Will the U.S. Army move at the exact same time? Because if I'm Huskers, I'm being able to hold from that building, picking them apart. And as I say, Sean J, she's down and now it's just Tones and Isaac.
Yeah, and of course, this is the team in first. This is Air Force after a banger map 1. But what I see off screen is yellow team number 7. That is FIFA Kill Squad. Royal Air Force have a very good game going right now if they can keep up this pace. Looking for top 5. That's our next multiplier tip. Could be a huge value of points.
This is what I'm worried about. At least Duke has it in them to go off the backside of the building, so you're not parachuting straight into the open arms of Huskers, Zach the OG, and Mills. You're really going through it, but honestly, if you're gonna go out in a blaze of glory. But the fact is, we are still up. Sleep on 4 into the 1.5x.
Ooh, Huskers saw him through the crack.
Oftentimes known as the Caster Curse, but sometimes the Observer Curse. But either way you look at it, Mills is putting on a show as per the usual. This team has been dominating in military right now. The Marines looking very, very strong at military base. Of course, I'm sure Huskers is IGLing. This man has more experience on this map and just frankly in Warzone than almost anybody in history. Been playing since the very beginning, years and years ago. But Mills and Zach the OG certainly are fantastic players as well. They're looking very strong, and they're going to try to push this equation. They've got an advantage. Let's see if we can execute on it. They do end up picking up Maddie. A nice pickup with a thermite.
I mean, it was a direct hit, honestly. With that circle, it pulled straight to them. They're going to be able to make this play straight onto the high ground. They'll have their sights onto FIFA Kill just across the way. I saw Swag there, Space Force still in the thick of it. And you know what? I'm not even going to say it. Because if I'm FIFA Kill, Whoopty, and Harry, based off the action that we saw over at Prison, we are letting it rip here.
This is a very good game for Royal Air Force. You're
Wow.
seeing Whoopty on 4 by themselves. I'm not sure what the total kill tally is for this trio, but if they can pick up all of these, Revengeful from distance, but close range, they can't get a handle on Swag, who's trying to make a play, and he's able to do it. FIFA Kill's going to have to play the trade. He's able to finally, off in the distance. Swag with the help.
Damn.
They win the gunfight. That is a massive takedown on a team who is looking to put up a crazy amount of points.
And Swag doesn't get fooled. The trio likely going to go ahead and try to pick up the captain there, and Huskers, Zach the OG Mills, they've been in control of this space. They're playing the long game, and now with them biding their time on the reset, Huskers can look for the 2x multi. They're going to have these loadouts up here. They can play off the back of all the cover, but Swag has a vehicle, and Swag's taking so much damage.
Space Force versus the Marines, and the Marines now have a clear advantage. Swag trying to get a little fancy with the vehicle or try to get to cover, gets punished for it. A 3v2. These are giant totals in terms of the kill category, and Huskers shoot straight. Holy cow. Another deployable cover helping out, but it
There we go. Damn.
and his squad champions. They won the early game, they won the late game. The Marines are on top. Fantastic performance from Zach the OG. He's back.
I told you the moment we were going to military base that Huskers and Co. were going to have such familiarity there, and they crushed it. Celebrations all around, because when you've got a game of 4, returning back and grabbing a win in match number 2 is such a great way to reset your series.
Yeah, and I gotta say,
okay,
too,
I see you.
Here's the thing about my GOAT, Zach, all right? I've known this guy for a very long time. The first time I casted over him was on a tiny land in Kansas City 4 years ago, okay? This guy has been in the scene for a very long time. He told me last year he was retiring. He's back in the grandest of fashions, winning map number 2.
He is, wow, what a show from the Marines. I've got to say, I was listening to your cast, it was perfect from the both of you.
Wow,
and I learned so much, and there's a couple of things that I noted here. Like you said, the comfort level from Huskers and the rest of the boys, the Marines, unbelievable in military base. They were formidable. It felt like a completely different situation from drop number 1. It felt like they had pretty much the control that they needed the entirety of the game. And then there's so much more that I want to talk about here, but I'll let you guys take the highlights. In terms of the high-level stuff, what was really pushing forward for you?
Yeah, and I think the small thing I want to mention is obviously Huskers and Marines, they win the drop. So you get yourself very comfortable when you know who's around you. Everybody has to come to you. You've won the center of the zone, and because of that, they had a clear advantage going into the final fights.
And I love just getting to look back at this, because this was a really difficult moment. The moment Huskers walked in, took that building for the Marines, and then everyone's kind of rotating it off short. You tried to hedge your bet by dropping off the back of the building, using the smokes for a rotate, but there's just only so much you can do.
And I think Huskers is probably saying thank you to Team Swag for wiping FIFA Kill. A Royal Air Force, I expect to be near the top of the leaderboard at the end of this one. We got to remember the insane amount of kills from Icy and, of course, Maddie on the other side. And then FIFA Kill's team had a ton of kills as well. And then finally, the final fight, frankly, was Huskers shooting beams. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
Complete beams, but I've got to ask about the question of getting in the vehicle from Swag.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about vehicles, how imperative they can be for rotations, right? We love to see it. However, I don't know about the kind of the thought process there. Getting in the vehicle and just full sending it towards that hill. They have the higher ground. They know that they have the beams. They have a better advantage. So for Swag to kind of just basically take it on the chin, essentially like full blown, that was really difficult to watch that.
It's tough because you have to think about the situation that they just found themselves in. It's, did he have any smokes? What
Right.
were the other options? And sometimes if you kind of step back in one of the prior fights that we had just witnessed with Space Force, it was Swag on the front line and the remaining 2 kind of on the back holding the angle. So maybe he was like, you know what, I'll take it on the chin. I will drive this vehicle straight into them and I'll cause a distraction. I just need you to connect those lines of sight. But there really wasn't a lot of cover because, like you said, Huskers is just basically beaming straight into him. But it wasn't just Huskers. It was the trio, and they had every angle.
And they also had high ground, too. I mean, it was a really difficult situation because the zone was kind of in the middle, but the edge was on the high ground that Huskers team had already held. So I think Swag was trying to kind of pave a way. Unfortunately, Huskers shoot straight, okay? There's a couple people out there that play keyboard and mouse still, and Huskers is one of them. And sometimes it has a small advantage in some of these long sight lines like that. So you can't count them out. I'm just saying.
That's really good positioning. Really, really good positioning.
Basically from all of our squads here, but I've got to say, the Marines, they are starting to climb up the leaderboard. Very impressed with what I saw. And Huskers leading the charge. He is feeling back at home, I would say, Goj.
Yeah, back at home. I mean, Verdansk is quite literally his home. I mean, he and Swag got their start, obviously, the very beginning of Warzone. But a lot of these guys, Zach the OG, we were just talking about, our military service members, they've been playing since the beginning, too. I think everybody's feeling at home back on our OG map.
I got to ask a little bit about, you know, the approach, especially now we're halfway through, had the second drop. What would you be doing differently if you're some of the other teams that are kind of just trying to pick up the pieces, they're slacking a little bit? What are you noticing, especially early game, Tiff, that might make a massive difference from how they're even approaching it?
Yeah, so basically in match number 1, that was pretty difficult, right? Because if you're all landing prison, it's like, okay, maybe I'll take this little Spire for myself, or maybe I'll go for the helicopter. But when you have match number 2 and you kind of open it up a bit more in terms of land and what you can do is, yes, you've got military base, you've got the tense fights, you've got the bunkers, but we're noticing those people that are fighting it out for the helis, and Huskers grabs it that time and commands a lot of space with it, because if you can have that pressure kind of lifted off you by saying, hey, I'm going to have easier rotations, I don't have to worry about that, I can just pick and choose my smart fights and not get caught up in kind of the encompassing multitude of those fourth and fifth parties.
Yeah, well, the thing about Mini Royale, again, I said this at the top of the show, it is all adapting. It is all thinking on your feet. You do not have designated drop spots. You're not like, hey, we've been repping this spot. We've been repping Hospital for the last like half a year.
Yeah,
this is totally thinking on your feet. They drop early, they win the POI, and because they won the POI, they had the advantage start to finish. Let's take a look at our leaderboard, though, and woo, this is just from game 2. Marine Corps Gaming put up 5 points.
Our CAF is dropped.
That much. They had, it looks like Alpha, which is Husker, Zach the OG, who won the map. They had 13 kills, which in Mini Royale is insane. 2x multiplier, that's 26. Lottie, this is a crazy leaderboard from Marine Corps. But of course, Royal Air Force, I expected them to be near the top. They're podiuming in map number 2.
They certainly are indeed. And of course, that was just map 2. Here are the total standings with all of our maps put together. And Air Force Gaming, they are still right at the top. And that's because they had such an incredible first drop in here. The Royal Air Force Esports, they're climbing right underneath them. We were talking about a 10-point deficit before this. Now it's only a 0.5. The climb is happening. And of course, Marine, they are doing everything that they need to do in order to climb that leaderboard. 39 points, not far behind. If you're Air Force right now, I have so many questions about how you handle this. Are you going to really turn on the aggression? That's what I want to know. Are we going to be seeing a serious amount of aggression from them?
Only got 2 more maps to go, but we got to go to our drop 2 winners down at the stage there. Our winners, of course, Marine Corps. They're standing by with reflections for our squad goals interview presented by USAA.
And welcome into our USA Squad Goals interview. The Marines get it done, and Zach the OG is on top. The OG, when it comes to Code Bowls, retirement, it didn't happen. You're back. What happened?
I was done playing at the end of last year. I had a kid coming. I didn't want to dedicate the time. I have an amazing wife. Shout out her. And she knows that I wanted to keep competing, and so she took on a little bit more responsibility for me to keep doing the thing I love in the last year I have in the military.
That's a beautiful story, and obviously a good support system takes you a long way. Zach, Marines have struggled throughout Code Bowls. You guys are overdue for a win, as far as I'm concerned. You won the last game last year, but still far away from Army, who ended up taking it all. What makes this year different, and what do you think your chances are to maybe take Code Bowl for the first time?
Dang, Benny, that's a giveaway.
We had a couple like warm-up games, like warm-up scrims, and we were the best team, average placement, average kills. Like, we were frying. Like, that game you just saw was what we played every single pregame, you know? I think this year specifically with MCG, we've actually invested in the Warzone groups. So like, we've only brought like MP cats and like very talented Call of Duty players, but VR is just very different. So this is the first year we've brought Warzone, and I mean, it's showing. Like, our other team did really well, good kills, top 10. We got good kills, won. So really excited. We have a whole like real group of 4 players that actually drop into the map now.
Well, Zach, being an OG in the Code Bowl, this might be your last year officially. I want to give the mic to you one last time, maybe maybe your final chance to talk to everybody out there who's been supporting you over the years.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Everyone back home, mom, dad, wife, my son Callum, I love you guys so much. Thank you for this. Like, every time I come to these, it's just kind of crazy. Like, I'm just a kid from Kansas City who joined the Marine Corps who likes playing Call of Duty, and like, I've come to 3 COD Next, Code Bowl, and all this kind of stuff. It's been awesome.
Well, Zach, best of luck in the tournament. You've got 2 more games in the regular gameplay before Solo Yellow. Zach the OG, the Marines, are they on top? Let's find out.
Well, that was our squad goals interview presented by USAA. Along with award-winning service, USAA is known for squadding up with military service members and their families. And like Zach the OG said, he's got a great family and a great support system, and obviously they showed out in drop number 2. Unbelievable stat line from them. I think the biggest technically, or very, very close to the biggest between the 2 drops, 35 points overall for the Marine Corps.
Huge drop 2 from them. Big shout out to Zach's wife, by the way, as well, staying home and letting him do what he loves and living out his dream. But I've also, want to kind of pick apart something he said and mentioned. First year, they're bringing on Warzone players. And for folks at home who might not know the difference, what are the big differences between Warzone players and multiplayers? Because you look at things and you think, well, it is Call of Duty. What could be so drastically different? Well, there's a bunch, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, there certainly is, Tiff. I don't know if you're going to take this one. We're going to get roasted on Twitter for this.
No,
but I think for me, it is about understanding the map.
Yeah, I think that's true because, I mean, look, multiplayer, it's reading the spawns. It's being able to kind of work cohesive in, like, such a fast-paced environment. With Warzone, it's understanding rotations in the competitive setting. Where are your biggest competition? What spots do they like to land? Am I going to hit them on rotation? How my resource management, my UAVs, like my vehicles, like you need all of that. And there's so many factors to continue on, but you're not just worried about one other team that you're facing in multi, right? You've got 150 players on big map. It's a lot.
Also, you could just get shot from so many angles. If you don't know the map, you're going to get fried. It just is what it is. You might be able to shoot straight. You got to know the map. Verdansk is one that many know, though, and it's obvious on screen right now with the way they're playing. Regardless of the fact they have to adapt, they know the map.
I'm hearing great at multitasking, good at reacting on the fly, and multiplayer is, you know, systems, it's organization, knowing exactly what's coming, when it's coming, and being able to do that. Fantastic stuff. Well, folks, actually, a reminder that this year, Monster Energy is returning as a partner of Cold Bowl 6. To celebrate, we are bringing back the Monster Energy Most Valuable Player MVP Award. The award will be decided by the Cold Bowl 6 broadcast team and will be given to honor the standout performance of a military member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory and they unleashed the beast on the competition. So stay tuned at the end of the broadcast to see who will be crowned the new Monster Energy MVP, and the recipient will receive the Monster Energy MVP Award and crown this year's Monster Energy MVP of Code Bowl. Look at that ring as well, folks. That was that's some bling. There it is. It is insane. This is like NFL back here. This is absolutely gorgeous. Your hand is going to be incredibly heavy, to say the least. And based on what we've seen so far, though, I have to ask my wonderful casters on who we think might just be taking away this award this time around. Tiff, got any thoughts and feelings on that?
It's really tough because I think we've seen a couple powerful moments from a couple different branches, right? Like you have Swag's team, the way they're working together, that synergy of setting up those plays and kind of using the knowledge and chemistry together. I think that's impressive, but also just hearing from Zach. There's a lot of moments where, hey, if they run it back for our last two matches of the day, just like what we saw, and they claimed that they ran that in their practice and warm-up games coming into this, I think there's a very good chance that one member of the Marines could easily have that.
If Air Force steps back up, it could be Tones. Put up great kills in the first map. Second map, a little bit struggling, but overall still solid stat lines and near the top of the leaderboard.
Well, to celebrate all things MVP, the Call of Duty Endowment and Monster partnered to develop the calling card that is going to be super sick. Let me tell you, you guys saw it earlier, but I'm just going to go ahead and say I want to unleash the beast alongside of our players. It's the custom calling card that will be automatically granted when you log into Call of Duty. It's called Unleash the MVP, so go check it out and equip it now. Thank you so much, Monster Energy. It's just been so cool to have all of these fun things. But guys, we will be right back with more Code Bowl 6.
USAA serves the military community and their families with the unrivaled support you've earned. Monster Energy. Grab a co-branded can of Monster Energy. Duty with Corsair. Duty Endowment. Enjoy 72 hours sweat and odor protection. Starting November 8th, Pilot will be partnering with the Endowment for the 7th year in a row. You can round up your change in-store at checkout with 100% of net proceeds going to the Call of Duty Endowment. Through the partnership to date, Pilot and Endowment have helped over 8,000 vets gain meaningful employment. If you head into any Pilot or Flying J location, you can join in on the fight to help get our veterans back to work.
Welcome back. We are almost ready for our next drop. I am so excited for this one.
Yeah, me too. But honestly, before we get into that next drop, I do just want to say that I love these Through Dark jackets. They are super cozy. And honestly, Lottie, come on, work it, girl. I see what you're doing. Yeah, give us the full gamut of it all.
Oh, here we are.
A moment for the jacket. So shout out Through Dark, seeing the hosts and, you know, some of the captains geared up in matching Through Dark Code Bowl 6 jackets really ties the event together. Feels like one squad, one mission, all here to support the Call of Duty endowment. Reminder to go check out ThroughDark.com for more awesome gear designed by UK Special Forces. I heard one of them even climbed Mount Everest this summer, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, it's insane. Well, a reminder for those of you that are just tuning in, the teams will now compete in, of course, 4 drops overall of Mini Royale on Verdansk. Each team receives 1 point for every elimination, and depending on where they finish, there's also placement multipliers you can see on your screen now. So it's really crucial to make it to the final circle, of course. Now, since each military branch has 2 trios, each of their scores are going to be added together. And I want to take a look at the standings before we go into our 3rd drop, because this will set the tone. We are only playing 4 games. And here's our scores as of right now. It is very close at the top.
It's incredibly close. And I think something that I love about the system here at Code Bowl with the multipliers is, yes, you want to finish first. Don't get me wrong. And it's fantastic. It's a great feeling. But you need to be aggressive. You need to be getting these kills. You need to be going for these chows. That's so important, because what is the point of sneaking a win if you don't have any kills to your name? What does the multiplier do?
Not much. Not much, but honestly, to get 46 points after 2 matches, and we have just a half a point separating Air Force Gaming and Royal Air Force Esports. At this point, we can see Air Force unstoppable, but now I feel like we got to start turning the competition between the Air Force Gaming and Royal Air Force Esports.
Yeah, and Marine Corps, you got to remember, they put up 35 points in Game 2. That means their first drop, they put up 4. That's between 2 trios combined. Crazy. The question I have is, of course, can they stay consistent? After a game like that in the first round, they rally back and put up a crazy number, 35 points.
Indeed. I got to say, I love consistency, but I love disruption as well. So I'm hoping to see somebody crawl back into the mix.
I think that's going to be really fun to witness. But thanks to USAA, every hour that you watch this broadcast earns you more rewards through Twitch drops. We're talking an animated emblem, a custom spray, a weapon charm, and here's my favorite, the weapon blueprint. Stack those rewards just by staying locked in. Big shout out to USAA for backing the military community.
Yeah, hey, and operators, stay sharp. Black Ops 7 beta codes are dropping right here during Code Bowl 6. You've been seeing them on the left side of your screen. Be ready to lock in, claim your code, and deploy early into the fight.
Ooh, speaking of fights, here's the deal. We have our next hot drop presented by Gillette Antiperspirant. This time, one of my favorites, Quarry. Talk about being caught between a rock and a hard place. It is one of the most challenging drops on the map. So, Ghosh, talk me through some of it, because I think that we're going to manifest actually going to Quarry.
Okay, I'm excited to talk about Quarry. This is a drop that usually can support multiple trios. It's one that on the map doesn't look gigantic, but there's a lot of room to work because of these large buildings. There's obviously multiple levels in these buildings, and there's teams that oftentimes will drop here, both be on the same POI, but not interact with each other for like 5 to 6 minutes on big map. Mini Royale obviously will look a little bit different, but there's a lot of room to work with, almost like a quad area in the center, a lot of buildings, and a lot of ways to travel between the buildings.
I hate getting stuck at Quarry.
There really just are so many places to navigate in Quarry with players that are just constantly on edge with a lot of those sight lines. So it makes split-second decisions just so much more important. But like the pros navigating these intense zones, you do have to stay cool under pressure. That's where Gillette Antiperspirant comes in, keeping you feeling fresh, confident, and dry, even when things get heated.
Speaking of getting heated, I want it to get heated right now. We talked about the consistency a second ago. I want the disruption. And talking about the hot drops that you guys just wonderfully analyzed for us, do you think we're going to be seeing a couple of the teams that are really trying to scrape the barrel with points here, dropping into places that are going to be incredibly risky, but because they desperately need those rewards?
High risk, high reward versus slow play the edge of gas. It's something we always talk about with Warzone. Certainly will come into play with Mini Royale as well. There is, yes, a smaller map, but it is still a map that you can choose to play a little less risky. If you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, we only have 2 maps to go. Absolutely could be the case. Some teams just drop straight into the middle of the map and say, well, we'll figure it out when we get there.
I actually like the fly by the seat of my pants kind of vibe, right? I mean, what do you have to lose? If you're only looking up, this is the best time for you to get Mixie. It's not the final drop. Who knows? We've seen 20-plus point games, and that'll get you right into the mix, especially if you do have a 46-point, a 45.5 right at the top two.
Yeah.
It really is a lot of room for improvement. You just need that 25 to 30-point game.
All right, calling you guys out. I've got to know, who are you saying? Drop hot. Take a risk. Is it Coast Guard? Where are we seeing Coast Guard?
Army.
It's Army.
It's Army for
right.
sure. I mean, they're defending champions, and every time we've seen them, it's been like an almost. I mean, we saw them obviously in military there, off rip. If they win the fight against the Marines, that could have been them in the final circle. That could have been Duke Dennis winning a map with Sucre and Sleep. Like, absolutely, U.S. Army needs to stay hot. They need to stay aggressive. They can put up big numbers. We haven't really heard a big peep from Aiden as well on the other side of Army.
That is actually really interesting, and that's not very characteristic of Aiden. He doesn't like to go under the radar, especially after some big wins this summer. You want to kind of keep that momentum moving forward, and honestly, now that we've mentioned his name, maybe, just maybe, they'll win this next match.
Maybe. We might see something just coming out of the woodworks. Aiden, we're calling for something crazy.
We're summoning you.
Get a bit mixy out there, mate. Yeah, we are summoning you. That's exactly what's happening.
Well, before we head into drop number 3, we have another major announcement from the endowment. This time, on a new way that you can support veterans. The Call of Duty Endowment is officially a part of Lyft's Roundup and Donate platform. Just open up your Lyft app, choose the Call of Duty Endowment as your charity, and round up your fare to help place veterans into high-quality jobs. It's that easy to make a difference and turn every ride into a mission for good.
Incredible stuff. I will say, you know, we've seen a kind of few lifts happening literally in Verdansk. We've seen cars coming out of nowhere. We've seen Benny Central running over people left, right, and center, but, you know, holstering his guns, his weapons. No, just put him behind a wheel, a British man with, I'm sure, a great driver's license, and he will do the absolute most, no matter where it is. I'm actually loving the vehicle kills. I think they're so fun.
As long as they're in game and not on the strip. I don't want to see Benny behind the wheel out here.
That is very true. A really cool charity opportunity, by the way. Lyft, shout out to you guys in Call of Duty Endowment. That is the easiest way to give to charity, just rounding up your fare. Like, come on, that's so super, super cool.
It certainly is cool indeed, and I certainly will be doing that while I'm here in Vegas and enjoying the pleasantries that we do find around the strip, but including, of course, this incredible Code Bowl. I'm having an absolute blast. Halfway through we are, folks. I'm interested to see who's really going to start to kick it up another notch, another gear, because I was quite shocked by how well Air Force did do in that first drop. I mean, first and second place, they are really putting on a show here, and then we see the Marines just come to life. Do we have a third on here? Are you looking at Army to start making some names? But you did mention Coast Guards as well, Goj, earlier on before we did drop into Verdansk.
I know.
So how are you feeling about them?
I can talk about everybody. I mean, I think Coast Guard's looking fine. I think they're around middle of the pack overall. I think they've got a little room to improve, but that's just the nature of the game. Sometimes you have a bad map. You could see somebody that we're not even talking about win these next two maps and potentially win this whole tournament. That's the nature of a 4-drop tournament like this. However, I'm really liking Royal Air Force. We got to mention how big of a game they actually put up last map as well. If the Marines had put up a 13-kill win for 26 points, we would have seen Royal Air Force actually collectively be the top team from drop 2. When you've got a squad, when you've got 2 trios that can put up great numbers, that is going to be a huge boon overall on the leaderboard, of course, but also could be a difference maker on winning or maybe getting second.
I mean, Air Force and then Royal Air Force 1 and 2 right now. There's something in the air, folks, and it might just be a helicopter, because that is going to be a massive key coming into this next drop. I think if you do want that leg up, that is going to be the name of the game heading into it. We're looking right now across the leaderboard. Here are the standings. As you can see, Air Force only 8.5 separating them from their fellow Air Force members, but over in the UK. And the Marine Corps, they are just tucked under there, and don't count them out, folks. I will ask you, though, Tiff, about Space Force Gaming. They are not far behind in 4th place right now. Do you feel like they've got a good chance, a punter's chance here? Because what have you seen from them so far in the first half?
Well, we've seen a couple different moments, right? You can talk about Jay Smooth, one of the captains there, I believe, on the second team for Space Force Gaming. Think back to match number 1. They took a really exceptional fight out on that gas line. And then you kind of jump forward into match number 2. You've got Swag, right? Just playing around the bunkers with the vehicle. Sure, it was a Hail Mary send trying to get across for that final fight against the Marine Corps Gaming. anything can happen. With 46 points being the top of the leaderboard, that's a 23-point game average. It's tough to maintain something that's sitting around 25 to 26, but hey, with only 4 matches, it can very well happen. But if you're sitting at around that 30.5, just about 15 points outside of the lead, that is one of those good games that goes with mentioning. It's like, what, 8 kills at a 2x multi? That's 16, you're golden, but you have to prey on the downfall of the Air Force.
I like Space Force Gaming a lot. I you know, no flame, but I think for me to say, hey, maybe Jay Smooth could win a tournament is kind of a big deal.
Wow.
Okay, look, he's playing great. He's winning ones. This is a different Jay Smooth than I've seen in any other tournament in the past. But I am looking at Swag's trio, Revengeful in particular from that trio. He's been looking very strong in the map, putting up nice numbers. This is a player that, yes, a military service member. I've actually seen him compete in other events as well. Watch out for this guy. He could make solo plays. He could be the hero, or they could just play well as a trio.
I've got to also ask a little bit about Navy. You know, we had a lot to say about them coming into this as well. How are we feeling about their chances? Because as you get into that drop number 3, those chances start to lower. You know, you then only have 1 game to get it done. I mean, how aggressive do you need to be in that 5th position?
I mean, you're down by 20 some odd points from the first place position. I mean, frankly, we're playing for the win. There is no, I mean, 2nd place matters, 3rd place matters in terms of posterity, but we are playing to win this tournament. The biggest games of the day have been around 35 points between 2 trios combined. So if you start dropping outside of that going into the last round, it's kind of like, hey, it's a little too late. This is the time to step up. If you're Army, if you're RCAF, if you're Royal Navy, even Coast Guard, you've got to make a move right now.
Yeah, you certainly do indeed. We also saw something, a lot of baiting that was happening, especially early game. But when it comes to the later part of the game, I think the baiting is even more crucial. You're finding yourselves against teams that only have 2. They have a member who's completely gone and out, and they're having to struggle through it and push through. How important is baiting going to be at different points in time as the circles are closing?
You kind of get a feel, right? It goes back to resource management. If you're constantly poking and prodding at these teams, not only do you get information on their numbers, but you're denying them the chance to go into those final fights with the potential for plates, or maybe you've already burned their thermites and their smokes, and next thing you know, it's just playing smart on your positioning. Now, you know, it happens, right? But then we also have to think about that priority positioning. Because sure, getting God spot early is great, but if the timing's not right and you walk into it too early, you run the risk of losing it. And that's where you think about Bredman from the U.S. Coast Guard there in match number 1. Tried to play for endgame, but got absolutely rolled by Iceman Isaac.
Yeah, you know, something we talk about in Warzone all the time is what advantages do you have and how do you capitalize on them? There's a ton of different advantages. You could have resource management advantages. Do I have a gas mask? Do I have my utility? Do I have my equipment, right? We've been talking about that all day. But the other thing is just player advantage. Just having a full team of 3 is usually a difference maker. It is usually what wins you games. And so we saw it in the final fight there. It's kind of a microcosm for the way the rest of the map's been playing out. Huskers takes down Swag. It's a 3v2. There's just about nothing you can do. Player advantage is almost everything. If you have a full team of 3 going into the final circle, you're going to have a lot of advantage to win the whole map.
And not only that, but since this is mini royale, you burn your gulags earlier. Everything's kind of fast-paced, but the lack of buy stations, it's really tough to get back to those full amount of numbers for the end game. So if you go down to a duo or a solo, you're looking, hey, where's the nearest buy station? Oh my gosh, there's only 1 left in circle, and I've got to trek across this open terrain to get over there, and it's just not worth the risk, because at that point, if you're into the 1.5x multiplier, which is all you need is top 10 for that, okay, so every kill is worth 1.5. My value in that game at this point in time is to play low, smart, and look for every kill that I can maximize my points with.
Love hearing that. I mean, it literally was a staple, right? I mean, military base, one of the most open finishes that you could ask for. Very, very difficult to be able to kind of get an adjustment happening on your side. If you don't get there first and you don't have the position that Huskers and Co had, it can be really, really tough. Speaking of advantages though, and I actually mentioned the duos, we actually saw a duo left that were really, really cracked out of their minds. Icy and Matty. I want to talk about some of the service members and how good they are at the game, because the advantage of having position, the equipment, whatever you need in your arsenal to get it done is fantastic, but the advantage of having cracked out players is also something else. So who's been really kind of pushing forward for you guys, not with our creators here, but on their own?
Yeah, this is why I was talking about Royal Air Force. I think it's a really good call out, Laudy. Maddie and Icy were putting up crazy numbers, but it was both sides of that Royal Air Force. It was Whoopty. We saw it 4 or 5 kills going into the final circle, and I know that 2K also had some who was playing with FIFA Kill. They end up getting wiped by Swag at the end, but we're a top 5 team. It doesn't matter, and they had enough kills to put them near the top of the leaderboard. I really like the shout there. Again, want to shout out Revengeful. I'm looking, though, when I look at U.S. Army, and I look, obviously, Aiden, Duke Dennis, a great player and a big celebrity and all of that stuff, not necessarily a massive COD player. I'm looking at Sukra on Army to really step up and kind of take the lead for that trio to kind of keep the pace and try to change this leaderboard up.
I think that's really smart. And honestly, when you kind of look back into some of the replays that we had, or even just the games in general, just how close together our service members are playing. It's almost like our creators that are kind of just anchoring themselves out a bit further. I don't know if they're actually IGLing, because you never know. If you're confident, you're cracked, you're in the top 250 ranked grind leaderboard, you're like, no. You sit back, my man, I've got this.
Yeah, hey, and even on Air Force, I mean, at the very beginning, Tones, Isaac COD playing with John Jay Gaming. Watch out for that duo, man. They were the last 2 alive for that trio. John Jay ended up going out a little bit earlier, so watch out for Tones. He's put up good numbers. I said he could potentially be one of our monster MVPs as well, but I believe our game about to get started, our players flying in, and we are loading into the map, folks, and I am so excited to drop in for map number 3, Tiff.
This is a game of quadrants here on Verdansk. You've seen prison. You've seen military base. The question is, where are we heading for match number 3 of Code Bowl 6? And I don't know, maybe it's got something to do with some of those hot spots we were talking about, the hot drops.
Certainly could.
I see you, Corey.
There's Corey, and it is technically at least playable area on the map and inside the zone. A slight looking over the top should be a zone that goes from Corey all the way down past TV station. We're going to read on that map as soon as we can, but it's going to be utter chaos in Corey. We said it could be a hot drop, and it certainly is. Who's got the script behind the scenes? Holy cow. Corey looking gross already. Things are getting spicy.
Well, you heard from Zach. Didn't want to retire just yet. Had the wife step up. Congratulations to their first child. And sometimes it's even better when you win on a main stage and you've got your family back at home watching you.
That's exactly right. Here we go. A lot of kills exchanging hands right now. Mills has picked up a couple from distance, but right now it's just figuring out, get your information the best way you can. If it's just spotting them, sure. But if you can get enough cash to get some UAVs in the sky quickly, this could help you out dramatically with the fight over Corey.
I'm nervous about this rotation on out of it. As you can see, they went undergoing a lot of pressure, trying to get a good position into Quarry, and now you find yourself in the Gulag. We haven't really had a chance to talk about MZ, Star-Lord, and Downela here on the screen. MZ, a sniper, an insane player when it comes to Call of Duty, and has so many years of competitive experience, but together, alongside the 2 service members, I think this is a solid anchoring position. These buildings can be difficult to fight about because you do have this bridge here and a couple different openings, but you've got to stay together.
Shout out to my man Star-Lord, a great player, great karaoke singer as well. Here we go. We're going to swing down, try to take this fight on Sleep. Off to the races. Sleep knows that they have a huge disadvantage. As we were talking about the top, they were actually during the break here just a second ago. Right before the game. Sleep, as a solo, tries to make a hero play. It is not going to go their way. A nice pickup by the entire team. As we move on our merry way to Sean J Gaming, Isaac COD. This is that Air Force squad we were talking about in map number 1. A little bit of a quieter game in map number 2. Military base. Can start here in this one. We're going to get out of it quickly as we head to the Gulag for the first time on main. Mills going to show us what they've got. A big take, early blood. Can they get the full?
Oh, it's a heavy-hitting one. The first time we're really seeing Aiden, and Mills takes down a returning champion to get out of the Gulag. Look, I'm telling you, there are specific moments in competitive scenarios, and that one is one I'll remember.
Totally agree. CRN, Teep in a bit of trouble right now. It's going to be all Teep all day by himself. Apollo down, Spinaman, Dawes, Breadman. They know they can play this slow. They don't even need to. A nice trap, a nice setup. They don't even lose a life for it. Well done. Teep goes down. It's a brutal way to start for the side of Navy. Losing a full trio. They will be in the Gulag, though. We still have all 20 trios on the map. Redmond and Co. kind of wiping the outside of the map. We talked about high risk versus high reward. Obviously, Quarry was high risk, high reward. Some teams elected to play slow and play the outside of the map and work their way in here, Tiff.
Yeah, speaking of working their way in, you really got to use this heartbeat sensor, kind of get the lay of the land. We do not have Zach in the match. So thinking of where that nearest buy station is going to occur, at least Huskers does have the cash to go ahead and hit the reset, but working alongside Mills, who definitely has a player, and this is what happens. The fact that we get out with our life, sure, just 1 HP, it's going to open the floodgates and likely the full send here. Huskers is probably going to have to buy them both back.
Mills is going to have to be a hero. Able to line him up, able to knock him down. Mills picks up a 2-piece without a plate to his name. And look who's sniping from the distance. Nazir just love taps him and takes him down to the ground. But either way you look at it, that was foul. There's a reason this team is near the top of our leaderboard, and they are still on the map, still fighting, regardless of an early and frustrating start.
I love how I said, oh, he's probably going to have to get bought back. No, make me eat my words. Just prove me wrong. For Z-Laner, returning from last year, outplayed. Aces alongside him, but we've got the trophy, we've got the vehicle, and the world of Verdansk is our oyster.
Sophie's picking up a 2-piece on Swag and Hale. Let's go, Sophie. Talking about your teammates, Maddie and Icy, but Sophie, a fantastic player in their own right. Great to see you out here competing. That's 3 kills for Sophie. This is another great game at hand for Royal Air Force. Reminder, they're a top 3 team right now. Barely not in first, just outside of the top spot. Get picked off screen, just picks up a triple and wipes all of Squad 10. Wow, what is going on in this kill feed? It is nonstop action. I think, by the way, I just saw FIFA Kill's team get wiped, and I think I saw our overall team trio counter drop down 1. There is a chance that FIFA Kill and his trio is out of this map, which would spell disaster for Royal Air Force, the other side of Royal Air Force.
Well, for the Marine Corps, this is looking a little sketchy, right? Huskers on 1 kill, definitely need to get the teammates back on into it. But it's just a moment, especially after getting the interview with Zach and hearing about how they warmed up for this and came in. They're like, yeah, match number 2, that was very much indicative of how we've been playing. But for now, it seems a bit chaotic, a little too Army-like for me.
Yeah. You can see Westy on your screen for one of the first couple times that we've been able to see him. This is, of course, British Army, and this is the 2nd squad. His counterpart is Benny Central. Geldog and Gibbo on the other side, paired up with Alvin Ryan on this side. But Huskers as a solo, doing what he does best, which is beam down the competition. That's Smixy falling early. Huskers is having to play this life, having to play this map entirely by himself. Zach the OG and Mills will not get back onto this map unless he buys them, and he is off to the races. This could spell disaster for what was a ton of momentum on the side of Marine Corps.
I don't see us getting out of here, and if we do, if we're able to get away from Space Force as well, Swag a solo off into the distance, my only thing is there's no real benefit to be chased out here. Thanks to the heartbeat sensor, he's going to get the information that Swag with the most wanted. And we just caught that on main.
Line him up, knock him down. Huskers is crushing it right now to stay alive and pick up kills. Is insane. This is what he does best. There is FIFA Kill, and this time that is going to be a full wipe, so we'll see FIFA and Harry and his whole team get wiped actually by Coast Guard, who's seemingly actually picking up a 2-piece there. Both sides of Coast Guard get full wipes. Watch out for that Coast Guard team. They could be back near the top of the leaderboard after this one.
All I see is the beta code transmission going off to the left-hand side of the screen. Good luck on the deciphering. It's a nice race, and quite frankly, I wish I was out there kind of battling for it, because October 2nd couldn't be here faster. But honestly, Code Bowl 6 proving to have some highlight moments. For Scrub on 2, not alone.
Uh-oh, hello. Apollo on main, picking up a 2-piece. Z-Laner and outplayed. Working with Teep, they are fully restabilized after we saw them get full wiped and sent to the gulag. This is a crazy moment. Scrub, as a solo, is able to take down Z-Laner. Ace is on the other side, trading of blows. And Tiff, I think our analysis of Corey was correct. Not only a hot drop, it can support a lot of teams. There's a lot of room to work with on this POI.
Yeah, you kind of get into one of the favorite things that you love to call it, a layer cake, right?
That's
You
what
got
it
the
is.
multi-levels of these vicinities and all the catwalk and staircases and bridges. It leaves for a ton of players in an endgame situation. We're not even into the multiplier just yet. So if you've fallen outside the top 10, it's going to cost you on that overall leaderboard. And for Sophie Snaz to get picked up by Bredman, it's going to be difficult. Scrub, though, I kind of like if we just keep positioning ourselves, because not only are you not giving audio cues to the other team, you're looking for them yourself.
Yeah, look at that mini map at the top left-hand corner, folks. That's a lot of teams. You can count them yourself if you want. I'm looking at like 6, 7, I don't know. a ton out there. But Scrub has got a long angle playing the outside. They're going to play nice and slow here. There's no reason to push. You don't have an advantage. Same thing here for Teep and Apollo. One thing I am noticing, Tiff, we've been talking a lot about advantages. Player advantages huge. A couple of these teams missing a player. But resources coming into play more than maybe traditional big map. There is a lot of folks not have any plates in pocket. Resources are very few and far between with the amount of teams that are in this final circle.
And it's so hard when you have people like Teep, your solo YOLO winner from last year, ready to pre-fire if needed. The moment you hear someone come up that staircase, he's going to light him up. And Maddie, you can see on the outskirts just kind of trying to play it slow, especially when your teammate is trying to get back in fray, but we slide across the opening, and it's going to give Teep the information that he needs. But I like that we're not
Hello. Good morning, Icy. You've had a great map thus far, but unfortunately you get cut down, and that is a wipe on squad 20. Icy, Maddie, we were hyping him up. Unfortunately, they couldn't put up crazy numbers in this map. I believe they just fell in 12th overall. We continue to watch these team tally drop. We are at 11 out of 20 still on the map. 26 players in Quarry. 11 teams now inside of this single POI. And without that early looting phase that a traditional BR map offers, everyone extremely low on resources. It's looking like Alb may be the only player on this team with a gas mask. But this team does have a sizable amount of plates and a self-res on one player, so overall looking pretty stout on top of the building. Inside, though, I mean, Teep's got a plate and a half. Could play with his gas mask potentially, but Apollo only has flesh to work with. Let's see what he's able to do with it. A lot of fights happening off screen. Legion down. That's Tones and Isaac COD picking up a couple more. Hyping them up for good reason. I think Coast Guard's going to have a really good map this time around. I think both of our Coast Guard teams are fully stabilized. They have all three. Look at them. Bread's there in the off kind of angle here with our X-ray vision. Number 19. Watch out for Coast Guard. They've got a great game at hand.
Solid positioning. I'm looking for Sean J as well. Zyro on the outside. Now, you do have to deal with the Coast Guard ahead of you. You can see Yazir taking a ton of damage, and I don't think you're going to re-peak that immediately, but what it does do is give you the information of where this trio is, and that pool is so favorable for the U.S. Coast Guard. Jowo, you better thank your COD gods for that one.
Yeah, Joe's team, Coast Guard, they've got a building entirely to themselves, and it's one of the only remaining buildings inside the zone. This is a huge push. Zyro's team's going to have to work a miracle here to win this. They don't have the positioning, they don't have the high ground, and they're low on resources, then they lose a player. Actually on the hand of Iceman Isaac, they go in trying to tag anybody up, but they're not going to get anything for it. All three go down. Iceman Isaac grabbing one of those kills as a solo. Ice is that green 17 you see on the outside of the zone. He's going to have to work in as a solo and continue to try to rally up some points for Air Force, who is still technically in first. And a quick chow, Teep. Pick up another.
It's a nice cleanup, and an extra 1.5 points go the way of this roster. Thankfully, we're 7 squads left, and probably about to lose out on a couple more. You got Axis and Scrub down below, and I'd imagine that Teep is on the hunt to clear them out so they can rotate with no one at their backs. But we need to be worried about forward. U.S. Coast Guard is doing everything that they can. You got Westy up there on the roof.
Yeah, Westy's on the roof for a moment, and actually, he just kind of tanks those bullets from Teep and Apollo. They go swinging up, they're getting cut down. Apollo's going to be a solo, and then they get cut down. Low resources, no smokes to work with. They can't cross this positioning. This zone is brutal for most. Isaac COD is picking up kill after kill after kill. We might have lost one trio on the side of Air Force, but the other dominating on the off building. We've got Coast Guard by themselves. You see Grand Poobah in the dark orange. And then over here in the light orange, this is going to be Air Force, Sean J Gaming, Isaac COD, Tones, putting up a great map to try to maintain the top position on the leaderboard.
They were only in the lead by half a point, but after this, it could be different. Here comes the full send. You were talking about burnt orange. You can see Spinaman there, looking to open it up with Dawes. Isaac gets plated back on up and goes for the chow.
Isaac COD does not care. He did not ask, and he will take your body as well. 2 go down from Isaac, and he's going to find the third. Breadman can't breathe for a matter of a moment and gets cut down. But luckily, on the other side, Coast Guard, they might have lost the trio on main, but the other trio, Jowo, Grand Poobah, from distance, enacting a bit of revenge as they have closed the gap and are now playing top 3, yes, but they are playing for the win.
here's the challenging 6 total players. Ryan playing spoiler, and now you just got Grand Puba against the world. But is it enough? Because it's Ryan on the other side. A 1v1 here in match number 3.
Grand Puba, Coast Guard. They had a solid map 1, and they need a win, and they need it bad. Ryan on the other side can't find his opponent. Ryan somehow turns and burns. Ryan will be your solo champion for that one. Ryan wins the map over a desperate Coast Guard trio. What a spin, and what a finish.
I am shocked. And when you think about Ryan's positioning, playing alongside kind of that Spire there, he kind of makes his way on over, immediately starts focusing Jowo. Now, here's the deal. Lottie and I were talking about this earlier, just before this, in regards to the power plays that a solo in an end game situation can make, whether or not it's playing for your team and trying to get those 1.5x valued kills, fighting for a 2x. But you can really challenge the entire end game and change the story for who actually gets the win, even if you're in a power position.
Yeah, I got no idea which team Ryan's on. I'm gonna be honest. I think he changed his name in game. I'm looking at their roster, and I think they changed up their names. Somebody's got to help me out because Ryan just put on a show for us. I want to give him credit. Oh, it is Royal Canadian Air Force.
Air Force
RCAF.
just different. Air Force just different.
Thank you, production. I appreciate that. Shout out to Ryan, man. Royal Canadian Air Force are screaming at home because you just put on a show. Winning a 1v1 against a very good player. Grand Puba has won tournaments. I cast it over him 1,000 times. Crazy stuff. Let's look back at the highlights.
This was fun. Everyone was asking where Aiden was. Well, Mills found him, and Mills sent him packing.
Yeah, some fun fights on the outside of the zone. We talked a lot about hot drops in the break there between games. Obviously, a ton of action in Quarry, but the fights on the outside of the zone working their way in do really set the tone for what teams will come in with this nice advantage. Also on the leaderboard, of course, Huskers, and this is really what makes a great player.
Hey, Bash. Thanks so much for hitting me up. I mean, you can join my Discord if you want. If you want to collab.
Now, Zyro, they understood that with the circle closing, they had to lay siege to the U.S. Coast Guard's building, that Jowo had done a really good job of just saying, nah, this is my home, I'm defending this space, you're not coming anywhere near me, and it gave them a lot of space to take down everyone around them. Now, you mentioned Ryan, and in particular, there was a couple integral fights that he had to take to get to this space, whittling down those numbers of the U.S. Coast Guard to put it into...
Let's go RCAF.
A huge win, and I can only imagine stood up and started screaming because that's a fight that, frankly, he shouldn't have won. Grand Puba wasn't missing necessarily. Ryan just was able to spin, take the shots, and likely hit a few headshots for him to win that gunfight through the smoke when he's getting tagged first. Kind of a crazy feat. Shout out to Ryan.
That was just... oh. It was heart-wrenching, to be honest with you. That was so sad. I really thought that Coast Guard were making their comeback here, but I will say, Ryan, buddy, that was insane. The ice that you have to pull off something like that was absolutely incredible. Coast Guard, though, it's sad that they almost can't see that they're the last two kind of put-together teams because they could have really worked together in tandem there, but it's very difficult to know that. You have to basically get your reticle on somebody to understand who they are, what they're trying to do, and again, you can't communicate either, so what are you going to do? Gun them down or be gunned down first? I mean, that's the biggest question, but oh, so close.
It was so close. What I don't know is the comms on the other side.
Right.
Did Coast Guard recognize that they had the two power positions? They were separated in the two separate buildings. They just couldn't quite execute on it. I think they did because we saw the fight actually happen with Jowo. Of course, he owned the building by himself and then with his team. And on the opposite building that was layer kicked, as Breadman got wiped, Jowo's team was ready and waiting and was able to play the trades basically for their other trio.
I will also say, though, just looking at what happened at the end game there, what you didn't want if you were Coast Guards was for the Air Force to win, right? That is what you didn't want to happen, okay? We'll take the Canadian Air Force any day there in that situation in terms of the leaderboard. However, I will say that the Coast Guard, they were getting some kills from both sides. I mean, early game, we're seeing Breadman constantly early game getting all of the kills necessary. And as you can see, map 3, Coast Guard Gaming, they will take that top spot, and that's because their multiplier was better in terms of their totals here, because they were just getting kill upon kill upon kill. That aggression is certainly paying off, Tiff.
It really is, and honestly, if you're going to share the load of that force, you've got 15 from Alpha, 16.5 for Bravo. It's not very similar to what we see for Air Force, right? 16.5 and then a 3-point game from their Bravo. So I'll take a 19.5 any day of the week, but that 31 is massive for the Coast Guard.
Yeah, here's the other thing to remember. I am actually going to correct us all.
Yes.
It was Ryan with Westy, and it was British Army that actually get the win. So that's why you see them in third overall. It was the winning team that got 12 points. So they had 6 kills, but they won, which is a 2x multiplier. So a nice win for them. Ryan playing with Alp and Westy. They were actually the ones playing the roof when we said, hey, they're in the best position. And then we left them, and I totally forgot about them. And then they win with Ryan as a solo. Very cool stuff.
And there is the overall standings. And as you can see, Air Force Gaming, they really have started to push themselves up here. And the ceiling right now is getting awfully high. Just being in that late game for them is everything. If they can get there, make sure they have the kills on board, that multiplier is just going into their favor, regardless of whether they are winning the entirety of that map at that time. Royal Air Force Esports right behind them again, though, 57.5. Only a few points, really, that from what we saw in that drop number 2. So Air Force Gaming really pushing the boundary there. And Coast Guard, they did actually go up the rungs here, third. They're looking really, really good. I have a quick question here, Tiff. What do you want to see out of Coast Guard going into this final drop? Because it's now or never.
It really is that. I want to see a full send because you have one more drop left. And for Code Bowl 6, you could not ask for a better story because anywhere from 1st through even 6th place with US Navy Esports being in 6th, I think you have the capabilities of making a win happen. And with only one more opportunity to do that, your back's against the wall. But who better than our service men and women to be the ones to be the holding of the mantle to make that happen?
Well, our
Hello, Elliot. How's it going?
British Army. Oh, we're going to actually interview Coast Guard, who are down there in 3rd place. We got a chance to see what they're thinking going into the last drop. This is our Squad Goals interview presented by USAA.
And welcome in to the USA Squad Goals interview. Coast Guard, who's been on a tear over our past several games, are looking poised, potentially still the championship away for themselves. Of course, Coast Guard, we have Dawes here, been performing well. Dawes, welcome back. You played in Code Bowl 4. Now you're back in Code Bowl 6. How does it feel?
It feels great. I'm just glad to be here. I'm happy that our team's here, and I'm happy for our influencers, our content creators, to be helping us out. It's always an honor being here and just representing the Coast Guard as a whole. I'm just happy. I'm excited.
It's a great event, man, without a doubt. And obviously, you're instrumental in their success. I believe 2nd place and 5th place, respectively, right? 2 teams representing each branch. Talk to me about that last game. You got one more game left, but at least when it comes to this game, how do you feel your branch, Coast Guard, is setting the tone, setting the pace?
I think we're setting it really well. I think we're starting to mesh a little bit on what the game plan is individually at each teams. And I think we're doing good. We got a little strat going on. And as long as we keep fragging and try to get those placement points, I think we'll be all right.
Dawes, but what do you bring to the table, man? You're a powerhouse player. What do you think you bring to Coast Guard?
Man, first and foremost, I think I'm a morale boost. But other than that, I think I could just keep up for the most part. I think I could keep up with the team. Whatever the team needs, I'm there for. Good support.
Well, brother, you already boosted my morale, Dawes. Great to see you. Obviously, good luck. One more game left to bring Coast Guard up into the fold of a championship. Can they do it? What's up to Dawes and his roster? Desk, back to you.
Was our Squad Goals interview presented by USAA. Along with award-winning service, USAA is known for squadding up with the military service members and their families. And Coast Guard really showed out, obviously, in drop number 3. It made sense we got a chance to interview them. They may not have won the map, but it's what we were talking about. They scored the most points. A great interview with Dawes. I know Taylor's known Dawes for a long time, a player that's been around the block for a while, as a lot of our players have.
Yeah, but he was leaking a strat. He was he's like, I got a little strat. Okay.
I'll continue.
Yeah, tell us more. We need to know. You only have one more chance to get to the top of the leaderboard. We need to see that strat very much front and center.
And I just wonder what it is.
Right?
You know, actually, it's some of the details that he was giving before he even mentioned that was we're kind of catching on to the other teams and how we want to approach them. Now, that's a really interesting thing to say because how do you start to differentiate between the teams on the fly? And again, it comes back to that Warzone versus multiplayer and how the differences really start to come out of the woodworks. You need to have some exceptional Warzone players to be able to pull something off like that, being able to handle teams in certain different ways. Speaking of, something I did want to talk to you guys about and get your analysis on was Huskers. I mean, talk about solo plays. We saw a couple actually happening in that last drop, but having the resources to be able to get away with your life, it's fundamental. It's exactly what you need to do. We saw some picture-perfect solo livability from him. And not only that, having a sniper in your back pocket with an SMG, being able to catch swag off guard at the top of a house on a roof, it was stunning. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to get it done that time. And we find Marine Corps kind of down the leaderboard once again. But that level of experience is just unbelievable. You can really see it in every single move that Huskers make.
If history repeats itself, they had a bad map. That means this next map is about to be a banger for the Marine Corps. They could close the gap. Something we always say about Warzone players is what makes a great player is they can take a really bad situation and make it an okay one. They didn't have a great map, but it wasn't a horrible one either. So I'm excited to see what they're able to do.
Look, maybe we'll do some more manifesting for our match number 4 because we're back with our final hot drop presented by Gillette Antiperspirant. We've got a sneaky one this time, and I'm excited about this one. Lumber. Ooh. Tough to hide. Plenty of places that you can make sure you climb, take cover. So, Goj, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Okay.
I need the tips for how to play Lumber.
So Lumber's an interesting one. Oftentimes when we talk about Lumber, it is a POI that some people say, well, my POI is not working. This is where we're going to go instead, right? This is a regain position for some people, pinning our zones. Of course, on the eastern side, it's kind of Corey's little brother, if you will. There's still a lot of room to work on the map. There's still a lot of places you can hide. It can still support multiple teams, but it is not as vertical as Corey. And so you do need to get information as fast as possible so you can take down the other teams that are in the POI. And obviously, there's a lot of fights that happen around these pieces of wood. It is Lumber, after all.
That's true. And little brothers, they can be menacing. All right, so I want to focus on staying cool. Even when the tension spikes, Gillette Antiperspirant keeps you feeling confident, dry, and fresh. So you can focus on the mission, not the sweat.
Yeah, we are approaching our final drop, and I'm really pumped about this. I'm excited to see what happens, but Lottie, you said it perfectly. This is your last chance. You better step up. You better take the bull by the horns, folks. We're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, we'll be back with more Code Bull 6.
USAA serves the military community and their families with the unrivaled support you've earned. Monster Energy. Grab a co-branded can of Monster Energy. Find the code under the tab and upload to callofduty.monsterenergy.com to earn bonus in-game rewards in Black Ops 7. Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty and Call of Duty Endowment. Visit Corsair.com for more information. Gillette Antiperspirants proudly supports veterans through the Call of Duty Endowment. Enjoy 72-hour sweat and odor protection. Starting November 8th, Pilot will be partnering with the Endowment for the 7th year in a row. You can round up your change in-store at checkout with 100% of net proceeds going to the Call of Duty Endowment. Through the partnership to date, Pilot and Endowment have helped over 8,000 vets gain meaningful employment. If you head into any Pilot or Flying J location, you can join in on the fight to help get our veterans back to work.
Welcome back to Code Bull 6, presented by USAA. USAA offers unrivaled support and exceptional service you've earned every step of the way, all driven by our commitment to do what's right for the military community and their families. We are almost ready for our final drops. So I got to turn the eyes to both of you. What do teams need to do differently to win this match? We've been talking about this all day. High risk, high reward versus slow and patient play style. I'm going to be honest. It better be high risk and it better be high reward if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard.
If you're taking any fight off rip, you have to make sure you're winning those. You cannot go out early. You cannot burn that gulag because the chance for you to get back into the game, let's say only one of your 3 members of the team takes the gulag win. Okay, well now you need cash. You need access to a buy station that's not going to be easy because it's the last game. Someone's going to be camping it looking for easy pickups.
I've got to say, for me, it has to be a combination of aggressive smarts. It's something that I say in every FPS. I want to see you be incredibly aggressive, but do it in the smartest way possible. Try to look at each situation and take the best route that you possibly can. I think one of those has to be going back to that last drop. Mills in the door. Just knowing he's being pushed, he's completely outnumbered, but the confidence and the gunny on that guy to be able to take down 2 like that was absolutely perfect. So if you aren't going to full send, if you aren't going to go for it, do it with the utmost confidence, because you never know what could happen, and it really could pay off, like we saw with Mills, because that was an incredible moment.
No, I totally agree. I've used this analogy before. I haven't done it in a while. It's like a race car, all right? Ooh. You got to put the pedal to the metal on the straightaways, all right? You know that there's only one path you can go. You better max it out. And as you come to the turns, you don't have to throw on the brakes, but you do need to let off the gas a little bit. These players are doing just that. They're playing as fast as humanly possible when they can. When they have to slow down, it's not about slamming the brakes and playing timid. Still playing confident, but let off the gas a little bit, slow your roll a little bit, get your kills, and then move on.
Well, keep that pace of play flying and make sure you get every kill to maximize those multipliers. And as a last reminder for everyone tuning in, USAA is making sure your time watching Code Bowl 6 pays off with Twitch drops. You're going to unlock exclusive in-game items like an animated emblem, spray, weapon charm, and my favorite, the blueprint. Just for watching, keep it running, keep collecting, and know that USAA stands strong with the military community.
Yeah, and Black Ops 7 beta codes are live in the broadcast. You've seen it on the left side of your screen the entire time while we're in game. Grab them while you can and be among the first to jump into the next chapter of Call of Duty.
Well, before our last drop, we have some exciting news from one of the Endowment's longest standing supporters, Pilot. To celebrate the launch of Call of Duty Black Ops 7 through Veterans Day from November 8th through December 1st, Pilot will generously launch the 6th annual campaign benefiting the endowment. Pilot will have the option to round up their change or make donations at the register. Through our partnership to date, we've helped over 8,000 veterans, a brigade size of vets, high-quality jobs that they deserve.
Yeah, and this year, our goal is to raise $1 million to get another 1,600-plus vets jobs. Head into any Pilot or Flying J location to learn more and see how you can join the fight with us to help us get our vets back to work. Make sure to download the Pilot app to find the nearest location. And serving those who served is the part of Pilot's Miles of Good mission to make a positive impact in the communities it serves. And they couldn't be happier to team up with the Call of Duty Endowment yet again.
Unbelievable stuff. I gotta say, we're doing so many incredible things here in the Call of Duty Endowment and here at Code Bowl 6. And I love to hear all of it. And you guys at home, you really can make a massive difference. You know, I hope you're enjoying all of the action. And if you are, please do go and do that. Download the app. Make sure you do go find out the locations of pilots. And also with Lyft earlier on as well. You know, so many different ways for you guys to get involved at home and to really make a difference here as well. Talking about making a difference, though, it's exactly what a lot of our teams are going to have to do if they want any chance at picking up that Code Bowl 6 trophy, because it really is, like we've said many times, now or never. And this is something, a part of Code Bowl I absolutely adore. This final drop, guys, it is nothing like you've ever seen before. These gunfights are going to be crazy. You think it got really scary in that last drop. You think that first early game got a little bit dicey and risky because we're at Quarry. You haven't seen anything yet, trust me. And especially with Lumber, okay.
Yeah, I'm excited to see maybe Lumber could be our zone. That would be cool. We're going to be on the east side of the map. But let's take a look at the standings going into the final drop. We've been talking a lot about them, and I want to do a little bit of math on broadcast.
Do it.
Okay?
Don't give it to me.
It's something we talk about often. We don't like to do math in the booth. But I want to look at teams like British Army, RCAF, Royal Navy, U.S. Army Esports at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. What do you need to actually try to make a play for first? You need the biggest game of the day, unfortunately. Yes. That's the math, is a 35-point game, roughly, is our biggest game. That's kind of the metric for, hey, you had the best game of the day. If you put 35 points on any of those scores, you're not in first with Air Force scoring 0 between two trios. You need a miracle if you're in the bottom half of our leaderboard. The top half, though, well within striking distance. You throw 35 points on any of those, boom, you're up ahead by 10-plus points. It's going to come down to this last map.
I think this is my next question we're here, Tiv, is, you know, when you are are those kind of 7th through 10th place here, and you're looking for that massive, crazy Cinderella moment game, you know, what are you looking at doing early on in the game? Because I think with Warzone, it can be really hard. If you just don't have the cards falling into place for you, what are you supposed to do? If you don't have the resources, you don't get things that other people have because they guess correctly early on in the game, how do you then go about it? So, you know, what can they do early on to really seal the deal for them to have the best chance possible here?
There's a reason why the last match of any series will always be my favorite one.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have the capabilities of putting up a monstrous 40 to 50 point game in the last, okay, so maybe the first isn't on the cards for you. But what is, you're going to do anything and everything to try and get there anyways, because you're not going to give up. We don't do that here at the Code Bowl 6. We do not give up. So that can oftentimes chalk the pace of play for other teams that are in the running to take a top spot on the leaderboard. So if you're Air Force and everyone knows that you are sitting there in the 1 and 2 position, making sure that you've got a chokehold on the leaderboard, someone like Space Force, who's in the top 5, needs about a 25-point game with the Air Force getting 0, right?
Yeah.
They have a real powerhouse chance of getting into that, but they also have to push that pace of the lobby and chow everyone.
The thing these teams, and we've got to remember at home, we can see everything, right? We can do all the math, we can see all the teams. They can't. They don't know who is on the map at any given time.
True.
If you are the Marine Corps, for instance, you dropped a 4-point game and then a 35-point game and then another like 10-ish point game. That's between 2 trios. They can drop another 35-point game. They desperately need some of the teams at the top.
Sorry about that, everybody.
To drop a 4 or 5-point game. It is not without question that we could have 2 trios drop early from the same roster, and this leaderboard could be blown wide open.
Now, something we actually haven't talked about yet, and I want to pick your brain on, is another factor that I think really does come into whether or not you have a great game or not. And that's communication. When you're getting pushed by however many teams surrounding you, and you are in a great position, you're always going to be the ones that they want to take down to take that advantage from you. How important is communication as a team and working together to understand who you've got around you? How many people do you need to keep an eye on? And being able to also have clear comms and stay calm and not let it get too much.
It's the most important thing out there. Of course, a gunny, close second, right? Making sure you've got the aim, because if you can communicate, hey, shoot him out there just across the way, well, if you don't have the gunny, you can't back it up. But that is something that I've noticed that our service members are exceptional at. That has been honed into them since the very start of their service. So, of course, when it comes to communicating, they're going to have 0 issues. What I am curious about is how that creator slots into their team and how they're going to navigate around that communication.
I like you said it that way. It's communication first, and then close behind is a gunny.
Of course.
In Warzone, we kind of joke that everybody can shoot straight, especially at a competitive level. Even in this competitive level, where some of these players only compete once a year, everybody can shoot mostly straight.
Mostly.
Across the board. Communication, chemistry is what sets these teams apart. I always say it's the 3 C's. It's communication, it's chemistry, and then it's cash. You got to get your money up. And in Mini Royale, that is even more important. This mini trios format, we're seeing a lot of teams really struggle with their resources. Chemistry and communication will help with that. You've got to get your cash up. Cash is absolutely at the top of everybody's priority list.
100%. I think that's also why, you know, we're looking at some of the creators kind of step up and fit in or slot into that role and have good communication that works well with our service members. I think Huskers produces exactly what you want there as a creator. I think, you know, he's played the game so much. It is his second home pretty much, if not his first. And I've got to say, in terms of IGLing, that's somebody who you want to be able to listen to. Whether or not he's the IGL for his team is a whole other thing. We won't know that until we go and ask him ourselves. True. But I think he brings a level of communication to his teammates that they feed into and that they're able to kind of take on board. It's a fundamental skill to have, and I think Huskers has it.
Yeah, and I'd love to go ahead and run it back to something you said earlier about Huskers in particular when he was kind of going on that solo rampage, right? Sniper in the back pocket. Something that he's doing is putting pressure on a team to the left, immediately dives towards the right. You got Space Force up ahead of you, and what do? You pull out your resource, your heartbeat, you've got it. But not only that, Swag was trying to do a most wanted contract as a solo to get his teammates back into it, because something that Goj had said is the ability to get your teammates to the end as a team of 3. It's difficult. The buy stations are formidable, right? They're not going to be the easiest thing to get to. Getting the cash up is not going to be the most difficult thing. Yeah, sure, Huskers had 10K at that point in time, but the buy station was more tough. For Swag, he's like, nah, I'm grabbing a most wanted. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to loot up. I'm going to try to get this timer down as quickly as possible, but it puts that big beacon up of everyone looking to send you. But I don't know why he went to the roof.
Yeah, I've got
That
to
was
say,
a little open.
A little bit like a sitting duck there, if not standing.
Slightly.
Yeah.
The guy needed information.
He
Needed
did.
to get some little info. I mean, no, I agree. It was a brutal spot.
Swag all day. I mean,
He's going to show up on
then
stage.
it's the roof. I mean,
It'll be
what
a
else
real
was-
interview.
You know, I'm also very curious about how you handle the early game versus the late game, especially when risking it. And obviously the difference now with the first 3 drops and the last drop, so many different differences here. And I'm just literally going to pick your brain on it, because do you risk it really early on in this last drop? Because I've seen so many crazy gunfights, but with teams that have been brought back as well. So how do you kind of differentiate the two, and how risky do you want to make this early game in this final one?
I think it depends on where you're on the leaderboard. I'm looking at Coast Guard, for instance, is doing a very good job of prioritizing the end game. Maybe a hair too much in the first round, but they've found their groove. I don't know if that's their secret strat. Maybe their secret strat is they know each other's team. Maybe their secret strat is that they're playing for end game and the kills will come. Regardless of the way you look at it, Coast Guard found themselves in the end game on both sides of the zone in that last map. You've got to remember that. They set up in both sides of the building, and it worked out really well for them. They didn't get the win, but they were the top team, and that's something if they can execute on it again, just play for the win, play for the late game, kills will come, Coast Guard could be on top.
Is that the strat?
I
Is that
think
the
so.
strat?
Is that the strat?
We got the interview from Dawes, and he was talking about not only being a morale booster for the team, which is huge, right? Because you have a bad game in a game of 4, having the morale booster to bring it back and run it down the leaderboard as you're chasing that beautiful trophy we saw just a few moments ago, to claim that for your military branch, hoist it at the end of this amongst all of your service member peers. I mean, at the end of the day, we're here for a good cause, but we're here to claim victory.
Well, I'm sure you all can spot it at home. We are loading into this game, the pre-game lobby. Everybody staying warm. There's a Legion on your screen.
Mad Sophia, welcome to the stream. Yes, it's the Code Bowl COD Endowment Tourney.
Here, a chance for Coast Guard, Royal Air Force.
Yeah, there's a lot. There was 250 creators, and then there's a whole shit ton of U.S. military branches split into 2 teams each and paired with 1 creator each. It's pretty good. It's pretty entertaining. I also miss the old COD days. Forced game chat, toxic everything. Not gonna lie, good times. I'm doing good. How are you? How are you?
But close. It'll encompass all of farmlands, or at least some of it, and then move us into lumber to end out this competition. So we will start with people dropping in farmland and trying to find one small little farmhouse just for them, their family, and we'll see whoever else.
Well, we've got a hot drop. We talked about it. Thanks, Gillette. Sophie hits the ground. You can see Icy there looks to play off the high ground. A little do-si-do with Aiden. Fresh off a win, a formidable foe. Actual and Stars kind of running it back,
Oh my
right?
goodness.
And they just completely make light work. Look, it's the frenzy of the final game, Goj. I was telling you, this is why it is my favorite.
Look, Aiden and U.S. Army's in last. I mean,
Good.
they got swing for the fences. Why not?
Yep.
And so a great start for them. Tripod Kurt picking up a couple in main as well. Again, we do have gulags. If you see a team wipe, they're not out of this map necessarily. They certainly can regain. And I'm excited to see what these teams are able to do. Again, this is the last drop of our main part of our competition. We still do have a solo YOLO after this. That golden headset all brought to you by Corsair. So we'll get there here in a little bit. But for now, the last drop, a chance to be at the top of the leaderboard, a chance to take home that trophy. Some of these teams got to move fast. The others going to play nice and slow for the
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Well, for FIFA, Whoopty and Harry, representing the Royal Air Force here, they're on the hunt for Tripod Kurd. Dolphin Dive's not going to keep you safe here. Now, something to note is that they're not the only team here in Lumber. You see Sean J, Tones, and Isaac just ahead. And by taking down Tripod Kurt, it's going to alert them that they're not the only teams over here. And with
I'm on every
at their
platform.
backs, they're going to have to rotate straight into them. But Ryan, who clutched the 1v1 at the end of match number 3, just took down FIFA.
Hey, look, British Army, again, they're pretty low on the leaderboard. Like, they won that last map in terms of getting first. Only got 12 points from it, but still, we take those points. If they can run it back, who knows what could happen. A lot up in the air, a lot of what-ifs, but at the end of the day, hypotheses are one thing. We've got to get to conclusions. And we will be there shortly. It's Mini Royale. We are moving quick. And the folks that landed in Farmland have a long way to go. We're opening things up here. Again, Tones, Isaac Cod. We've been watching them a lot on the side of Sean J Gaming. This is a team that started off very strong and, frankly, have been an insanely consistent squad. been really excited about Air Force.
Come on,
across the board,
RCAF.
whether it's the solo of Iceman Isaac trying to stay alive, or this trio.
Yeah, it's a good time.
making it the final circle as well. A team that can absolutely win this whole.
No point in locking yourself down into one platform.
Decent game.
Meet your viewers where they're at, not
All right. Well, Whoopty,
not where you want them to be.
FIFA was constantly getting knocked, and in terms of resources, looking decent, right? We've got plates, and Harry over there's got a gas mask, and he's starting to kind of hit this wide wrap on the outskirts, which, as long as you're keeping an eye of what's going on behind you and where the U.S. Coast Guard is.
Also, by the way, very quickly, British Army just wiped each other, so I don't think they got the memo. They got to work together, unfortunately.
That's a little painful.
Westy and Mini
Not as regular as I'd like to be right now, but yeah.
FIFA kills spots red, one block closer.
Hey, Lathman, how's it going?
Hardly lands a bullet. FIFA kills lining him up. FIFA kill will not falter. Finally gets the trade out. Dawes with Breadman.
Breadman's been shredding.
Just couldn't catch up fast enough because they were still flying in from an early loss.
Dare I say an interview buff there, but I do see Geldog and Gibbo down there in the house, and they've got the sniper glint lighting up straight towards the U.S. Coast Guard. So if I'm Breadman frolicking over here on the rocks, I want to reunite with my team and focus forward because it's feeling a little dangerous out here.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you?
3 kills as... Don't do it. Okay. Maybe try again. I think you got it this time. Okay.
We talk about caster curses. That is the first caster taunt I've had on main in a long time, Tip. I love it. Breadman, though, just going to throw bullets down range wherever he can. Sometimes they connect.
I'm not interested, Mad.
Instead of Breadman. But another 1v1.
Thanks, though.
To get a chance to see these, it is FIFA kill versus Downey on the other side. And that bounced oddly, but did not connect, which is good news if you're a Downey fan. FIFA kill getting first blood. We know that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the gunfight. Slowly but surely and into overtime means we could go for the cap in the middle. Both players know it. A game of chicken is at hand.
Lath, I'm not interested.
Gotta move very quickly.
Thanks, though.
Running out of daylight. Somebody's got to make the move. Downey does first, but he doesn't get the kill. They're not going to get out of this. Both are likely going to leave. There they go. Both will not make it out of the gulag. Sometimes in the game of chicken, no one moves. The chicken may not get run over, but it never crosses the street.
That's fine. Whoopty's got 5 kills. I'm still feeling really good about the Royal Air Force.
I won't laugh.
Harry
Thanks,
and
though.
Whoopty will work together, which no strangers to doing so. And they've got a nice little segment here at the edge of Lumber. Of course, you see Sean J Gaming tones across the way, and another team, Z-Laner, outplayed in aces, kind of locked down in the main building.
It's a big take there. We saw Royal Air Force actually.
You can follow me on every platform under Murtag B. I got a 1212 on the end of my Instagram handle. Feel free to.
FIFA kill squad, who is in trouble, by the way. Whoopty in deep trouble. Reminder, it was a duo, but we got a fight on hand, and all of a sudden, this is utter chaos. Hale finds one and almost finds all 3, but Teep comes in to save the day. Swag is here for the trades, though. Revengeful, not around. Hale, not around. It is Swag versus Teep. And patience, oftentimes a virtue in Warzone. Swag could get the first shots. Teep knows he's nearby. Another game of chicken. This one, we will not run out of time on.
My only thing is someone else is going to play spoiler to this. Swag with some opening shots, and Teep kind of tries to bait on out, but he's not going to leave the cover. We're okay here. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Harry, FIFA, and co. on the other side of things could play spoiler to this, but they're not going to rotate out into
Same as Twitch, Mad. Yep.
Yeah, it looks like it on the minimap. Oh, you can come up and get these kills. They're going to stay right where they are. And also, frankly, shout out to them for being able to restabilize, right? We saw FIFA not make it out. Teammates losing one, but they were able to stay alive and now have somehow restabilized. I will say, reminder that FIFA Kills team likely pretty low on resources. I don't think they've had a great chance to loot at the bottom side of this mountain, but we will stick to this fight for now. Swag has put on a show for us in the past. We'll see if he can do it against a world champion. He does get first blood, hitting a little bit of shields rather, not flash yet. Fully restabilized it. Oh, a wild challenge and somehow he gets the kill. But you were right, somebody plays spoiler. It's Huskers, 3 goats, 3 OGs, but Huskers stands tall, quite literally on top of the mountain with Zach OG. I told you to watch out for the Marines. Holy cow. They've got a banger on their hands. 8 kills just from Huskers. What a roller coaster for this
Holy
Marine Corps
shit,
squad.
Huskers.
Plenty of cash to get their third back in as well, but a dynamic duo indeed for Isaac, Tones, Sean J. Near the top of the leaderboard, feeling confident. They don't really have to push the pressure on themselves to make up a ton of ground on that leaderboard because they are near the top. For FIFA Kill Harry, one other part of that as well. I would love to see them get their full team of resources stockpiled, but I also need some kills on this squad.
Yeah, the question is Iceman Isaac still alive? Do we have two Air Force trios still up? Oh my goodness. That is going to be a full wipe. We are down to 8 total teams. We lose one half at least of the Coast Guard. Jowo's side of the Coast Guard trios are out of this map. And right now, I'm not seeing Breadman. This could spell disaster for Coast Guard. We'll get a 100% confirmation of that here shortly. The Marine Corps looking strong. I don't think the other trio of the Marine Corps is still on this map. I do see Spin-A-Man still on the map, so not all disaster for the other side of Coast Guard.
I like the patience out of Zach here. They're really good at putting themselves in situations where they have the high ground. They can play these angles. But even on this chance, they have to start playing forward, which is exactly what Huskers is doing for the duo. He's kind of planting the seeds of where they need to rotate to and solidifying that for them. Tones, though, someone's in the bathroom.
Hello, welcome to the party, Harry.
Dang.
Unfortunately, FIFA Kill and his squad is out of this map on the back of Tones. A great take and a great win. We do see Breadman getting cut down. I thought I saw Spin-A-Man. Should still be on the map. Coast Guard not full disaster, but I've got my eyes on squad 16. That's going to be the Royal Canadian Air Force Z-Laner. They're in a very strong position inside of zone, in a power position, one of the biggest pieces of cover, but Tones has found an angle on 2 members of the British Army who are trying to rotate out, and unfortunately he does not get the kills. Royal Canadian Air Force picked him up from distance.
Yeah, Aces there goes massive and says, thank you, Tones. I'm going to send you a nice little letter at the end of this because you did the large majority of the damage, and even with that smoke being down, the fact that we get across for a rotation, we're just not done, though. We still have to get over into that building where squad 16 is, and you still have Zach the OG that's been anchoring for Huskers on that high ground who's looking for kills.
Yeah, we're looking for some multipliers here, certainly from...
You shouldn't have had to send a follow request. Like I said, my Instagram is mertagb1212.
Looking for an opportunity to make a huge play. It almost does. Actually does on the off angle. Pondy played a little bit of the bait, and Zyro cleans him up. What a change of pace. Talk about a momentum shift as the Royal Canadian Air Force lose out on several of their players in just a mistimed chow.
Into the top 5 here for the Royal Navy. Zyro looking to get a res onto Pondy, and the fact that we don't have people pushing this is significant.
Into the top 5, Aces somehow, some way, now a solo. A perfect execution from Zyro and Pondy. It is the Royal Navy making waves in our last map. With only 5 teams on the map, my eyes turn to, of course, the Marines. Zach the OG and Huskers. Spin-A-Man for Coast Guard, last alive for his roster. He's been a solo for a while, and he's actually found an angle on one member of that Zyro roster.
Orbs down, and Zyro wants to clear out Spin-A-Man if he can and does a ton of damage, but Aces, another solo, will keep the pressure onto this duo and not let them have it. Can we get Orbs on up and reunite with the trio Pondy?
That is gigantic for the Royal Navy. Having all 3 alive, they've got the player advantage we want. We're down to a total of 3 teams. We lose Tones. It's going to be Aces as a solo, this trio, and then the 2 members of the Marine Corps. Yes, a player advantage on the side of this trio, but the Marine Corps in the best position by a mile. This solo and this trio have to climb up the mountain straight towards the Marine Corps. We're going to be looking down from the other side of this building. Zach the OG playing the off angle on the backside, Huskers up on top.
Well, the Royal Navy has information in their hands. You saw a UAV get popped. The only thing is they don't have high ground. Huskers does, and he's looking for double digits. It's a 2v1v3, and Zach and Huskers, they have so free reign of this endgame.
If the Marine Corps want to win Code Bowl 6, they need to get the 2x multiplier. They have so many kills. Winning this map could be everything for the Marine Corps. Huskers playing entry fragger from up on high. I don't think anybody knows where Zach the OG is. He could play spoiler. He could be the hero.
Talked about retiring last year, ran it back for Code Bowl 6, and honestly, to go out on top would be the best way to do it alongside the family at home supporting. And Huskers grabs double digits. Zach just anchoring from the back fence line, puts the damage onto Zyro.
Yep,
Where
that's
is
correct.
Bondi?
Sophia.
What a huge fight. We still have that solo lurking down below. It's actually in the second level. That's Aces. Still alive for his roster. Pondy and Zyro on the bottom side. Talk about a layer cake. We do lose Zach the OG. The solo finds an angle. Zach just thought it was a duel on the other side down below. A missed opportunity, and Huskers gonna have to be a hero.
This is difficult because Pondy on 5 could go big for the Royal Navy. There comes the full, a 1v1v2. The question is, who moves first?
High ground an advantage in every time besides maybe right now. Huskers does have a gas mask. He can play high ground for a while if he wants to. They know he's up here. He found an angle. Huskers able to find
Oh!
Royal Canadian Air Force spin, turn, and burn. They take down the Marine Corps, but it is Pondy who gets the victory.
Damn.
Royal Navy from the bottom ropes end up winning that map in a crazy turn of fashion. Royal Navy on top. But in terms of our scores, I have no idea.
Coast Guard down and out early. Air Force ran into some trouble. And then you saw FIFA Kill and Co. They were constantly in the mix of things. But if you're going to go out, you go out with your backs against the wall, guys, like we were talking about. When you have nothing to lose and everything to gain, the only way to go is up.
Wow, what a finish. And a photo finish like that oftentimes needs a lot of review behind the scenes. We know who won the map, but the scores will land as they may. I don't know where the Marine Corps falls. Coast Guard was able to stay alive for a while. I don't know that the Royal Navy was really in contention to make huge waves, but they could have played spoiler to a military service branch that maybe was going to get the victory, and they may not now.
I don't. Oh, there we go. We're back. We're back. They certainly could have. I mean, personally, I am so shocked still. That
Yeah, Sophia, like I said, I'm not interested in seeing your editing works.
Stunning shot from the
Not what I'm looking for right now. Thanks, though.
advantage. I mean, my goodness. I'm
I will drop you a follow back, but if you keep trying to pitch me, honestly, I'm just going to block you.
highlights overall. I mean, what a strange game that we saw. A complete topsy-turvy of things, other than the Marine Corps, who unfortunately just didn't get that done for the two-time multiplier.
No, they really didn't. But I told you guys, this is why the last game of the series is my absolute favorite. And as we see these USAA highlights and final fights, I think it's important here because you do have Spinaman from the U.S. Coast Guard on the inside, keeping that pressure onto Zyro and Co. But you have Pondy holding the cross out to the left. But the duo working together on the right. It's no men left behind. Zyro's like, I'm sticking it out. I'm getting my team up.
If Spinaman got one more bullet and got a full, I think Huskers might win this. Or actually, frankly, probably Aces after this crazy moment. Here's a look at it. It was Pondy down below, actually tagging up Huskers as he looked down. Huskers saw an enemy and was going for the shots. And I was like, no way Huskers loses that. He was getting double teamed by two different teams. Huskers loses a 1v2 to do two different squads.
Little does he know it was a team kill, but just two completely different ones. Unfortunate series of events there for Huskers, because I was looking at that gas mask thinking, okay, you can do this. This is going to be really interesting. Marine Corps, they finally might be getting a Code Bowl 6 win. They still could. Who knows? I don't know how the math kind of shakes out here.
Yeah.
The big question is, who got the most kills on that map? That's what I want to know. I really, really do want to understand who really took the most risks, who managed to get the conversions across the board, because as we've seen in one of our other drops, you might win and you might get that two-time multiplier, but doesn't mean you actually take all of the points away from that round, because it's all about how many elims you get, and it's really important. So I don't know, do you think Marine Corps got enough?
I wanted to actually go to Tiff because this is something we talk about all the time. It's like we saw Huskers had a crazy kill total. I think he had double digits at the end.
Yeah.
What did Zach the OG have? What did their full team have? Like, I don't know the kill tallies. When you see an individual with double digits, usually they're the ones picking up the kills. The other two teammates have a lot of damage in the assists, but not always.
So I'm in the marketing industry, Sophia.
Even though they didn't get a win, you don't know.
And Yeah.
many times in Warzone, and being in the top 10 alone
Every single day.
So sure, it wasn't the 2x.
I deal with
but when it's
stuff
that
like
last
this.
game of the series, you need to go for broke. You need
Just be
that
confident in your stuff,
Guys, don't forget.
and don't go hunting for random feedback from people. Just acquire your clients, not through listen-only Twitches.
Go head-to-head in a high-stakes battle.
Acquire it through creating proper content, educating your customers,
Stick around. You won't wait.
and
to
growing
miss
yourself
who takes
organically.
home the golden headset.
And of course, a reminder that this year, Monster Energy has returned as a partner of
That's my
Code Next.
feedback.
And to celebrate, we are bringing back the Monster Energy Most Valuable Player MVP Award. The award will be decided by the Code Bowl 6 broadcast team and will be given to honor the standout performance of a military team member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory and, of course, unleashed the beast on the competition. It is almost time to crown this year's winner. And I'm very curious to see who will win the MVP here of the Monster Energy, because this ring is everything. It's going to weigh your hand down, but it's worth it, let me tell you. A couple of contenders coming to mind here, but of course, so many that had been doing the absolute most. Yeah. I mean, Goj, you know, who's like springing to mind when you're thinking about who might actually take away this?
So it really comes down to the scores. I think oftentimes when you think about most valuable players, we're talking about our military service members. You're talking about people that made a huge difference for their team. It didn't mean they had the top frag. It is the most valuable player for their roster. I'm thinking about Zach the OG.
Yeah.
If the Marine Corps win. If not, obviously Aces, Royal Canadian Air Force, they were in the contention. Royal Canadian Air Force could have won this competition. It is possible. They would have needed a crazy big game, but it was definitely possible. So I have no idea. Aces had a huge moment there, but it could literally, it's anybody's game.
Should be Aces.
Yeah?
How many times did we go over to him and he's got a fiver? Like, he literally is always on 5, and I think it's interesting.
Yeah, look, when we talk about most valuable player, I was saying this before, and I want to emphasize it, it's not just kills. If we looked at damage, we look at assists, we look at role player moments, we look at buybacks, like all of those things go into this conversation, and I know the broadcast team is working hard to figure out who that could be.
Yeah.
So, Lottie, I'm going to be honest, usually I know for a fact.
But you just don't know.
This one, I have absolutely no idea.
I mean, what does that tell you about the competition that we've seen today across all 4 of these drops? I mean, the competition has been unmatched. Every single drop has been completely different. In terms of storylines, we've seen, you know, a real massive push and a huge leg up from Air Force. It was just unbelievable, and quite frankly, love was in the air pretty much throughout all of the drops that we saw today. And then we had Marine Corps just chipping away and managing to get...
I'm glad you're trying to differentiate yourself as also video editors, but coming into Twitch chats and trying to pitch people, not the play.
In the wings, just waiting there to see what would happen, what would they be able to
You
do
too,
and
Sophia.
work
Have a
out
great
as the
day.
drops continued on.
Yeah, I mean, Coast Guard, you know, frankly, I think Spinaman did a great job of staying alive to the top 5. That's great for his team. I don't know how many kills they picked up. We saw them in the kill feed a little bit, but not as much as we would like if they were going to win that map, kind of not being in the final fight. Again, almost played spoiler to that team that got the win at the end of the day, almost picked up that full. But yeah, I think Coast Guard was kind of waiting in the wings. I think it's funny when you start doing a little bit of math too, because Huskers had 10 kills by himself.
Yeah.
They got a 1.5.
Crazy.
That's 15 points just from Huskers.
Yeah.
But if they would have gotten the win, that would have been 20 points just from Huskers. When we're talking about razor-thin margins, 5 points is a lot.
It's a lot.
And I said it during the cast, and I'll say it again. I think the Marine Corps needed to win in order to secure the overall victory. But again, I have no info. I have no intel.
No.
It's just my assumption right now. We'll see.
I know, it's going to be very interesting. And also with Air Force as well, talk to me a little bit about their last map and what went wrong. Why couldn't they finish as strong as they started?
Things are difficult, right? And I think it leads to the mini Royale combat. I mean, we went into military base, we went to quarry, now we're going into lumber for our final match. We talked about how difficult it can be to navigate throughout that. So trying to take some of those landings and say, okay, well, I'm Air Force Gaming, right? I want to remain at the top, or I want to best the Royal Air Force. So knowing that you're separated by those razor-thin margins, you have to not only play incredibly smart and conservative, but you also have to find those kills to stay at the top when everyone's gunning for you. So I think they kind of struggle with shaking up their pacing in that final match.
It's not, I keep saying this, it's not without question they could have won though.
Right.
I mean,
True,
Sean Jay's team, I think that was the only trio. I'm not sure what happened to Iceman Isaac. We really didn't see him on on main very much. But when you talk about that roster, I mean, technically we saw Sean Jay's side of that roster actually stay alive for a while. I think make top 10.
Yeah.
And pick up several kills along the way as well. So that whole roster was looking really good. They just got caught in the rotation. Like, they were coming from farmland, traveling up into lumber, and it was just too late. It was going to be a difficult road to actually traverse through all of those sight lines. And you get shot from 1,000 different angles running through farmland, and that's exactly what happened. We didn't see that res go on Sean Jay Gaming because there were 6 teams looking right at the building that final player was alive on. So
that is tough, but I will say I do want to commend Sean Jay Gaming consistently making it into those end games. You think back to our 1v1 on match number 3. Sean Jay was right there inside the top 3, just trying to hit a reset in the building. And I think those are also extremely integral in the success and why they found themselves at the top consistently.
Massive shout out to Sean Jay, incredible creator. Absolutely love to see that. Speaking of smart and conservative that you mentioned, what happened to the British Army? Oh my goodness me. What was that about in the last drop?
Yeah, you know, here's the thing. In the final drop of the day, you gotta swing for the fences, right?
True.
And so you just gotta go for broke, and sometimes you get broke. It just is what it is. I don't know what else to tell you.
It is Vegas after all.
That's right. And so in a 4-drop series like this, we still have our solo YOLO. We are not done for the day.
I know.
But in a 4-drop series, consistency is absolutely gonna be the word that I keep going back to. And sometimes when you're near the bottom of the leaderboard, you gotta go for broke, you get broke. And also high risk, high reward. It is the playstyle that can win you tournaments, especially in a tournament of this format.
Talking a little bit about solo YOLO, and we mentioned Sean Jay Gaming as well, but was there another individual creator-wise that really stood out to you, Goj?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we've been talking a lot about Huskers. I'll continue to tip my hat to him. He's an OG in the space. He's a veteran for good reasons. He's able to put on a show still after years and years and years. So Huskers put up great numbers. I actually really liked what we couldn't see. The intangibles that Breadman brought to that roster. There's a reason Coast Guard was near the top. They've got great skill, but it's on the back of great IGLing from both rosters.
Jobo, too.
Yeah, Jobo's great IGL as well, but Breadman is very, very good about in-game circles. They were setting up their team very well to play for in-game.
I saw a lot of Breadman in the kill feed all the time, and consistently in the early game as well. He was really just getting into the mix early on and trying to get so many numbers for his teammates just to try and get that leg up. It was interesting to see how they evolved as well as the drops went by, because I do feel like Breadman's team with Coast Guard, they got a little bit more conservative and a little bit more smart, which is what you were talking about, Tiff, as it pushed through. And I think that's honestly what has boded very, very well for them and put them into contention. Whether or not it's enough, we'll have to wait and see. I have no idea where this could go, truly, because one, even if it was glaringly obvious, my math skill is not there, and I would still have to look at you guys and be like, so who won?
I would say I have pretty good math skills, okay? I like to do math.
Here we go.
I don't know. I usually know. Usually we're like, oh, we're not sure, let's confirm.
Yeah.
No, I literally have no idea. Like, no clue. I'm really excited to see how the match shakes up. I want to add one more thing, too, about the creators. Can I shout out Teep?
Yes.
I mean, guy's a world champion.
I love shouting out Teep, so go on.
Look, we're about to go into solo YOLO here shortly, all brought to you by Corsair, and Teep won last year for good reason. This guy is not technically anymore a Warzone competitor. Some of these players have a big competition coming up down the line, our creators, in a couple days' time for $1 million, right? Teep is not a part of that list. He is a content creator now. He is chilling, he's streaming all the time, but he does play Warzone a lot, and you could tell in this competition, Teep was winning a lot of gunfights against really skilled players.
Yeah, he's absolutely incredible. I often do tune into his streams. He's somebody I love to go and watch personally when it comes to our creators here. And his streams are always, one, incredibly relaxing and chill, considering we're playing like a high-stakes, high-level Warzone. But he's just unbelievable. And I think another thing that I had said previously is the aggressive smarts. He's aggressive, but incredibly smart with it. And I think that comes back to him being a creator, but also used to play professionally. And I think that's what really goes hand in hand. And it's fascinating to now watch him as he goes on to that next part of his journey as a creator, but bringing that professional gameplay into the mix too, which is absolutely incredible. And also could also be a small reason why he might win things like solo YOLOs.
He did last year, right?
Exactly.
If we're going to talk about Teep for the solo YOLO, and while we're kind of just spitballing here, I would love to throw a couple more names in the hat.
Please do it. Here's the hat.
Yeah, you were tossing Breadman out there. I think that was super vital. I think he could do really good for solo YOLO, because a lot of people don't know this. If you're going to be a content creator and not only in the competitive Warzone thing, that man went on like a 100+ win game streak grinding within his community, right? So being able to play and lead multiple randoms that you meet in game to succeed. Of course, as you get paired up with a dynamic duo here in the Coast Guard, you're going to have a lot of success, which is why they were poising themselves. But if you rip that teamwork away and it's every man for themselves, I think Breadman is a really good chance to make that happen. And then Goj, we can't miss FIFA kill, right?
Yeah,
He's kind of won a format like this before.
Yeah, he has one before. There's a lot of people that actually have some history in this kind of solo yellow. Before we get there, again, regardless of where these teams landed on the leaderboard, we got to just say thank you for competing, right? I mean, we had a lot of teams. I mean, come on. We got to shout out our former champions, U.S. Army.
Yes.
We know they didn't win, okay? It is what it is. They won last year. They had a dominant spree. It was probably the most dominant win we've ever seen, actually, in Code Bowl history. Obviously, a little bit of frustrations this time around, but still, thanks for playing. Obviously, some good moments. Sucre, a great player on that U.S. Army esports roster. Aiden's team just couldn't quite get things going. Not everybody's going to win, but I am getting word, Lottie. I think we've got our overall results finally ready. It took a while because it was pretty dang close, I think, at the top. Let's take a look at it. The Royal Air Force Esports, they have won by only a 3-point
RCAF second last. Brutal.
Holy cow. Royal Air Force are your Code Bowl 6 champions. Holy cow, I cannot believe this. We've got to go down to the stage to present the Code Bowl 6 trophy. Call of Duty Endowment's president and retired Navy captain, Dan Goldenberg.
Today's event brought together military esports teams from branches of the United States, United Kingdom, and Canada to compete for the coveted Call of Duty Endowment Bowl 6 trophy. I'm proud to present this year's trophy to the Code Bowl 6 champions. Congratulations. And to all participants, Bravo Zulu. You've done your branches and your countries proud.
Oh, man. Look at you guys. First championship, the Royal Air Force. I think it's time. Let's go ahead and pick this trophy up. If you guys want, embrace it. You guys earned it. Such a big moment. All together, if you like. Lift that trophy high. This is your moment. Incredible job, Whoopty. We'll start with you. Man, what a grind it was. Winning by 3 points, you get Royal Air Force, their first ever championship. How you feeling, brother?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Gassed. It's my first year as captain. And I said we were going to win, and we won.
So, Captain, so talk to me about your team, man. Putting them together, obviously, it took some brain power. Being the captain, your big brain himself. Talk to me about your roster, what it took to get you here in the championship moment.
So we did a week of trials. We had like 20 plus people turn up. We dwindled it down to 4. And obviously you've got Matty, Harry, Connor. And then part of my decision was just putting the players that had the best chemistry together, and then we went from there. And obviously we got the 2 pros, and we just matched it all up.
And you guys definitely did a big win, a big championship. What does it mean for you personally, though, to win with this roster?
A lot. Means a lot. It's good. Good feeling.
Good feeling indeed. You guys are on top. Is it Connor? Connor, let's go to you, Connor. Again, a big moment, just like Whoop just said, you know, IGL. Tell me about your role, what it took to finally lift this trophy.
I mean, this is the second time I've actually lifted the trophy with the team. Honestly, like, it's just unreal. Like, even being here, just unreal. Like, experience and everything. It's just a great experience.
So, excuse me, second time lifting this trophy. I do apologize. I believe it was Code Bowl 3, if I'm not mistaken, that you ended up stealing it, kind of in the same way you did it this time around. So, champion once again, like you said, it's unreal. What was your journey like going from Code Bowl 3 to Code Bowl 6? So much time in between, but the same result, being a champion.
So, I mean, we cut it close first time, managed to clutch up the win. Great experience. Second time, unreal. Like, we were cutting it close. We were trying to do the maths on how many points we needed. And yeah, luckily, the points came our way.
And they definitely did. Well done, Sophie, right? Say well done to you. What was it like playing alongside this guy over here who's a big character, but ultimately being on the winning team?
It was incredible. There's some great chemistry, especially amongst like both teams. Great IGL and our team from Connor. It was really fun to be out there, and we had a really nice group of lads where we all just worked together and just played forward and played well.
Yeah, fantastic job. And I've got to go real quick, but FIFA, I can't go without saying something to you, man. How does it feel being a champion?
I mean, obviously it feels pretty good. Last year, we came so close, second place. We said we'll run it back this year, put the work in. We all went out for dinner last night. We got the chemistry up, put the work in. I mean, captain himself, he's been so passionate, been texting back and forth like all year, ready for it. Obviously, happy to see the boys win because it means a lot to them, so it means a lot to me through that. And it's for a great cause, so happy to be here. Appreciate the invite and run it back next year.
Run it back next year. Once again, lift this trophy. You all earned it. All right, Lottie, back to you. They've got some celebrating to do.
They certainly do indeed. A huge congratulations to the RAF. Absolutely amazing stuff, and so many incredible things that we can discuss here based on that interview, because finding out a little bit more about this team, how it came together.
All right, y'all. Thank you so much for joining me today. We watched to the end of the actual Endowment Bowl. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'm going to be live again. Oh, I just ran over my dog. I'm going to be live again on Thursday for the launch of Black Ops 7 beta. Make sure you come check it out. I got beta codes to give away, so hit me up and let's friggin' party. Thank you so much, everybody. We will catch y'all on the next one. Peace out. Sabus, my man. Thank you.